Hello and welcome to One on One with Scott and Brian. We're going to start off with an NFL recap today, talking about first the Jaguars versus the Colts. Peyton Manning had an amazing game, 4 touchdown passes. What are your thoughts on him this season?
Actually, in the past few weeks, I wasn't thinking as highly of him as I usually did. His first few weeks, he started off great like he did last year, but he lost those 2 straight games. I mean, he had a great game versus Jacksonville, don't get me wrong. But before that, I was a little iffy about him. But he definitely stepped it up against Jacksonville, which a lot of people needed to see out of him because people were starting to get iffy about if he was going to keep up what he had last year in the Super Bowl.
Peyton Manning has always been known as a great quarterback. He's led the Colts to a Super Bowl. He's been the Super Bowl MVP. He's a great player, a great quarterback, and a good captain. Plus, he doesn't make bad commercials either.
But, great commercials.
Yes. Next, the Jets played the Dolphins, and the Jets finally won the game, making the Dolphins 0-13, the worst team in the NFL. If you're the head coach of the Dolphins, what do you tell them to bounce back and try to get a win this season?
I really couldn't tell you. My guess is that he's told him everything that he had in his mind to try and get this team a win. I really think that they're just a hopeless team. I feel bad for the team, especially like Jason Taylor. They were talking to him after the game, and he just seemed so disappointed day after day, week after week about their loss. I mean, if you're the head coach of that team, I don't know what you can do really to step up that team. I mean, I'm sure that he's doing the same thing he's always done. The personnel on that team is definitely lacking also. I mean, on offense, if they get another injury, I'm not even sure if they'll have enough bodies to play a team. They'll probably have to get someone on defense just to even fill in. They're having a horrible season. I don't know what to do if you're the Miami Dolphins.
All it's not this week. Last week, they've been putting a lot of hype on Ricky Williams, saying he's going to come back and be amazing running back.
And he went out for
season.
And
then he gets hurt, and he's out for the season. As you said, injuries on offense. So that factor obviously didn't help them, and I don't see them winning a game this year. They're going to be the worst team ever.
Plus now they have John Beck as their quarterback. He's having a really rough start. I mean, rookie quarterback. I'm not sure if that's going to help them at all, having Trent Green on the sidelines.
That's all true. So according to us, Dolphins won't have a win. But next, the Lions played the Vikings, and the Vikings murdered the Lions. Do you see the Vikings making the playoffs this year?
Yeah, I see them making the wild card maybe. I mean, the week before that or 2 weeks before that, they had a little rough start. But, I mean, Minnesota's doing a lot better now. Adrian Peterson's having a really big season. He came back strong after his injury. And really with the Dolphins is what surprised me even more. I thought that game was going to be a pretty tight game, pretty close game. But 42-10, that really was a blowout. I mean, Detroit's always been a fairly good team in my point of view, but I thought they always had the offense and a decent defense, but only scoring 10 points was rare for them, and even more rare for them, letting up 42 points.
As you said, Adrian Peterson, I never was a big fan of him in the beginning of the season, but this week he showed me a lot of courage. He definitely led the offense. He had 116 rushing yards, I believe. That's amazing for a rookie running back, let alone any running back. But now we're going to move on to MVP. Who's your most valuable player of the week?
My MVP of the week is going to be the referee squad for the Arizona game. I mean, if Arizona didn't have the referees on their side, they would have never won. I'm sure you saw that game. That's that play with Kellen Winslow getting pushed out of bounds. Even with 1 foot in bounds, they didn't call it, but he really was chipped on that play big time. And without that call, I think the Cleveland Browns would have definitely won.
Cleveland Browns were definitely robbed. I think everybody saw that. And if they're going to make the rule, if a person catches it inbounds and is pushed out, then they should enforce it, and that should have been overturned. The Browns should have won.
Definitely.
My MVP is going to have to be Tony Romo. He's leading the Cowboys to a great season. They've lost once or twice, and they're just doing great all around. He had a bunch of hookups with T.O., and he's just doing amazing. A lot of passing yards, a lot of touchdowns. But moving on locally, the Giants, the G-Men, had a big game, Soldier Field, against Chicago Bears. And they won, barely, but Eli had a bad game. He's been doing bad the entire season. Is he hurting the Giants at this point?
It's really hard to say if he's hurting the Giants because I'm not sure if they'd have anyone behind him that would help the Giants. I mean, I doubt that he's hurting them in any way, but he's not helping them too much either. I mean, he's been doing bad the last few weeks. If he bounces back, then that team will definitely be a high-caliber team in the playoffs. But if he doesn't, then I don't see him going far because without a good quarterback, your entire organization really falls.
Scott, I definitely agree with you. If Eli Manning can bounce back and do better in these next seasons, then the Giants are going to be unstoppable. Their running game was extraordinary the other day, practically carried the offense. And Eli, he's just got to step it up. I know he's on a hard team. He's playing tough opponents, but he's got to do good. He's got to be a leader. He's a young quarterback, but he's got to try to be more like his brother Peyton and get a good season going. But next, the Cowboys. The boys played the Packers, and they won. The boys are unstoppable this year, as I said in my MVP with Tony Romo. Do you see the Cowboys making the Super Bowl this year?
I don't like to say it, but I think they might make the Super Bowl against New England. If not, they'll definitely get to like the NFC Championship or something. But I don't like to see them going far, but their team is just really too dominant. Their offense, Tony Romo, T.O. I mean, everyone's having a tough time stopping them. I was hoping the Packers would be able to stop them on defense especially, but they really seem like an unstoppable team.
The Cowboys are definitely unstoppable. Nobody can beat them. Their biggest opponent was the Patriots. They lost to the Patriots, but I still think that they're doing good, and they're having a great season. Jason Witten, he's one of the best tight ends in the league, and he's just amazing. They have receivers. T.O., as you said, Tony Romo stepping up. He had a good season, but he messed it up last year in the playoffs. But he's definitely bounced back this year, and he's doing a great job. So we'll see what happens. That's all the time we have for now. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this.
All this hype about the defense, and it's been true in this game, playing very nice
Corner
defense.
kick. Oh, Wayne Hills Patriots. Ariel Danziger off the deflection of Alyssa Baselli. And just like we were talking about before, how important momentum is in this game. The Wayne Hills Patriots get the first goal in this huge county final, and the Wayne Hills Patriots are on top 1-0.
It's Patriots putting a lot of defenders in the box. Ryan looking for help, and that is it. That is their final. The Wayne Hills Patriots have just defeated the Wayne Valley Indians in the Passaic County final. Girls soccer, Wayne Hills 1, Wayne Valley nothing. They are your 2005 Passaic County champion.
And the NFL is boiling down to playoff times, and Week 14 next week will decide the fate of some of the teams in the NFL. Here on this segment, we're going to be analyzing these games and giving you our expert opinion. Guys, next week, the Cowboys play the Lions. They've been unstoppable so far. What are your thoughts?
Cowboys are going to dominate. The Cowboys have just been playing so well. Tony Romo has been unstoppable. And the way the Lions played last week, John Kidner really didn't play that well. They didn't have anything rushing going on. The Cowboys are just going to flat out destroy the Lions.
Scott?
I mean, if on a Sunday if Detroit didn't lose 10-42 to the Vikings, I would have said this would have been a closer game than I thought it would have been. But after last week, I think it's going to be a huge blowout, Dallas.
As I said in our first segment, Week 13, Tony Romo, amazing game. He has great receivers, T.O., and they're just unstoppable. The Lions have absolutely no chance in this game, and the Cowboys are going to be going pretty far in the playoffs. Next, the Giants play the Eagles. What do you think?
This is a big game. I can see the Eagles coming in and winning this game. The Giants really didn't impress me last week. Eli Manning came back and he had a good last drive, but throughout the entire game, he did not play well. If the Giants can keep their running game up and the A.J. Feely doesn't throw 4 interceptions, it'll be a very good game.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to how Eli does. I think it'll be a pretty close game, and it's an important game in that division. But I think it has a lot to do with how Eli does, about how many mistakes he makes. He throws in interceptions. I think that the Eagles' offense and defense has what it takes to beat the Giants. I think it's just going to depend on Eli.
Neither the Giants nor the Eagles have a locked-in playoff spot. If they blow it, then it's over. But this is a big game for both of them, so I don't know. I think the Giants are going to come up with it, but it all depends on Eli Manning, as you said, because he's just not a constant quarterback.
Consistent
Constant, same thing. But next, the Steelers play the Pats. What do you think's going to happen?
It's a very, very good game. I just can't see Pittsburgh beating New England. I think everyone overrates Pittsburgh. They haven't been that good this year. And New England just looks unstoppable. Even though they got a little scare from the Eagles last week, I really don't think that Pittsburgh's going to beat them.
I'm going to say Pittsburgh on this one. I think their defense has been doing real well the last few weeks. You know, that front seven has been definitely stepping it up big. I think it's what it takes to beat New England. I mean, if they get pressure on Tom Brady, that will be the deciding factor of the game.
Ben Roethlisberger, he's just having a pretty good season, so I'm not sure it's going to be a toss-up, but I think the Patriots will come out. Although I don't like them, I don't like Tom Brady, but they're still going to win, I think, over the Steelers defense. We're going to do our biggest upset for next week.
Biggest upset for next week, I'm going Oakland over Green Bay. Green Bay has looked good, but I don't know. With an injured Favre, and Oakland has really been playing well. No one thought they were going to do anything. They came back and they beat Denver last week. But Josh McCown had a very good game. Their running back, Fargus, also had a very good game. He had 146 yards on 33 carries. I honestly think Oakland can come in and upset the Green Bay Packers.
First off, I disagree greatly with you. I think Packers are going to destroy them. Raiders are a no-win team. But my upset pick of the week, as I said before, is going to be Pittsburgh over New England. I mean, that front seven of Pittsburgh's defense has just been doing a fantastic job. If they get pressure on Tom Brady, he won't have the time to throw to his receivers. They'll have to go to the running game, which hasn't been as strong. And I think that Ben Roethlisberger and his receivers are going to have what it takes to get over New England defense.
I'm going to have to disagree with Max, as Scott said. I don't think the Raiders are going to win that game. I think the Packers are going to win. Although Favre's out, I think they'll still do good. But I'm going to have to disagree with you. My biggest upset is going to be my favorite, the Titans beating the Chargers, which it isn't.
Doubt it.
It's not that big of an upset, but it will happen, and it is an upset because the Chargers have made their name known in the NFL. But the Titans, Vince Young, he's going to have a great game. Scrambling, he'll run it. He has as many running yards as a running back, and he passes. He's just an all-around threat. So I'm looking for him to have a big game as long as he tightens up on those interceptions, and their defense secondary, they tighten up as well.
I think they're going to lose.
I don't agree with you, Scott. I think that's an awful choice in that game. I think Vince Young the new Vince Young, I love the new Vince Young. He's sitting in the pocket yesterday. He's just sitting and throwing. He's not throwing interceptions, and he's making it look good. He can pull off a big run when he needs to, but he's starting to become more of a passing quarterback, and that's what he's needed to do.
All right. Next, the Browns, Scott, your team, they got robbed week 13. But they're going to be playing the Jets next week, who beat the Dolphins, but they're still not that great of a team. So what do you think's going to happen?
I would love to see the Jets win this game, but I just don't see it happening. I don't see it happening. The Jets really, Kellen Clemens did play well last week, and so did Thomas Jones, but I just don't see the Jets beating Cleveland. Cleveland, Derek Anderson's been playing too well. They had a little loss to Arizona, but I still think Cleveland will win.
You're just kidding me. This isn't even a game. I mean, the Jets are like one of the worst teams in the NFL, and the Browns, you know, they lost last week. I know that, but it doesn't matter because it was on a bad call by the referee. I mean, he obviously was in bounds and it was a catch, but I mean, the Browns are a playoff caliber team. I definitely think that they'll easily overcome the Jets. The Jets are like no one.
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to agree with Scott. I think
Thank
Derek
you.
Anderson, he's going to have a great game. I think the Browns are going to beat the Jets because the Jets aren't doing that well this year. They have good players, but they're not that great of a team.
No, they didn't have good players. They're just bad in general.
All right, we talked about this earlier in this season of the 30-minute drill, but real quickly, who do you think is going to be in the Super Bowl?
Super Bowl teams right now, I think whoever wins the AFC Championship between New England and Tennessee and Dallas.
Scott?
I mean, everyone's obviously going to pick New England, and as much as I don't like Dallas, I might have to say them. But if not them, whatever, I guess them.
I'm going to have to go with
I
the
don't like them,
Titans
though.
because I definitely think the Titans will make it, but we'll see. All right, that's all the time we have now on the 30-minute drill. We'll be back with more after this. Stay tuned.
Corrado. Here's Campbell. Campbell centering Licio. Off his stick. Licio falls down. Beautiful pass from Campbell. Licio not able to hang on to it. Axelman in the corner. Axelman, nice moves. Centers to Licio. And Wade Hills puts it away. Wade Hills puts it away. Albert Campbell, his fourth goal. It's absolutely crazy at the asphalt. Wade Hills, your 2005 NBIL Ice Hockey Championship. Albert Campbell, 4 goals. For the Patriots, 6 goals. Campbell, the sophomore. What else can you say but wow?
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Eric Orenstein. I'm here with my co-hosts, Josh Revitch and Rachmil Gross.
You're not funny.
This segment we're going to be talking about high school football, and the Drive for 5 has been completed. Wayne Hills wins their 5th state championship. What are your thoughts?
Overall, they did a very good job. Offense and defense just dominated the field. First half, it was a pretty close game, and then second half they stepped it up and came up with a win.
We were dominant like we always were. Well, not me, but like the Wayne Hills football team. I mean, we overpowered them dominantly. I mean, we had great defensive backs, and we just dominated.
Yeah, there were 12,000 plus people in attendance. Now, our
Oh.
I said plus. Carlton Marson named Athlete of the Week by The Record. How about his performance?
Oh, he did a phenomenal job. And that touchdown when he flipped over the defensive line was just an amazing touchdown. I mean, I was blown away.
He was outstanding. I've never seen a greater performance by a running back who goes to Wayne Hills High School.
Yeah, he had the rushing touchdown, and he also had the kick return touchdown, an interception, and a sack. So just a great all-around performance. Now, a lot of the kids from Valley thought that they were the favorites coming in. They marked us the underdog. They said maybe we had a chance at winning. We pretty much blew them out, 27-7. Josh?
Well, they do have pretty good players on the team. I mean, Dortch, the running back, he does well during the season, but we just shut him out. And same with the quarterback, Bly. We just dominated them, and they couldn't do anything.
I don't know what they were feeding them over there, but we're not going to win. We were just too dominant. I mean, I don't know, we just rocked them the whole game.
I do have to hand it to Valley's defense, though. I mean, our team scored 27. If you look at some of the regular season games, scores like 49, 56. Plus, I don't think there were any passing touchdowns by our team in this game. Were there?
Not that I could remember.
Yeah, I don't
They
think
didn't
so.
Yeah.
All right, well, the 7 that Valley did have kind of came off of a pass interference call in the end zone, which led to a rushing touchdown. The pass interference was Ronnie Dreesen, but that's okay because he had a pick 6 later. But do you think... Good job. Do you think if it weren't for this pass interference, would they have scored anyway?
It's a possibility. We can't really tell now. I mean, it happened. So that's all I have to say about that.
I agree with Josh. I mean, it would have changed the whole dynamic of the game, and it would have just been different.
Speaking of penalties, there was an intentional grounding call. Josh, why don't you talk about that?
Yeah, it was Valley on a Wayne Hills 30, and Bly got the snap, and he ran and then threw it out of bounds and was called for intentional grounding. Some people said it wasn't. Some people said it was. It just stopped them from getting a touchdown, and that happened in the first half. And the second half, they did absolutely nothing.
Yeah, and Valley's running back, Matt Dortch, apparently 3rd in the state, I believe, and he was held to that one short touchdown and not much. So how about our defense?
Like I said before, our defense did a phenomenal job, and we just shut out their running game and their passing game.
Any thoughts about?
I mean, our linebacker crew was unbelievable. Tim Waller, Ryan DiDerno, they were monsters. I mean, Ronnie Drees with his great pick, Carlton Marson, they all dominated.
All right, well.
Jeremiah, too.
Oh, Jeremiah also.
Jeremiah with the
Jeremiah,
touchdown.
yes, that's also true. The sophomore kicker, Tim Divers, missed his first or second extra point all year, second, and it was blocked, but he's been doing really accurate this entire year.
What are you going to do? I mean, he did a phenomenal job all year. Only 2, I mean, that's really good for a sophomore, too.
Exactly.
We'll just see what he does in the following years, and I hope he does really well.
I'm good.
All right. Well, yeah, as you said, he's a sophomore. He's still got time to get better. And speaking of which, next year, there's a lot of seniors graduating. What do you see for our starting lineup next year? You think the success is going to continue?
We have a possible chance of winning the state championship again. I mean, our JV team did a phenomenal job having an undefeated season, and I hope they do well next year, too. They'll come up on top.
I think it's going to be hard to rebound because we lost so many good players, but I think we can. I mean, we got the great coach in Olson. I mean, we have a few returning starters, and we have some good sophomores who will be juniors.
Yeah,
so we're
definitely.
good.
Yeah, and after the game, there was just a tremendous sense of school spirit. Everyone went to Outback. A lot of the players have been wearing their state shirts. It's really good for the school, to be honest, because it promotes spirit, unity, things like that.
Why not flaunt that stuff? I mean, we did
Exactly.
a very good job, and we deserve to have that school spirit, go to Outback, and just celebrate after the game.
Yeah.
And finally, I'm just going to leave the audience with a little word of advice. If you're going to a game like this with a lot of friends, tailgating is a lot of fun. We all tailgated. We brought like 4 or 5 grills, small ones. We had, what do we have? We had ribs, sausage, hot dogs, hamburgers.
Diet Coca-Cola.
It was really fun.
Yeah, it's a great way to improve the game, especially if there's a waiting time before, because the game didn't start until around 8. Now, that's all the time for this segment of the 30-minute drill. But when we come back, we'll talk about some college football. Stay tuned.
This is Nick Warzel's limelight, folks. This is when he brings his A game. The lights are turned on the field. Late in the day, he's ready to go.
On first down, Warzel back to pass. Excellent protection all the time in the world. Looking downfield, looking for Matt Peenan, triple covered. Sticks it in there, flags on the play. Matt Peenan ahead to the 20, looking for the sideline. He's across the 10, near the goal line. Dives. Touchdown, Ray Van Peenan.
I know you like to be entertained. So do we. At the 30-minute drill, we watch sports all night long. Now, that's why we've been following this college football season in depth. And we know that just as you like to be entertained by the 30-minute drill, your disappointment in the lack of entertainment provided by this season. Now, if you're a lover of upsets, spoilers, and teams who are so parodical that they're able to upset any top 5, top 2, top 1 team in the nation, maybe this is the season for you. For us here at the 30-minute drill, there's nothing better than human dominance. And we'd like to see teams that are going to be able to compete with better teams in history, showing that they truly are national champions. Now, Brandon, going into the season, a lot of people expected LSU and USC to be the top 2 teams. Now, over time, LSU happens to be in the national championship now, as the BCS was announced last week. Is this fair? Should they be in? And is this what you expect from this college football season?
It's fair based on the way the rules are preceded and made by the BCS. No, I don't think they're the best team right now. They got in on a loss by Missouri and West Virginia. I don't know how. But I do think LSU has the best talent in the country, but I don't think they're the best team. Right now, I think the best 2 teams in the nation are USC, led by their up-and-coming freshman back, Joe McKnight, who's the next Reggie Bush. And you have Georgia, led by No Sean Moreno from Georgia, and a very dominant defense. I think are the best 2 teams. But those 2 teams make for excellent bowl games, so we'll see what's coming up in the weeks to come.
Well, you bring up an excellent point. Now, obviously, the bowls in the BCS were announced last week, and as we know, the national title is between Ohio State, and obviously it's between LSU. A frustrating thing for a lot of fans is that Missouri, which was the number 1 ranked team last week, they lost again to Oklahoma, their second time of the season, and those have been their only 2 losses. Not only did they get kicked out of the national championship, but they got kicked out of the BCS. Now, that's not that crazy that a team loses and gets out of the BCS bowls, but the real crazy aspect of it, at least in my perspective, is that LSU lost just a week before that, their second loss of the season. Both these teams have 2 losses. Obviously, LSU could be argued has a much tougher conference, but Missouri beat Kansas, a team that's in a bowl game. They beat Illinois, a team that's in a bowl game. And as a fan, it's frustrating to see these up-and-coming teams continuously get rejected. You look at last
Hold
year.
on, I got my friend Chase Daniel on the phone from Missouri. Yeah, Chase, how you doing? Oh, I know, I feel for you. I'm very upset. You guys deserve to be in the BCS. All right, you have a nice con bowl. I'll talk to you later. My friend Chase, who I just got off the phone with, says he's very disheartened by the decisions made by the BCS. They did beat Illinois and they beat Kansas, but hey, it's the way things are nowadays.
Yep.
Out of luck, I guess.
And obviously Oklahoma now, after beating Missouri, is a team that's in the BCS now. And now let's look at another aspect. People have come to know and love the drill, which is everyone. One thing that they really love about it is the professionalism of the way we dress. And obviously, Brandon, for a specific reason, you're not dressed today with a suit, a tie, or anything. And that is because gotta be right.
Very big Indiana fan. They had a heartbreak tragedy last year when their coach, Terry Hepner, died to a brain tumor. And his motto was play 13, meaning make a bowl game. And a year after, Indiana hasn't made a bowl game in over 14 years. Coach Bill Lynch and probably one of the best receivers, James Hardy, led the team to a 7-5 record with a big win over Purdue called the Oaken Bucket, with a big 40-yard field goal to win it. So I'm supporting Indiana who will be playing in the Insight Bowl against Oklahoma State. I'm 40. I'm a man.
Now let's look a little bit into the BCS Bowl games, the most important games that everyone's watching. Now, some people might say that the impact of these games, especially in the national championship, is discounted because of the season that's had. This is the first time a two-loss team's ever in the national championship. But still worth talking about, speculating anyway. Obviously, in the Rose Bowl, we got USC. Now, USC is playing a team that surprised many people. Juice Williams is one of the best QBs in college football today, but that's mostly because of his name. And what's really surprised people is that Ron Zook, a coach that many people have lauded for his recruiting, and you look at receiver Aurelius Ben, has done a great job too. A lot of people don't think they're going to be able to beat USC. Brandon, in the Rose Bowl, Illinois or USC, what's going to happen?
The juice will be loose in Pasadena.
Wow.
Illinois, upset special. Lock it down. Lock it down. I'm telling you, that's what's
Thank you. You know, it's an upset pick.
I'm pushing it to the limit.
And I'm excited about Illinois with guys like Rashard Mendenhall, Juice Williams.
Aurelius Ben.
Yep. So now we're going to have to do a lightning round. Run a little bit out of time here. I know you want to see more of these beautiful faces. But we have 4 bowl games left to discuss. Brandon,
Yes.
Orange Bowl, who's coming out with the victory.
Virginia Tech in a blowout.
I can see Virginia Tech killing this
Xavier
team.
Adibi, linebacker, good player.
Now let's go to the Sugar Bowl. Brandon?
Ooh, it's a very intriguing game. I'm going to go with Colton Brennan and Nosha Moreno. No one's going to win. Just them two are going to win, not the twins. They're both going to have dominant games.
And obviously, lastly, the Tosteros Fiesta Bowl is going to be a very exciting game. Who do you think is going to win that?
I'm going to have to go with Boomer Sooner, Oklahoma.
Oklahoma has looked very
And
strong
we have the
recently.
national championship game. So I will take over. Jake, who do you think wins?
Well, I think for the national championship game, this team's been really disappointing. I think Ohio State's not very good.
Not there.
Not good enough to be in the national championship, and I think LSU's not disciplined enough to be there either. So for the national champion of this college football season, I think I'm going to have to go with myself.
And half of me.
Yep, and half of Brandon, because we've delivered such great reporting on this season. You're welcome. Now, this college football season may not be the most exciting. We know that you felt that the 30-minute drill's coverage of the college football season has. And once again, I'd like to leave you with one quote. The glory of the Native American warrior is nothing compared to those who can defeat him in a battle of physical wit, and domination. Mess that up. Stay strong.
Hello and welcome to week 12 of the 30-minute drill. I'm DiPeri here with Jordan Kessel and Kyle Folbrect, and we're just going to start off with our weekly Say Anything. Kyle, it's going to be yours for starting this week.
All right. My Say Anything this week is going to be about fantasy baseball picks for next season. I mean, it's never too early to start looking at people. And what I like to do is, you always get your customary positions at like first, second, third, and short. But what I like to do is like to keep on my bench 5 relief pitchers, because relief pitchers are the key to getting you the strikeouts you need, saves, things like that. You want to go for high strikeout pitchers, such as John Broxton's really good at that. Mariano Rivera, obviously. There's like a lot of good pitchers. You want to get high strikeout pitchers. You want to try to get the best starting pitchers that you can. I mean, you want to get someone like a good like a DH type guy for the utility position. So just try to see who's available and try to pick the best possible guy.
All right, Jordan.
Well, thank you for that, Kyle. The next 4 or 5 months when we go to our draft rooms, we will remember that. My Say Anything this week is about the Don't Bite My Dog Fantasy Football League. My fantasy team made it to the playoffs with
Congratulations.
Thank you, with a number 2 seed in the playoffs in an 8-team league, the Convicts, if you would say. My brother, who is also in the league, actually was in third, and it looked like this week I was going to end up playing him in the playoffs. And my team is so feared throughout that league. My brother benched his entire team just so he could drop down to the 4th seed so he wouldn't have to play me. So I'm very proud of myself. My team is very strong, quarterback being Ben Roethlisberger, my wide receivers with Marquise Colston, Reggie Wayne, Chad Johnson. I have a strong running back core, and my team is really, really, feared in our league.
I can see.
So look out for me in the playoffs.
All right, well, my Say Anything is going to be on the Heisman winner, Tim Tebow of the Florida Gators, becoming the first sophomore ever to win the Heisman, and I just think that is great. So now, guys, moving on to college basketball, new to talk about on the 30-minute drill. The season has began. Games have been played. What are you guys' predictions on the season and college basketball together?
Well, the Big East is definitely the strongest conference this year, containing teams like Villanova, Georgetown, Marquette, and they have all the mediocre teams like Syracuse and UConn. Villanova's had a little bit of a scare on Sunday. They played Temple and only came away with an 8-point win, but they'll improve as the season goes. They're young. They got the 2 Coreys, who are freshmen this year, along with Scotty Reynolds, Cunningham, and the crew. So they'll be strong this year. Marquette's one of the best teams in the Big East. Louisville is the team that was projected to win the Big East this year. So they're phenomenal. Duke has played very well out of the ACC this year so far in the beginning, winning their opening tournament. And, it's going to be a very interesting college basketball season. There's plenty of teams that are on the bubble. Illinois lost to Arizona on Saturday. That was an upset. Illinois was ranked 24. And, I think they'll both be on the bubble in the future when it comes to March time, trying to get into the tournament. And this win for Arizona is definitely going to help them get in. And there's some other major upsets this weekend. Look out for this college basketball season to be just like this college football season. And, March is going to be fun. Everybody's going to fill out their brackets. Nobody knows what's going to happen this year. There's so many teams that are all in the same area that it's going to be fun. It's going to be really, really, really fun.
And I just also would like to add that I saw the Wisconsin game over the past weekend, and their win streak at home has come to an end after they lost.
Yes, they were ranked 23rd in the nation.
They lost to,
but
I
they've
believe,
had some
Marquette.
major losses, and they also lost to Duke early in their season. That was their first major
Right,
test.
well, Jordan, I'm going to have to cut you off. I'm going to have to get to Kyle for a few moments.
I'm going to focus on March Madness, and what I like to do when it comes to that time is I go on Yahoo Sports, and they tell you how many points per game each team scores and how many points they let up. And I like to kind of compute what would be the best picks for me. I mean, there is some upsets. I like to go for teams like Old Dominion. Butler was really good last year. I picked Memphis to win the whole thing. I'm looking for them to do good again, and hopefully I'm right.
All right, well,
in 4 or 5 months, we will be looking out for that.
Yes.
When it comes to March
When
time.
we come back on the 30-minute drill, we have a special treat for you and a special guest. Stay tuned.
David and Andrew are two of the hardest working announcers I've ever seen.
Dave, I just realized Wayne Hill's not lost a game since 2004.
Andrew, the last time we lost a game, you weren't even announcing for us.
But when it comes down to the wire, sometimes they have to work overtime to get the job done.
Oh my God! How could I fall asleep? You have a huge game to prepare for. Andrew, get up, come on, get up!
I've been waiting on this my whole life.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. We have a special guest here for you today. Anthony Pleccia, a NHL fanatic, is here. Thank you, Pleccia.
Thank you for having me.
Oh no, it is a pleasure for us to have you. I mean,
the pleasure's on this side of the table, buddy.
Oh, it is an honor. I feel the feeling and the presence of you. This makes the show. So we are going to be talking about NHL. You're a professional. It's just you're just an expert.
I dig it. Now
who cannot?
Let's go for the first
question. First question here. NHL season has arrived. Fierce games have been played. What do you think the most competitive division is in the NHL?
The most competitive division right now, as I've been watching the games and as the season's progressed, I think the Eastern Atlantic Division is the biggest and most competitive division. They have the New Jersey Devils, who were in last place in the league pretty much. Now they're in first place in their division, second place in the conference. That's amazing.
10-game win streak they had.
They were riding a 9-game winning streak, but the Rangers ruined that just yesterday. Also in that division are the Rangers, the dreaded Rangers, if you're a Devils fan, but they're a very competitive team led with Henrik Lundqvist and Jaromir Jagr. The Islanders, you can never rule them out, but they're slowing down a bit. And then you got the Philadelphia Flyers in there too. They're very good.
Well, all those great teams, especially your favorite team, the New Jersey Devils. I mean,
love them.
With the new Prudential Center, looks great.
It's a great arena. Some people are skeptical about the outside of the arena, like one of the analysts on ESPN said it's a very bad outside, but he went there the other day and he said he liked it. So he said it's a safe area.
I've had friends and family go there. They say it's safe. They say it's very nice. It's beautiful inside.
I can believe it.
Yeah. So next question we go. You just mentioned all the teams. Who do you think the top teams are in each division of the NHL?
In each division of the NHL? Well, instead of that, I'll go in each conference. I'll go that. The Ottawa Senators made it to the Stanley Cup last season. They started out the season strong, but they went on a losing streak, so it's hard to tell how they're doing. The New Jersey Devils, of course, they started low in the rankings. Now they're up high, so you can't rule them out. And then other Eastern teams, you got the Philadelphia Flyers. They've been pretty good so far. Rangers are cooling down a bit. Yeah. For the Western Conference, we got the Anaheim Mighty Ducks, who just got Niedermayer back. That's very good for them.
Both Niedermayer's brothers now playing together.
The two brothers, they're very good together. They won the Stanley Cup last year, beating the Ottawa Senators. The Detroit Red Wings, they lead the league in points and wins right now. They have, I think, over 20 wins by now. And they're going to be rough to beat for any Western team. You're going to have to be pretty good. And the Minnesota Wild, surprise team. They didn't do so well last year, but now they're pretty good now, so we'll see what happens.
Well, Pleccia, while you say this, the NHL is making its comeback coming from the strike or the lockout that they had a few years ago. I mean, I remember games would be on ABC, Fox, Channel 2. Now you only see them on MSG, small town stations. What do you actually think the strike had an effect on the NHL and its popularity now?
Well, it definitely affected the league's popularity. I know that was a dark time in my life. I cried mostly every night, every time I knew there was going to be a Devils game.
Here.
The schedule was there, but the games were just not being played. And in the middle of the season, they were like, the league might come back. It might be a shortened season.
They gave you a little hope.
They never did anything, and they just ripped it away from you. It was rough. It was rough to see.
Just ripping your heart out.
They did. It hurt.
Well, it hurt me as well. I was also a huge hockey fan. Still am. Not as big due to strikes. Couldn't watch many of the games, but still huge. Played roller hockey at the Boys and Girls Club of Wayne.
Gotta love that.
Great times. Undefeated twice. Great teams.
In terms of the league, though, it definitely didn't help the league. It lost a huge fan base.
It did.
It was pretty bad.
It was.
It's 2 years later. They've changed some rules. They've bounced back. I think I think fans are starting to come around again.
New
so
rules have been put in effect, especially the area with the goalie. They've now added. It looks like a pentagon. The pentagon. Yeah, it was behind the goalie where they can only go.
Trapezoid.
Trapezoid. There we go.
Couldn't think of it for a minute there.
Getting our
so
geometry back.
So many shapes.
Well, Pletcha, we've covered conferences. What are your predictions for this season, Stanley Cup?
Stanley Cup Finals. Since I am a Devils fan, it would be just unright for me to go against the Devils. And since they're playing so good now, I hope they can do some more. And then for the West, I'm going to go the Detroit Red Wings.
Both good teams. Well, your time has ended on this segment. I would have to bid you farewell, sadly.
Thank you for having me, Scott. That was fantastic.
No problem. When we return, it's the NFL. Stay tuned.
What do I contribute to the drill? Well, my biggest virtue is definitely motivation. I pick people up when they're feeling down about themselves. Well, I'm a peaceful guy. You know, I calm everything down. I soothe people. A chair? What? Bobby, why is there a chair? A chair blocking the door.
I'm sorry.
A chair. Well, I make everything relaxed. Chillax is a better word. Yeah, never actually seen Kid Nation. Heard good things though. I mean, oh, Josh.
Yes.
Remember a few days ago we were doing the drill, lightning rounds. Forgot to switch to game 2.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering, do you purposely suck at everything, or is it genetic? Can you control it at all? Hey, Alex. I told you like 4 times I'm on mic 2, not mic 3.
My bad about that.
It seems like everything you do is your bad. Quick, what's 6 minus 4? Huh? It's 2. Mic 2, Alex. Get it together.
Welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Bobby Gross, and I'm here with Alex Bellias and Brandon Rosenblum. Now, this week has been a crazy, well, not crazy, week in football. I mean, there was a big game in the Pittsburgh Steelers versus the New England Patriots. I mean, many people thought the Pittsburgh Steelers were going to upset the Patriots, but the Patriots just dominated. What do you guys think about it, Alex?
Well, I mean, I think it was pretty obvious that the Patriots weren't going to lose this game. The Steelers, you know, they're a good team, but they really just couldn't compete with the Patriots this week.
Brandon?
I think that the Patriots are by far the best team in the NFL and probably one of the best teams in the past 15 years or so. Anthony Smith, the safety for the Steelers, ran his mouth a lot and got burned on a few big plays, especially the one where Randy Moss beat a throwback to Brady, who threw it to Jabbar Gaffney from Florida. And I think New England will be 15-0 going to play my New York Giants, and they will lose. Yes, they will go 15-1, but win the Super Bowl. That is what's going to happen.
Absolutely agree. Completely agree.
Well, speaking of the Giants,
they're not going to win the Super Bowl.
They were playing the Eagles, and they came out clutch. I mean, David Akers, they got lucky that he just hit the pole, but what do you guys think?
Well, you know, it was really a sloppy win overall, but, you know, I mean, they came together and Manning performed in the end, and they played very well.
Brandon?
Sloppy win. The Giants got to start converting those field goals into touchdowns, because if you look at the stat sheet, Giants has field goals of 22, 25, 19. Meaning that they get the ball in the goal line situation, and Eli continuously cannot come up with a big play. And then Jacobs, he's very good. He runs so hard that he's continuously starting to fumble, looking like Tiki Barber in the old. I think they have to cut down on the stupid turnovers, convert the field goals into touchdowns, and they just keep pulling out these lucky wins. So, hey, they're 5-1 on the road, 6-1 on the road. They're looking like a good team right now.
I agree, Brendan. It always seems like Eli Manning isn't there for the first 3 quarters, and then with the last 5 minutes, he just shows up to play.
I feel like he's lackadaisical at times. Like he plays so freely, doesn't care at all. But that's not a good thing because he does trying. Like Tom Brady's so good, he doesn't really have to care very much. He can just throw the ball around to Randy Moss and players of that caliber or top-notch players. So Eli's got to have some more trust in himself and his arm, and stop being so hesitant, and he's got to start playing a little bit better.
Exactly. Now, the Jets were playing the Browns. I mean, everyone, like this, people weren't really caring about this week.
Fun game to watch.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. I enjoyed it. What do you think?
I didn't even really know or anything. I mean, no one cares, but I did see.
I kind of cared.
Well, that's you. Well, I mean, the Jets, very stupid play at the end of the game with the onside kick. Just letting, I don't know his name, run right down the line. And that, you know what? I mean, the Jets really disappointing year.
Brandon, what do you think?
I didn't even know that the Jets were still in the NFL.
Oh, good one.
But it helps the Browns now, who are, I believe, 8-5. Yes, I think.
No, I think it's 7-6.
Or 7-6.
Yeah, 7-6.
But I think they have the 6th seed right now.
Yeah,
They are
they do.
8-5, by the way. Yes, I know that.
Oh, okay, sure. They're 8-5, whatever.
Coming up with a big win. The Jets, some odd coaching, I'd have to say. Going for a field goal on a first down, trying to set up these onside kicks. It was just a little offbeat for me. But look out. I think the Jets are going to rebuild. In 2 or 3 years, they're going to be a very solid team. I think they're going to try to find a quarterback maybe this year's draft. I don't know who is available. But the Jets, they have some rebuilding to do, and
that might take a while.
It might take a while, but I don't know. We'll see what happens in the future.
Okay, one more game. San Diego versus Tennessee. The Chargers pulled out a clutch comeback, and they showed up victorious.
Well, I think that from here on out, Danny and Tomlinson is just going to, destroy opponents. He's on a hot streak. And, if they keep handing off the ball to him and he keeps creating for them, I think they're going to be good in the playoffs this year.
Brandon?
I have to agree with my friend Alex. LT's very dominant. Antonio Gates is a beast, and the acquisition of Chris Chambers is helping them. Big loss, though, Sean Merriman at the linebacker. And I think the Chargers are a team to be reckoned with now, coming down the stretch.
Well, that's it with this segment. I'm Bobby Gross. We'll see you in a little while.
8th grade, I came in 12th place out of 200 in a best sense of humor superlative. That's about 3 more votes than fellow 30-minute drill-ite Kyle Folbrect. And 2 behind Bart Simpson. Look, there's a thing called talent, I am not going to be the one to squander it. So when I'm on set, I like to try out some of my comedy sets.
If Bill Belichick wanted to know how the Jets work so badly, why didn't he just go to flight school? Do you get that? Do you get that? Is it over your head? Yeah.
Look, there are always going to be people who tell me that sports and comedy just can't mix. And those are the same people that I have to ask, then how does hockey work?
Playoffs? Who said anything about the playoffs? That's a famous quote by Jim Morris Sr., and it's pretty irrelevant to this situation because what we're talking about is the playoffs, the National Football League playoffs, specifically right now the AFC. Now we know that the New England Patriots and the Indianapolis Colts are head and shoulders ahead of everyone else in that entire conference with a 13-0 and 11-2 records. Also, Pittsburgh Steelers look like they're going to make the playoffs, pretty uncontested at 9-4. And then obviously the fourth division leader is the San Diego Chargers in the AFC West at 8-5. But now we'll move on to the wild card and we'll talk about who's going to get in, who's going to stand, and who we think is going to be able to make waves in the playoffs. Now I'll start off with the Jacksonville Jaguars. They have a 9-4 record, which is actually better than the San Diego Chargers. But Alex, tell me, do you think that they're going to be able to be a team that's going to be able to compete in the playoffs, and are they a surefire lock for the playoffs?
I think they're locked for the playoffs. I think they're definitely going to be in them, but I personally don't think they can contend with the competition that they have to face.
Eric?
I think that they'll do very well in the playoffs, and they haven't gotten the respect they deserve because the Colts are in their division. But I definitely think that they are more talented than a team like the Chargers, who probably just leads the division because of a lack of competition in that division.
Well, I think I have to disagree with Eric here and agree with Alex in the sense that the Jaguars have proven over the last few years that they're a team who's able to do exactly what it takes to make the playoffs but not go any farther. They always beat up on weak teams. You see almost every week, 36-14. Scores margins by 14 or 20 points. Big runs by Fred Taylor or Maurice Jones-Drew just pounding it in there. But when they get to competitive teams, whether it be in the playoffs or in the regular season, when they play their rivals, the Indianapolis Colts, it seems like they always fade. And they've lost twice this year to the Colts. I can't see them changing that this year. But it looks like they're going to be able to make the playoffs because of their record. And we'll move on right here. We'll talk about the second wild card spot. And that's really where the toss-up starts. Leading there right now is the Cleveland Browns, who are 8-5. But after them, obviously, are the Tennessee Titans at 7-6. Also the Buffalo Bills at 7-6. And Alex, who do you think is going to be able to make the playoffs and why?
I think that the Titans are going to come back, and I think they're going to get that second wild card spot because the Browns, I don't think that they're going to be able to pull it out for the next 3 weeks of the season.
All right. Eric, what do you think?
Well, I definitely don't think the Titans, just because I feel like a lot of their wins and the reason they're in contention right now is just because of their good 6-2 start, but they've just been on the decline since then.
I agree. Vince Young's played very poorly.
Exactly. He's been I think, the second worst passer rating for a QB in the league. And then I think that the Browns are going to take the second wild card spot because I think they just got the talent. Derek Anderson, an incredible season. Braylon Edwards has been tremendous. Kellen Winslow, one of the best tight ends in the league.
Well, I can understand where you're coming from, but I think that a lot of times during the season, the big upset story has been the Cleveland Browns. Everyone's talked about their resurgence. But when you look at a team like the Buffalo Bills, who nobody talks about since they're in such a small city, even though it is a football city, they're a team that has really steadied the ship after their slew of injuries in the beginning. Everyone knows about the Kevin Everett situation. Now they're 7-6, and they're standing at a point that even though they're down by a game to Cleveland, this upcoming week they're playing Cleveland. The winner of that game will really be in the driver's seat for the playoff situation. Both have winnable games after that. I really think that at this point, the way Cleveland's been playing over the past few weeks, Buffalo has a little bit more heart, is on a little bit more of a hot streak, and playing at home, I think they'll be able to win. Now, let's move on to the NFC. Obviously, we know that the Cowboys and the Green Bay Packers are well seated at the top there. And then after that, we have Seattle and Tampa Bay. And it looks like every division's already been won. In the wild card, we have the New York Giants, who at 9-4 are probably going to be able to stay there. But let's talk about the sixth wild card spot. My favorite Minnesota Vikings have actually made a pretty big resurgence from a 3-6 record to now be 7-6, and now are leading the number 6 spot. But there are 3 more competitive teams all down by a game: the Redskins, the Cardinals, and the Lions. Actually, for the Saints too. Now, based on upcoming schedules, how they've played this season, who's going to be the ones to emerge with the spot?
I think the Vikings definitely, because teams under them like the Redskins, they're not emotionally stable to come back and make a run at the end of the season. Vikings, I mean, they've played very well. Adrian Peterson leading the team, even though he didn't have that great of a week. But the Vikings, I think they're going to be pretty good in the playoffs this year.
Eric, who's your pick?
I got to say the Vikings, too. I mean, they've been, over the past couple weeks, the hottest team in football. Their defense has been insane. And if Adrian Peterson has an off week, like Alex said, they've got Chester Taylor, who had 101 yards and a touchdown. So I think that they're going to have that wild card spot. But if not them, the Saints have the best conference record over the Cardinals, the Redskins, and the Lions. So I think if not the Vikings, I think it's going to be the Saints.
Well, as a Vikings fan, for many years, I've seen Minnesota failure. It seems like every season they have the same blueprint. Go off struggling, get off to a little bit of a bad record, and then rebound to have a big clutch string of wins near the end of the season. A lot of times they make it to the playoffs as the 6 or the 5 seed. Sometimes they don't. However, this season, I just see the same thing happening. Obviously, Tavares Jackson has played like a competent quarterback. Adrian Peterson's been explosive. But you look at their wins, most of their wins have really been against weak opponents, guys that they've been able to team up against, and it has helped Jackson's progression as QB.
But what about the Giants?
Well, the Giants were a team that was not only bad but injured in a lot of perspectives. Minnesota's the type of team that can get a lot of takeaways, and I think that's why they beat the Giants. My pick, in short, is the Arizona Cardinals, a team that has a very easy record. If they beat the Saints this week, which I think they will because the Saints are a bruising team, even though I think they are better without Reggie Bush, especially from a fantasy perspective. However, going to the playoffs, I think Arizona's going to be the 6th seed. Now, that's about all the time we have here, the 30-minute drill talking about the playoffs. I'd like to leave you with one quote. Go big.
Hello and welcome to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm Brian Dubow, alongside me Max Gold and Scott White, and we're going to start off with a Week 15 NFL recap. Guys, the Browns played the Bills. The Browns won. It was mostly all field goals due to the inclement snow. Do you see the Bills going to the playoffs, considering they lost this week?
No chance. I don't think the Bills can even possibly get to the playoffs. If they win both their games, they're still tied with the Browns, and the Browns have the tiebreaker against them. So I don't think it's even possible for the Bills to get there.
No, definitely not. That division is just too tough. Steelers, Browns both tied for first place right now. Steelers a little bit ahead just because they beat the Browns twice already. But, I mean, if they have a chance, the only chance would be if the Browns lose out and the Steelers lose out. And next week the Browns play the Bengals. Excuse me. And if they lose to the Bengals or they lose to the 49ers in the last week, that might be the only chance if the Bills also win out. So I really think that there's not really much of a chance for the Bills anymore.
I'm going to have to agree with you guys. I personally don't see the Bills making the playoffs. But next, the Jaguars played the Steelers, and the Jags won. What was their key to victory?
Jaguars' key to victory was the running game. Fred Taylor played really well. He had almost 150 yards. And Maurice Jones-Drew came in also. He had almost 80 yards rushing. So totally, that's over around 250 yards rushing. And they just their run defense also was very good too. They held Willie Parker to under 100 yards.
Yeah, Jacksonville stepping up big. They're a hot team right now in the NFL. They're definitely going to the playoffs. I see them actually going pretty far into the playoffs, too. They're getting hot at the right time. They just beat a good team, Pittsburgh Steelers, whose defense isn't really stepping up as much as I thought it would. I mean, Jacksonville does have a high-powered offense, but the Steelers, known for their defense, usually, isn't stepping up as much as they usually do. I mean, Fred Taylor, as he said, had a great game, along with their passing game also did very well. They're just they're a hot team right now.
Personally, I think their key to victory was time control. The Jaguars, they had the ball 15 minutes longer, and coming out of the tunnel for the second half, they made him stay on the bench for about 37 minutes, their offense. So that just doesn't give them a chance to come on the field and score points. But moving on, we're going to do our MVP of the week. Who's your most valuable player?
MVP of the week is Mark Spurlock of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He scored the first ever kick return in the franchise history for the Buccaneers. They've been in the league, I think, since '76, and they've had 1,865 tries, and they haven't scored a kick return until Mark Spurlock did it. So congrats to him.
I usually don't pick a player, but this week I am going to pick a player. I'm going to pick, everyone's pick. Brett Favre I'm going to pick, by breaking Dan Marino's all-time record for passing yards. I think he beat it on a 23-yard reception, making it, I know he was down by 1 yard at one point, and, he beat the record. It was a great time for Brett Favre. It was good to see him happy and that team happy, and, he's definitely my MVP.
My MVP, you guys might not know him. He's a quarterback of the Miami Dolphins, but his name's Cleo Lemons. He had 315 yards, and he was 23 for 39. So he just had a great game. Moving on locally, the Giants. The Giants played the Redskins, and Eli Manning, he didn't have a great game, but he didn't have a bad game. It was so-so. But he hasn't really stepped up. He hasn't been consistent. Going into the playoffs, if they make the playoffs, will he step up and be a leader on the team?
I actually completely disagree with what you just said. Eli Manning played one of the worst games I've ever seen. At one point, he was 14 for, I think, 45. I can't see him doing anything. The Giants are in trouble right now. If he's their quarterback and he's playing like this in the playoffs, they're going to lose first round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Redskins aren't a bad team, but they really just got shut out completely on offense by him. I mean, Eli Manning looked horrendous in that game last night. He was just throwing just behind the receivers, overthrowing receivers. He just didn't play well at all, and yeah.
All right, guys, that's all the time we have for now in the 30-minute drill. We'll be back with more after this. Stay tuned for predictions. Scott, you know where Max is?
I know.
Dubow, alongside me, Max Gold and Scott White. And as always, we're going to start off with predictions. Locally, next week, week 16 in the NFL, the Giants will play the Buffalo Bills. Who do you think is going to take it?
I'm going to go with Buffalo in this. The Giants really played badly. And the Bills, they had an off week, but it was in the snow. You can't really blame them. They had a nice last drive, and they just couldn't pull things together. I think the Bills are going to come out on top in this game.
Scott?
I'm going to have to disagree. I'm going to say the Giants are going to. Even though Eli did have a bad game, they did get points on the board, unlike the Bills did. They got shut out for the first time in about 10 years. And, you know, if the Giants even scored 3 points like they did, they'll come on top of the Bills because the Bills' offense just had no players to do anything.
The Bills were playing in a blizzard, though, Scott.
Yeah,
I think it's different conditions.
Okay, I don't care. The Bills are going to beat the Giants. I don't care.
All right, guys. I don't know. It's going to be a toss-up because both of these teams are bad. I like the Giants because they're local, but I don't like Eli Manning. I don't think he's a good leader, and I don't think he should be a starting quarterback. But moving on, the Green Bay Packers will play the Chicago Bears. Cold snow, cold weather. Who do you think's going to win?
I can't see Green Bay losing this game. Like, I'd like to see them go down to Chicago, but I can't see it. Green Bay's been playing way too well this season. Brett Favre had a really good game. He's had an amazing season all year. Their receivers have been well. Their running game's been well. Their defense has been outstanding. So I think Green Bay is just going to dominate.
Yeah, I think so, too. I mean, if Chicago was the team they were last year, then it'd be a much different story, but they're not. They went down big time since last season. I think Green Bay right now is too dominant to beat them. I mean, they beat the Rams last week, so, you know, they're coming on top of a big win. And, you know, the Chicago Bears just really aren't who they used to be, and that defense or anything just isn't stepping up.
I think this is going to be all three of us. The Green Bay Packers will win against the Chicago Bears, as much as I hate to say it. But Favre is amazing, as you guys said. Scott said in our first segment. Brett Favre broke Dan Marino's passing yards record, which is applauds to him. So good job for him. But moving on, we're going to do our upset pick of the week. Who do you think is going to win?
Upset pick of the week, I'm going Carolina over Dallas. Dallas suffered a hard loss to Philadelphia, and Dallas didn't play that well last week. Tony Romo didn't have a good game. Carolina stepped up and beat Seattle. I think Carolina's got the momentum to go into Dallas and defeat them.
My upset pick of the week is going to be the St. Louis Rams on top of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I know not too many people have faith anymore in the Rams. I'm still a little faithful in them. I mean, the Steelers' defense hasn't been stepping up as much as it used to. And the Rams, you know, Steven Jackson had a great game, 141 yards last week versus the Green Bay Packers, which is also a good defense. I mean, I think that versus a less good defense than the Green Bay Packers, he'll be able to excel even more. I think they'll come on top.
All right, my upset is going to be the Bengals over the Browns. I think that Carson Palmer's going to have a good game and Derek Anderson's going to have a bad game. So therefore, they'll come away with the V. Next, we're going to have the Titans. They will play the New York Jets for a playoff spot. They need the Browns to lose, like I just said. But who do you think's going to win?
Titans are going to dominate this game. The way Vince Young played last week, he was remarkable. He had almost 200 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Their running game's back, their defense back. The Titans are back, baby.
Woo!
They are going to the playoffs.
Not really, because if they are going to get to the playoffs, then the Browns have to lose. The Browns have to basically lose out.
The Steelers could lose also. Never lose hope, Scott.
Yeah, they're not going to. Because it doesn't matter, because the Browns are playing the Bengals and then the 49ers. So really, if they lose one of those games, then maybe they have a chance. But if they lose both of those, they have a chance, which isn't going to happen at all.
Guys, I'm a Titans fan, as you all know. It all depends on Vince Young's back. If he plays good like he played yesterday, there's no way they'll lose. And if he plays bad, then they have a chance of losing.
But they'll cover him Madden also, so he's probably not going to lose.
No, they'll definitely win.
They will.
But that's all the time we have for now. Our own Kyle Folbrect did a segment on the Mitchell Report and what the students at Wayne Hills thought about it. But personally, I would like to wish everybody happy holidays and a Merry Christmas, and we'll be back with more after this.
My name is Kyle Folbrect, as you may know, and I am here today to tell you about a special issue that will rock the baseball world for years to come. On December the 13th, 2007, the Mitchell Report was released. The Mitchell Report contained the name of current and former Major League Baseball players, some possible Hall of Famers, many All-Stars that have used performance-enhancing drugs. I'm here outside the Wayne Hills Commons to talk to current Wayne Hills students to see what they think about the Mitchell Report. I'm outside the Wayne Hills cafeteria with a freshman, John Vitas, who's a big Met fan. John, Kirk Radomski, Mets clubhouse attendant, has been thought to be giving performance-enhancing drugs to a lot of players. What do you think of that?
Well, MLB and Bud Selig's and George Mitchell's investigation, their main witness was Kirk Radomski, and he was a big steroid dealer with amongst all the MLB players, and he gave his testimony. And a lot of the Mets were on the list because he worked in the Met system for about 20 years. And that's pretty much why all the Mets were there.
What do you think of Paul Duca being on the list?
Well, it was disappointing because I'm a big LaDuca fan, and he was pretty active in all the deals. He actually got steroids shipped to the Dodger clubhouse, and they have checks from him to Radomski, which is pretty good proof that he was on steroids.
Thank you very much, John.
Thank you, Kyle.
It's been a pleasure. I'm here with Joey Rapp, a freshman at Wayne Hills High School. Joey, what do you have to say about the Mitchell Report?
Well, what can you say? There's so many names on there. You don't know that many. All the people are juiced, you know.
About Roger Clemens and Andy Pettitte being on it.
Well, Roger Clemens is in high 40s and he throws 92 miles per hour. You got to think he's on something. And Andy Pettitte's the most shocking person on that list. Like, you never thought he'd be on steroids.
Commons with Aris Sklavunas, a sophomore. Aris, you're a big Yankee fan. What do you think about some of the Yankees being on the list?
Well, I'm kind of disappointed with Roger Clemens, but, you know, I think steroids is just cheating, and I think if you work really hard that you don't have to use them. But with Andy Pettitte, you know, I can understand him using it because he used HGH just to come over an injury in his elbow. So, like, it's not as bad as Roger Clemens' situation.
Wayne Hills High School Commons with Jeff Krieger, a senior here. Jeff, you're a big Yankee fan. What do you think about the Mitchell Report?
I think it's a great idea, especially players such as Barry Bonds. It could show that what kind of cheater he really is.
What do you think of the Yankees being on the list?
Well, I mean, it could show the reason why some of the players such as Jason Giambi do so poorly. Hopefully they can learn their lesson. I'm just glad that A-Rod is not on the list.
Okay, Jeff, thank you very much. I'm here with Spencer Francis, a sophomore. Spencer, what do you think about some of the Yankee players being on the Mitchell Report?
Which ones?
Well, particularly Andy Pettitte, Roger Clemens, Jason Giambi.
Well, Jason Giambi wasn't on steroids. He was on a substance that promotes muscle growth.
What about the pitchers?
Well, I mean, anything to get your game up. I mean, there's an old anecdote. You can take the horse out of the wild, but you can't take the wild out of the horse. Some people lose that wild after they age and develop, and sometimes you have to take illegal substances to, you know, regain that wild.
That's a very good perspective, Spencer. Thank you very much. Well, you know, the Mitchell Report is really disturbed me in a way because I grew up loving these guys, Roger Clemens, Andy Pettitte. Roger Clemens, certainly I thought was going to get into the Hall of Fame. But now, who knows? I mean, steroids are just terrible. People have to cheat like this. I mean, I liked a lot of the guys on the list. Chuck Knobloch was one of my favorite Yankees growing up. Paul Duca was a great hitter for the Mets. I liked him too. I liked Rick Ankiel, who tried to make a comeback with St. Louis this year, but he used human growth hormone. But it's really a shame that these guys had to go to such extreme measures to succeed in baseball when other players have just been trying their hardest to do the best they can the right way. And I'm really, really upset, and hopefully the right actions will be taken and that people will still try to look at the bright side of things and that hopefully steroids will be gone from baseball within the next 10 years for good. Thank you for watching this special report of the 30-minute drill. We'll be right back after this.
Scott, you know where Max is?
I know.
Ballers! A phrase made popular by Jim Jones and his crew in a rap song. Ballin' is a concept that many Americans know about now. It means being good at doing things with balls. Right? Like basketball.
Yes.
Which is what we're going to talk about today. Now, first of all, let's talk about the big storylines of the year. Over the offseason, the Celtics acquired in two big trades Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen, giving them a big three of Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and obviously the big fourth, Glenn Big Baby Davis.
Oh, he's a big
mini
baby,
Shaq.
as they would say.
Which is in some cases a stretch, but in a lot of ways, a fitting name for a guy who looks a lot like Shaq, but is miniature compared to him.
Yes.
So let's talk about the Celtics.
Yes.
Are they a legitimate franchise? Do you think they're going to be a team that's going to be able to compete with the Pistons for the Eastern Conference Championship?
I do. They don't have the winners per se and the big game experience as the Pistons do, because
Yes.
they've won the championship already. But I think with Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, if they all three of them can stay healthy, with a supporting cast of a Big Baby, a Brian Scalabrine, Rajon Rondo, and Kendrick Perkins, also with veteran James Posey and Eddie House, I think they will win the Eastern Conference, barring injuries.
Yep, obviously barring injuries. But before the season, I had come to look at the Celtics as a team like this. I love Kevin Garnett. But I look at them, besides Kevin Garnett, they're made of two scorers, guys that can only score, not necessarily create for other guys, Ray Allen and Paul Pierce. And I thought that they wouldn't necessarily be competitive because they'd be fighting over the ball. Now, something I've learned is that I'm completely incorrect in that regard.
Because Pierce has been sharing and Kevin Garnett has been controlling that offense.
Yes, exactly. And this was something that surprised me because, first of all, I thought that the Celtics were not going to be as good of a team as they were. And second of all, I've never previously been wrong in situations in my life before. But now that this has happened, it's made me have to rethink some of the rest of the NBA, starting with trade possibilities. Now, I've always been eager for trades to occur, and there have been big talks with Jason Kidd, Paul Gasol, Kobe Bryant. Which of these is going to happen? Where do you think they could go?
Maybe Paul Gasol. I feel like as long as the Lakers keep playing how they've been playing like a very good team. Andrew Bynum starting to show the real prospect that he was coming out of high school, the youngest player ever to play an NBA game. You have Kobe Bryant, the best player in the league, so I think he will stay in LA. The Nets, they got to start winning some games, or I think Jason Kidd will want out, and there are a lot of teams who will give up a lot of things to get Jason Kidd, especially in the Western Conference.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I think that the mistake the Lakers made is that they invested their future, ruining their present. So they're wasting the talents of one of the greatest players in the NBA right now and waiting for Andrew Bynum to develop. But perhaps by the time he develops, Kobe will be done. However, I've been wrong before, so I could be wrong again. Now let's do quick hit. Who's going to win the finals? NBA Finals, who's going to be from the two conferences?
Mavericks will beat the Celtics.
Wow. I think the Celtics are also going to lose, but I just can't see the Spurs losing again. I think this might be a bad year for the NBA.
A fellow repeat or thing, I can't think of the word right now, but the Spurs have never won 2 in a row. It's always been every other year.
Repeats. No, they won 2 in a row one year. I know you're right.
They've won like 03, 05, 07. So I think it's going to go to the Mavericks this year, beating the Celtics in 6 games.
All right, now let's talk a little bit about college basketball. We don't have that much time to talk about it, but let's just do some quick hit thoughts. First of all, top freshmen. Freshmen have been the big story of this year. O.J. Mayo, Derrick Rose, Michael Beasley. Which one is the best? Which one's slated for the best college and NBA career?
I think Eric Gordon is the best freshman in college. The one I think slated for the best NBA career, I'm going to have to go with a player out of Villanova University. His name is Corey Fisher, not Corey Stokes. He's a 6'6" player, but he can inside, outside, rebound. I'm feeling he's going to has a very solid NBA career.
Well, I feel that Beasley's the best right now, is going to be the best, and I think a second is Derrick Rose, obviously, at Memphis. Now, quickly, one other thing to discuss. Both of our brothers go to college right now. Yours at Indiana, mine at Georgetown, two very competitive teams. If they were to play in a neutral court, who would win?
Right now, I'm going to have to go with
Georgetown. Thank you. Anyway, that's about all the time we have. I'm joking, obviously.
Yes.
So you think Indiana because of Eric Gordon, I'm guessing?
Yes, but I do think Georgetown will beat them just because of the presence of Roy Hibbert with DeJuan Summers and Little Ewing. But now I think that Indiana's getting healthy again with Gordon and Ratliff's coming off of his academic suspension because he's not very smart. And Bassett's also getting off his suspension for doing drugs. I think that I think Indiana will put up a fight in a neutral game. I would love to see that game. I think Indiana could pull it off.
Well, thank you, and I think the audience now knows that Georgetown will obviously win. That's about all the time we have in this segment. I'd like to leave you with one quote before we go to our new special edition feature on the scene. You can teach a man to fish, and he'll be fed for one night. I messed it up. If you give a man a fish, he'll be fed for one night. If you teach a man to fish, he won't be fed at all. Thank you. Feature time. Go on.
Hello, and welcome to the 30-minute drill on the scene. The NFL season is nearing its close, and playoffs are creeping up. Now, this year in particular, it seems, there are many huge powerhouses in the NFL that have the capable to get to or even win the Super Bowl. There's the Patriots, with Brady and Moss both nearing in on record-breaking seasons. There's the Packers, with Favre playing amazing for veteran. There's the Colts, with Manning performing like the all-star he usually is. And there's the Cowboys, with Tony Romo showing signs of a rising superstar, Terrell Owens, who's still lead at 34, and Marion Barber racking up touchdowns. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the cafeteria, and I'm going to get the opinions of some of our fellow students on who's going to get to the Super Bowl and who's going to win it. Now, who's winning the Super Bowl and why?
Well, I like to say the Packers. Brett Favre is having an amazing year. Krista, you would agree with me, right?
Yes, I agree.
And I think the Patriots, they're really good, 14-0. I hate Brady, but, And what would you like to say about that, Krista?
Oh, no, I agree entirely with what he said.
Packers and Patriots.
Which one of those teams is going to win it?
I would have to say the Packers, because Favre's last year, me and Krista, we're going to watch the game, have a party. It's going to be good. It's good.
Packers.
Packers, all the way.
What two teams are making the Super Bowl?
I think the Cowboys and the Patriots, because they're two really strong teams. They're probably Cowboys are probably the most dominant team in the NFC, and the Patriots are obviously the most dominant team in the AFC.
Now, who do you think is going to win it?
I think the Cowboys actually might upset the Patriots. I don't think the Patriots could win everything.
What about you? Who's going to the Super Bowl?
The G-Men!
I feel that they are the best team in the NFC because they have a stupendous quarterback in Eli Manning and a freight train in Brandon Jacobs.
Now, what two teams do you think are making the Super Bowl?
The Colts and the Packers.
And which of those teams do you think is going to win it?
Obviously the Colts.
Why is that?
Because they have Peyton Manning and Adai and Wayne and just a great team.
Hey, Dan, what two teams are going to make the Super Bowl?
I'd have to go with the Patriots and the Cowboys.
And which of those is going to win it?
The Patriots, no doubt. Tom Brady is the best quarterback I've ever seen in my life.
What about you, Kevin? Who's making the Super Bowl?
I'm going to have to go with the Patriots and the Packers here. Tom Brady's having a great season, and so is Brett Favre. But, Brett Favre, he's got a young team, a little inexperience. I'm going to have to go with the Patriots. Plus, Tom Brady is he's very good. He's one of the best looking quarterbacks I've ever seen. So,
very valid point.
Yes, thank you.
So what two teams are going to make the Super Bowl?
The Patriots and the Cowboys.
And which of those is going to win it?
I think I'd probably say the Cowboys. They're a pretty good team all around, but basically because they're led by Tony Romo, and he's incredibly good looking.
So what two teams are going to make the Super Bowl?
Packers and the Patriots.
And which of those is going to win it?
Probably the Patriots, but I hope the Packers do. Yeah.
How do you think that?
Well, Patriots just have a phenomenal year. Obviously, they're going to go undefeated. And Packers got Brett Favre, so they're going all the way. It's my opinion.
Based on what I've heard, it seems that the Patriots and the Cowboys are the favorites to get into the Super Bowl, with the Packers, the Colts, and even the G-Men in the running. Now, I feel that Patriots and Cowboys will get in the Super Bowl, and Patriots will win 31-17. The Patriots are too good to lose. Tom Brady and Randy Moss, their defense has been sensational. Now, I just want to thank all the people that cooperated with us with the interviews, gave their opinion on camera, and I want to thank you for watching 30-Minute Drill on the Scene.
Poor, nobody's poor, long as love is sure. On the street of dreams.
Hello and welcome to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm here with a one-on-one segment with Jordan Kessel, and today we're going to be talking about the NFL playoffs. Yes, NFC, Giants versus Tampa, Redskins versus Seattle. And I'd also like to welcome you to 2008. Happy New Year, Jordan.
Thank you.
All right, well, first game, Seattle versus Redskins. Redskins didn't score a single point through 3 quarters, and then in the 4th quarter, they came alive. They took the lead, but just couldn't hold on. Jordan, what do you think of that game?
Well, it was a really interesting game to watch because Washington had a lot of problems in the first half. Seattle really didn't take advantage of how badly the Redskins actually did play. They were lucky, the Redskins, to go into the 4th quarter, only being down 13 points. They came out, scored 2 touchdowns, then drove down the field again for a 3rd time to where their kicker missed a 40-yard field goal, and that was really the turning point in the game. Seattle took over from that point when he missed the field goal and said, this is our game, we're at home. We got the veterans, Matt Hasselbeck's had a fantastic season. Sean Alexander and Maurice Morris split some carries, They even had the 3rd running back, Weaver, who's pretty good. Their defense is, a really good, they got a really good group of linebackers led by Lofa Tatupu. They're really quality football team. And I was rooting for the Redskins. I mean, on my fantasy teams, I had Chris Cooley and, Clinton Portis. So I developed a love for the Redskins, a passion for the Redskins. I really wanted them to come out and win, but what are you going to do? Seattle was the better team, playing at home. There was a reason they were at home, and a reason the Redskins only got the 8th seed in the playoffs, not a home field advantage. And it was a little depressing to watch as a Redskin hopeful.
I watched the game, and it seemed like the Redskins only had a good 2 minutes. I mean, they scored the 4th quarter. They came back for an interception, and they scored. And then the next kickoff, they recovered, which was just ironic because the ball just dropped straight down. I mean, I don't think the Redskins played great football. I don't know really how they took the lead at one point, but they tried. They did their best under the conditions. I mean, I think they had a good run. But now we're going to move on to the Giants game, home. Giants went to Tampa. Beautiful weather. Everyone knows Eli Manning plays better when it is better weather. They came out on top. Eli Manning had a big game. They broke in the playoffs, get out of the first round. How do you see that game?
Well, they love their Bucks down in Tampa Bay, down in Raymond James Stadium. I was down there recently, a couple of weeks ago, and, all throughout the airport, you got signs saying "Go Bucks" on every place you could put it. You got something saying "Go Bucks," "Let's go Bucks," beat the Giants. And, it was really more of a feel-good story than it was of them being a better team. Some people are saying this is the best season John Gruden has had as a coach, even though they did not win the Super Bowl, even though he did have the Super Bowl season a few years back. And on the Giants side, this win could have saved Tom Coughlin his job. A lot of people are saying, if he didn't get through the first round, he was
No,
gone.
I actually believe that it did save his job. They said they did offer him a contract extension.
Yes, but this win was not needed for him to save his job. I think he would have had it anyway after a very good season. But Eli, he had a good game. Completed most of his passes, had high completion rating. But the main thing was he didn't lose them the game. The reason they won is because he didn't lose it for him. It was a good job by Gilbride, the offensive coordinator for the Giants, to not put the decision in Eli Manning's hands. Tampa Bay, brought 8 in the box. Then Eli would make quick passes, because they had so many people around, they couldn't run. But he'd make quick, easy passes that could only be one-sided, couldn't be intercepted. He ended up with only 185 yards, but 2 important touchdowns. Brendan Jacobs was not effective running the ball, which was expected since Tampa Bay was, throwing so many people in the box. He did have a touchdown rushing and a touchdown receiving. And the touchdown receiving was really showing you what exactly they were all about. Tampa Bay was all about. Derek Brooks was covering Jacobs, and he came and went for the ball and just didn't get there in time. He was a split second off. Jacobs spun off him and went in the end zone for a touchdown. Amani Toomer had a big game. He caught 7 catches, which was really, really good. He had a touchdown. Garcia, they brought him in to win a playoff game, but when he's constantly getting knocked to the ground, even though the Giants didn't have that many sacks, when he's getting constantly knocked to the ground and you can't move around where he feels comfortable, they got problems.
Yeah, and I also believe a big part of them winning was they're coming off a Patriots game, a very rough team, and they did very good in that game, and it kind of carried over. But when we return to the 30-minute drill, predictions for the next round of the playoffs in the NFC. Stay tuned.
Scott, you know where Max is?
I know.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm here with Jordan Kessel again, one-on-one. And the next round of the playoffs is a big one. We have Giants going to Dallas, a NFC rivalry actually, and Green Bay hosting Seattle. First game, Seattle versus Green Bay. What do you think?
I think Green Bay is going to win because they are a phenomenal football team. Brett Favre has really, stepped up his play later as he gets older in his career. Aaron Rodgers, he's waiting for the chance, but Favre seems to be coming back every single year. He may play till he's 90. I mean, who really knows what's going to happen? But he's making better decisions with the football this year. Greg Jennings has had a breakout wide receiver year. Donald Driver has not had a 100-yard game in all of his playoff appearances. So, maybe some of the attention will shift to Jennings from Driver, and Driver will have a big game. Also, Donald Lee, look for him to have a big game because he's the tight end over there at Green Bay. And I like their defense. I do. Defenses, I would probably say wash out in between Seattle and Green Bay, but Green Bay just has the high-powered 5 wide receiver set at offense, and I don't think that the Seattle defense will be able to contain them that well. And, Ryan Grant came out of nowhere, undrafted in most fantasy leagues. And
he's performed well.
Yes, he has. He's gave them a running game, which they haven't had. And I think they're going to win because I think they're just the better team, not necessarily better coach. Mike Holmgren's going against his old team, the Packers, but talent overweighs coaching a lot of the time.
What's your score prediction for the game?
I think Green Bay's, going to win by a couple scores, maybe win by 10, something around 24-14, something like that, around there.
Good score.
Yeah.
Well,
something like that, Just around, that's just a ballpark, Just a guess, sort of there, just around that area, just in that general area. Just feels good in that general area.
24-14. All right. Well, like earlier in the 30-minute drill, we kept saying before that Brett Favre should just hang things up. It's just, he's old, but he's still performing well. He's doing great. But our next game, the Giants go to Dallas, a rivalry for years. What do you think? I think it'll be a close game, but what do you think, Jordan?
I don't know what to think. Every time I get up on the Giants, they seem to find some way to make me regret it. So I think I'm going to learn from my past experiences saying, maybe the Giants could be the team to beat the Patriots, maybe the Giants could be the team to beat the Cowboys, earlier in the season. Cowboys had a week off. Don't know if they're going to be rusty. They had some injuries.
T.O. and Tony Romo.
Right, but they're getting healthy. The extra week might have helped them. But I think that Tony Romo is definitely the key to this game. If he finds a way to not mess up another snap, honestly, it's a little field goal, extra point. Catch the ball, put it down, and the guy kicks it. You win the playoff game. It's ridiculous.
Not that hard.
But he's got to move on a little bit from that. And the secondary of the Giants is not their strong point right now. They did play well this past week, but you can't expect that again from the Giants. Expect the offensive line to, be really important for the Cowboys against Strahan, Umanura, and the linebacking core from the Giants. You don't really know what's going to happen. It's going to be a tough game for people to predict because you don't know what's going to happen. Clayton's back for the Cowboys, but you don't know how effective he's going to be. He hasn't played all season. Who really knows what's going to happen? Nobody knows. I don't know. I can guess, but I don't know. Nobody knows because nobody knows what's going through the Giants locker room, what's going through the Cowboy locker room, what the Cowboys have worked on, what the Giants have worked on, how healthy the Cowboys are, how healthy the Giants are in their offensive line. They've got problems. How their week of practice is going to go, how much film they get on the other team. All these things will come in, if the Giants can fix the running game a little bit from this past week, if they could not have to use Eli Manning ever, because all he'll do is let you down. He'll raise you up and let you down. People have developed, love for him. Most people have developed a hate for him since he's not any good. He has talent, but can't make any decisions. Even last week, he was playing the Bucs. He made some good decisions, but he overthrew wide receivers. Little plays at it when the running back's coming out of the flat, he overthrows them. Come on. And little throws, I can make those throws. I don't even play football. I know about it, but I don't even play. I could make that throw. It's a little loft to your running back out of the backfield. There's nobody within 20 yards of him. Make the throw. It's not that hard. You're a quarterback in the NFL. You should be able to make those throws and not screw up the decision. Toomer's had a good week.
Jordan.
Strahan's.
Well, we have to cut you off since we are short of time, but I also believe that it'll be good. When we return, we will see the AFC in the NFL playoffs. Stay tuned.
Esposito under center. Esposito back to pass. Good protection, steps up. And that is intercepted at the 5-yard line. That's Toby Totolo. Totolo takes it across the 20, down at the 22-yard line, and that is absolutely huge.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. We're going to be discussing Wild Card Weekend and more specifically the AFC. I'm your host, Eric Orenstein. I'm here with my co-hosts, Josh Revitch and Bobby Gross.
How you doing?
All right, now the first game was Jacksonville Jaguars against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jacksonville came on top 31-29. It was a nail-biting game. It came down to a field goal in the end. Why did the Jacksonville win?
Well, yeah, it was a good game overall, but Jacksonville won, I think, because of defense. They just shut out Ben Roethlisberger and had a great game.
You want to know why Jacksonville won? Because they're the
Yes, I
better
do.
team. They just beat Pittsburgh in every asset of the game. They beat them special teams. They beat them defense. They beat them offense. David Gerard's a great leader. Ben Roethlisberger's good also, but David Gerard showed up to play, and so did their defense, like Josh said.
All right. I got to give it to their rushing. Now, if you look at Maurice Jones-Drew and Fred Taylor's stats individually, they don't look like great backs. But I recently wrote an article for Napoleon Magazine. It's a great magazine if you want to purchase it.
I know.
Yeah, it's
called
all right.
Where Are Our Running Backs? And it's talking about why the running backs are so subpar this year. And a big point is because a lot of teams are keeping 2 backs. And the reason I mention that is because if you combine Jones-Drew and Taylor into one back that took all the carries, you have 77 yards, 2 touchdowns, 45 receiving yards, and a touchdown. Now, that's a good game. Meanwhile, 40 yards and 30 yards isn't individually. Plus, Gerard had 58 yards, so you throw that into the mix of rushing, and you have a great rushing game by Jacksonville.
Yeah, like about the running backs, they're good 2-back rushing attack.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, they did phenomenally.
All right, now, why is it that Pittsburgh lost?
Like I said, Jacksonville defense shut them down. At the end, like when it was like 30 seconds left, Ben Roethlisberger got the snap. He was like struggling, and then 2 defensemen just came, stripped the ball from him, and got the fumble, and that's how they won the game.
I agree with Josh. It was just like they just all clicked. I mean, Jack Del Rio coached a great game. He made smart moves, smart plays.
Yeah, I'm going to blame it on Pittsburgh's offensive line because that's usually an overlooked portion of the game. Roethlisberger was sacked 6 times. He was hit for the fumble. Najee Davenport had 25 yards, and Parker was injured. So if you're under that much pressure, you really can't get enough off to win the game, which is what you said about their defense, how they just shut him out. All right, now the second game was San Diego Chargers against the Tennessee Titans. Chargers won 17-6, and it wasn't as close of a game, and it wasn't as exciting, but a great game nonetheless. So now why did the Chargers come out on top?
I think it was because of their pass offense. Phillip Rivers had a pretty good game. He had almost 300 yards and a touchdown. And it was basically all receivers. LaDainian Tomlinson didn't really do anything. I think he got a touchdown.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it.
Well, I think in the first half, they didn't do anything. I mean, Tennessee shut them down. But then in the second half, the Chargers just came out blitzing all the time. I mean, he rushed Vince Young so much. Phillip Rivers in the first half, terrible. But then he just steps it up in the second half and dominates. And then their 2 comeback receivers are Vincent Jackson and Chris Chambers. They combined for 250 yards.
Exactly, because Antonio Gates hurt his foot very early in the game, and a lot of the criticism with San Diego is besides Gates, they don't really have a passing weapon. And Tennessee defense put all their focus into stopping Tomlinson. So Vincent Jackson, 114 yards and a touchdown. Chris Chambers, 121 yards. Just a great game by the wide receivers. Now, why did the Titans lose?
The Titans lose? Well, because of Phillip Rivers, he had the offense for the Chargers in the second half did really good. And they also shut out Titans in the second half too and let up no points.
I think the reason they lost was because they couldn't do anything in the red zone. I mean, Rob Baronis was their only key factor, and he missed a field goal. I mean, Vince Young, he
got the only points too?
Yeah, he got the only points. Vince Young, he didn't have a good game at all. Lindell White, not a great game. No one solid.
Yeah. They really couldn't get their offense going. Vince Young only had 138 yards, which for a quarterback is very poor. And Lindell White, in the first half, he had 58 yards. He had a high yards per average for each carry. We all thought he was going to have a good game, but he only had about 5 or 6 yards in the second half. So when you can't produce, obviously you're not going to be able to score except with field goals, which is what they did. All right, and finally, what were the key players for both teams?
I said Phillip Rivers for the Chargers, and I guess Rob Baronis for the Titans. I mean, he was the only one that had the points, and he missed a field goal, but he still put up points on the scoreboard.
Well, I'm going to say the key players for the Chargers are their wide receivers, Vincent Jackson and Chris Chambers, and their defensive line, who just did great. And then for the Titans, there's not really a key player. I'd say Baronis, maybe one defensive player. No one special.
Yeah, I had the receivers, Jackson and Chambers for the Chargers. And really the only notable performance on Titans, Cortland Finnegan, the cornerback, had an interception and a forced fumble. And maybe Ben Troop, the wide receiver, with 44 yards. But that's about all. They
didn't really show anything.
When 44 yards is your top receiving stat, you did not have a good game.
No.
And that's all for this segment of the 30-Minute Drill. But when we return, we're going to be giving you predictions for next week. Stay tuned.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it is over. Wayne Hills is the 2002 Group 3 North 1 state champion. championship, their first ever state championship, and what a fantastic end to an amazing season for Wayne Hills.
And you know what? Greg Olson has won a state title for his father, Chris Olson, and first one in Wayne Hills history.
As ingrained in American culture as women television hosts and little people. But what we're here to talk about today is the upcoming NFL playoffs, the championship round, in fact, in the AFC and NFC conferences.
Divisional.
Specifically, the divisional playoff settings. Yes. Now, first of all, let's go to the AFC, where, as everyone says, the action happens. You know, people say that the NFC is a weaker league, but let's talk about the AFC matchups right now with my guest hosts, Brandon Rosenblum and Eric Orenstein. First, let's talk about the matchup between the undefeated Patriots and the hot Jacksonville Jaguars. Guys, who do you think is going to win?
I think the Patriots are going to win. I do think Jacksonville will put up a fight. New England has had a problem stopping some running backs, so I think Maurice Jones-Drew with Fred Taylor can put up some yards, and they also have good kick return and special teams. But I think the Patriots' offense with Randy Moss will just outduel the Jacksonville defense, who's just put up a hard game against the Steelers.
I also think the Patriots are going to win. Their passing offense is too good. And Rasheed Mathis, the Jacksonville cornerback, had a great game last week. He had 2 picks, 1 for a touchdown. But even if he does substantially cover Randy Moss, which is not an easy thing to do, the Patriots have Wes Welker, Dante Stallworth. If they need him, they have too many weapons to be stopped.
Well, I think you make a good point that Rashawn Mathis is a good interceptions guy. But overall, he's been pretty weak as a cover corner, in my opinion. But I have to agree with both of you in that there is somewhat of a likelihood that the Patriots will win. Now, I think we can all agree that there's close to 100% that one of these teams is going to have to win. But I think the real winner of this game is going to be America, in the sense that football, entertainment, happiness, just the life cycle. Now let's continue to the next game, because that one obviously certainly looks like the most exciting game of the playoffs. The next game is between the Indianapolis Colts and the San Diego Chargers, the number 2 and 3 seeds in the AFC. Guys, who's going to take it?
I think the Chargers are going to win. They seem to play the Colts very tough. 2 years ago, when the Colts were undefeated, the Chargers came in there and beat them. The Peyton Manning in the past had trouble playing 3-4 defenses like Baltimore and New England who blitz a lot. So I think San Diego, who always seems to play the Colts tough, especially on the road, could win this game possibly.
I think that the Colts are going to come out on top. The Chargers, I don't think they have enough passing weapons. In last game, they did show that Chambers and Jackson could have good games, but I think the Colts have a better passing defense, especially with Bob Sanders. And Bob Sanders also works the other way against the run to stop Tomlinson. He's probably the best run-stopping safety in the league.
I don't really know who's going to win each game because I can't see the future. But the fact is, I think this will be a highly offensive game because both teams are very good. I predict that both teams will score a touchdown at least, maybe even a field goal. And this is going to be a situation where people are going to like the offense that they're able to find. Let's go to the NFC, perhaps the less important conference in some people's minds. But still, this week the Cowboys are playing their divisional rival, the New York Giants. Who's going to win?
I'm a very big Giant fan. I think it's going to be very hard for the Giants to come up and beat them. Maybe without T.O. they have a chance, but the Cowboys have too much offensive weapons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I also have to say the Giants tried twice to beat him this year. They didn't do it either time. T.O.'s going to have a good game. Cowboys are coming out on top.
Well, thank you for that perspective. Now let's go to the Green Bay game. Green Bay also is playing Seattle in a rematch of the game where Matt Hasselbeck famously predicted that he would win and then that was returned for a touchdown in the next play. But this year's a totally different year. Who do you think is going to win?
We want the ball and we're going to win. I do think that the Packers will come up on top. I think the help of Ryan Grant, who's emerging, and Brett Favre is just too experienced, especially at home.
I got to say the Seahawks, they have 4 able wide receivers in Deion Branch, Bobby Ingram, DJ Hackett, Nate Burleson, who have just been on fire. Matt Hasselbeck, I think, is one of the most underrated quarterbacks in the league. If you compare his stats to Brett Favre, they have very similar stats. Favre is barely a better quarterback.
In my opinion, the fact is the Packers are a better team, and that's just indisputable fact. So I think the Packers are going to have to win this game just to prove me right for part of that, and I think that's going to matter. Now, that's about all the time we have in predictions. But if you stay tuned on the 30-minute drill, Max Gold, Brandon Rosenblum, and myself are going to proceed to turn your brains into...
It's a great point. 2 + 2 = 4. Can't call a Dalmatian a zebra just because they're the same color.
What's up, Earth? This is your host, JB Fertig, and we're here to talk to you about the New England Patriots. Now, their record this season was 16-0, the first time in history. 16 wins is a lot more
than 0 losses. 16 more, mathematically speaking. The Patriots are 16-0. Do you agree with that?
It's statistically correct, yes.
Today, we have guests and 2 other hosts, Max Gold and Brandon Rosenblum, to talk about the New England Patriots playoff chances.
What do you think the Patriots' chances are of winning the Super Bowl? They're definitely going to lose in the first round. They have a bye in the first round, but let's say it's second round they play. You think they'll lose there? Yes, that is when they will lose.
Who is your favorite NFL team?
The Cowboys,
And why is that?
because my dad likes them.
It's a good answer. And you, Alden?
The Patriots,
Why is that?
because my stepdad likes them.
Steve, do you think that the New England Patriots are going to go 19-0?
Personally, I don't. I think they'll be eliminated by the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'm taking a bold decision here.
Now, the fact is, everyone watches Super Bowl for different reasons. Maybe it's their favorite chili con queso dip is being served at the party. They like the commercials by Monster.com. Or they like football, or whatever. Anyway, why do you come to watch the Super Bowl?
I like watching football.
I think you speak for yourself and all of America when you say that. So basically, good triumph, Steve-O?
If they make it to the Super Bowl, who do you think will give them the most competition in the NFC?
I think the Cowboys. I think the NFC East. Anyone out there, the Giants, Cowboys, or the Redskins, they can all put up a fight.
Thanks for all your help, Rob.
Without a doubt, they're going to sweep through every team they face. No one can match, their depth, and Randy Moss is the best player in the league by far.
It's kind of like World War II, the Americans in World War II, in the sense that they won, and that's what you expect the Patriots to do. So I think that's a comparison that we can make efficiently.
Well, I think it's a very good chance. The Patriots, I think, are possibly the best football team in NFL history. They have an incredible offense. The defense is pretty good. Maybe not the best in the NFL, but very good defense. I think the offense will carry them to the Super Bowl, and I think they're going to ultimately win the Super Bowl and finish the season 19-0.
Shin?
I'm going to have to disagree with Dan here and say that the Patriots are going to get upset by a team here. I mean, they might look good now in the regular season, but I think they're getting a little cocky. Some of the games are getting really close. For the first 3.5 quarters, they're struggling, and then they make a big comeback in that last half of the quarter. I think that one team's going to finally stop them in the last half of the quarter, and they're going to pull off an upset, and the Patriots will just drop from the playoffs.
Who do you think is the cutest New England Patriot?
Tom Brady.
That's a good point, physically speaking. Now, our next question is, the zone rush offense of the Patriots logistically hasn't been working against tougher, stronger, faster defenses. What play calling do you suggest that the Patriots choose to be able to be a stronger team in the playoffs?
The play that they used against the Giants because they won.
That just happened.
The team they lost to, the Patriots, went 16-0. What do you think their chances of stacking up the record books and going 19-0? Maybe no team will ever do that again.
Well, I hope it doesn't happen, but it's possible to happen because I think they can sweep through the AFC.
What is my stand on the New England Patriots? I don't think they can do it. They haven't looked that good the last couple of weeks. They've had a bunch of close games with mediocre teams.
I guess the fact is, people don't know the future. I mean, it's something that people have been trying to do for years, predict who's going to win wars or football games or wars or anything.
I don't think they can get by the Colts. They've played too closely with too many mediocre teams. I don't think the Patriots are going to do it.
The fact is, we have many people with many different opinions on the Patriots' playoffs and the rest of their season. What do I think? Because that's obviously the only thing that matters to the audience, is that I have no idea. The Patriots seem like a great team, but on any given Sunday, anything can happen. As they say, the wild wind may blow, but you can never predict who will fall because of it. This has been a great experience for all of us here at the 30-minute drill, and I do think there's one thing that we can all agree on, is that we're talking about football. I think that's something that's undeniable.
I agree also. We are talking about football.
Exactly. That's about all the time we have, and I'd like to leave you with one last quote. As Theodore Roosevelt once said, "Get that money, Holmes. Get that money."
Hello and welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm Brian Dubow, alongside me Max Gold and Scott White, and we're going to talk about an AFC recap of this week. The Chargers played the Colts. Surprisingly, they beat them 28-24. What was the Colts' key component in their demise today?
The Colts' key component in their demise. The Colts played awfully in the red zone. They couldn't get anything going. They had so many key turnovers when they were deep in the field. Marvin Harrison had a fumble. He does not fumble. Their running back had a fumble, Joseph Adai. They couldn't get anything going in the red zone. They lost valuable opportunities where they could have scored.
Can you repeat the question?
The question was, what do you think the Colts' key component to losing this game was?
Their key component to losing this game was they didn't step it up like they needed to. You know, this is I think that one of the first times that Peyton didn't go as far as Eli did, and that's a big fact. I mean, Peyton Manning, like he used it as well, but I mean, there's a lot of tough calls in that game. That last play was a heartbreaker with Dallas Clark dropping that pass. I mean, they made some good plays when they needed to, but it just wasn't enough to win.
Peyton's stats were pretty good. He had 402 passing yards, which is outstanding, but he had 2 picks. So that's going to bring you down in any game. That's 2 turnovers that you don't need. Also, I noticed, especially in the fourth quarter, Peyton wasn't getting the protection he needed in the pocket from the O-line. They just weren't stepping it up, and he had no time to decide who he was going to throw it to. But next, there's rumor that Tony Dungy, the Colts head coach, is going to retire, perhaps move to a different team. Do you think the Colts would be better or worse without him under a new coaching staff?
The Colts would be much worse off without Tony Dungy. Tony Dungy has done great with this program. He's been here for a bunch of years. He won a Super Bowl with them last year. I don't think he should leave. I think if he does leave, the Colts are not going to be as good as they were this year.
Scott?
I mean, the Colts have good players. I don't know how much of it has to do with coaching, but I mean, I don't think it's a great idea for them to get rid of Tony Dungy. He's done well in the past, and it's a risk getting a new coach. You know, it could be better, it could be worse. But I mean, having a good coach already, it's just a risky move getting a new coach. Tony Dungy, he talked about how he has to sit down with his wife and talk about what team he wants to stay with. If he wants to stay with the Colts, he can stay with the Colts. He said, the Colts owner said that if he would like to stay with them, he would gladly agree with them to stay. But if not, then he'll have to find another team to coach with.
All right, next. It's been debated that Tom Brady and this Patriots, first off, Tom Brady will start for him. They're saying he's the best quarterback ever to play in the NFL. Do you agree with that?
I don't see how he can't be. He went 26 for 28. It's almost perfect. It was the highest passing percentage in any NFL playoff game ever in the history of the NFL. He ran their fake direct snap play perfectly.
Great play.
It was a great play. He's just amazing. He led his team to victory. He could be the best quarterback of all time.
I mean, in my generation, yeah, he is the best quarterback of all time. I don't really know. I used to never watch the older guys, but in this generation, he's definitely the best by far. I mean, even a couple years ago when he won the Super Bowl against the Rams or whoever else, they didn't even have all these great players. They didn't have these big names like Terrell Owens or Randy Moss or anything like that. They had like these decent players and that he made big names. I mean, not a lot of quarterbacks can do that. He worked with what he had and he made the best of it for sure, which I think makes the best quarterback.
Tom Brady, he's definitely up there with the John Elways and Dan Marinos, but I'm not sure if I could say the best ever because everybody, like new people could come in, they could be the best ever, but it's been debated. He could go downhill from here, but it can all change. But we don't know what's going to happen. That's the key thing to remember. Okay. So Tom Brady, he could come back and do good, or he could come back and be horrible. But we're going to move on to the Chargers playing the Colts. Going into the second half, LT, LaDainian Tomlinson, was injured along with Phillip Rivers, but they put in their backups and they played fine. Do you think LT and Phillip Rivers will bounce back against the Patriots?
If they don't, they're going to lose to the Patriots by I think 75 points. If you don't have LT and Phillip Rivers against the Patriots, they're just going to get demolished. Phillip Rivers, when he was in, had a very good game, and he even said on TV that he could have played in the end of the game, but they, I guess, didn't want to risk it. And LT said he'll be fine for next week also. I think that both of them can bounce back and have good games against the Patriots, but I still don't think it'll be enough.
I just want to begin by saying that I hate Phillip Rivers. He's not a respectable guy at all. He's always talking trash to the fans. I just wanted to point that out, that he's not a very respectable guy in my point of view. And if he is hurt, then, I don't think they'll have as much of a chance as a chance that they already have against the Patriots, which seems to be none. But, I mean, Billy Volek did come in after him, and he played well. He had some good passes and everything. He ran in for a touchdown. But, I mean, I think more of a key factor than Phillip Rivers is Ladinian Tomlinson, who has been consistent all year. That defense is also a big deal to step it up, I mean. But a big thing is going to be that Ladinian Tomlinson as well.
I think that I don't like Phillip Rivers at all either. He's taunting the fans constantly. But Volek, who's his backup, did a great job. I'm not sure he can compete with the Patriots, but they'll probably lose anyway. I hate the Chargers. They beat the Titans. The Titans should have won. But that's all the time we have for now in this segment. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this. Scott, you know where Max is?
I know.
Hello and welcome back to a 30-minute drill. As always, I'm Brian Dubow, alongside me Max Gold and Scott White, and we're going to do an AFC prediction, yes, singular, because there's one game next week in the AFC. The Chargers play the perfect Patriots. We're going to start off. Do you think the Chargers have what it takes to compete with the perfect Patriots?
Absolutely not. The Chargers are in my opinion, one of the worst first half teams in the NFL. They really, if you looked at their game against the Titans, they got dominated in the first half.
Agreed.
LT had 5 yards in the first half to a Tennessee team that is very good, but is not really at the Patriots status. And then they even didn't play that well against the Colts in the first half. They made a good comeback in the second half, and they played well. I don't think if you get down to the Patriots early, I don't think there's any chance they can come back.
Scott?
I mean, of course, I think they have a chance. Any team in the playoffs has a chance. I think a very slim chance they have. I mean, if the quarterback comes back and the running back comes back, I'm sure it'll also help them out. Antonio Gates also, if he returns with his dislocated toe, that'll also be helpful to the team. But, I mean, the main thing that they have to do is stop them on defense, because they don't have problem scoring points. They really don't. But the problem that they will have is trying to stop the Patriots' offense, which is probably the most dominant offense in NFL history. Probably has the most points per game. I think it's 23.5 points per game. And, that's really what they have to do. They have to stop their offense.
The Chargers have no chance against the Patriots. It should be the Titans in their place.
Not
in
really.
which hand the Titans would dominate.
If anything, it should be the Browns in that position.
No, the Browns, they didn't even make it to the playoffs. It's the
have.
Titans.
The Colts laid
All
down.
right, we're going to move on, Scott. The Patriots are on the verge of a perfect 19-0 season. Do you see it happening?
I don't know anyone that can stop them. I don't think Green Bay, I think, is the best chance of any team stopping them. The Giants, I think, are going to lose by 45 points to Green Bay, and I think the Chargers are going to get dominated by the Patriots. I don't think Green Bay matches up that well. I think the Patriots are definitely going to go 19-0.
Scott?
To be honest, I think that it would have been an easier chance, a better chance for the Patriots to be beaten if the two upsets didn't happen yesterday. I think that, I think the Colts personally had the best chance of beating the New England Patriots.
I agree.
And when they lost to the Chargers, I really didn't think the Chargers would have any chance of beating them. I think it was kind of a lucky win that they had. Their spirits were high. I don't think they'll be able to do it against the Patriots at all. I really don't think anyone's going to really come close to the Patriots. I hope that the Green Bay Packers beat the Giants and that they could stand a shot maybe. Brett Favre's been doing good, but that's the only chance I think they have.
I definitely agree with you there, Scott. I don't like the Patriots personally, but I like them more than the Chargers, so hopefully they'll beat the Chargers, and then the Packers will beat them because I like the Packers more than the Patriots. But moving on, the Chargers are used to playing in sunny California. They're going to go on the road and play in cold New England. Do you think they can duplicate their game?
The one reason I actually like that situation for San Diego is because they are a team based on turnovers. Plus 27 is their turnover ratio this year. That's ridiculous. And in the snowy, cold New England, I think that turnovers could actually turn to their favor. Their only chance of beating New England is staying well and not throwing interceptions, not fumbling, and still getting the defensive turnovers that they're used to getting.
I mean, the turnover factor will definitely help them, but the weather won't help them really because New England is a lot more used to that. I mean, the Chargers used to playing in San Diego, sunny, warm weather, and New England Patriots are used to it. They're used to the cold. They're used to the snow. I mean, they've won a bunch of games in the snow before, and I think that the weather will definitely be a factor in this game, positive factor for the Patriots, more so than the Chargers.
Once again, I agree with Scott. The Chargers are used to playing in California where it's warm, 70s, 80s. They're going to go into New England, and LT, when he plays Phillip Rivers, their hands are going to get numb. Rivers will make bad passes, causing an interception, and LT might fumble with his hands being hard. But we talked about Tom Brady being the best quarterback ever. Now we're going to talk about the Patriots as a whole team. Do you think the Patriots team is the best team that ever graced the NFL fields?
Probably. I haven't seen that many NFL teams, but in my lifetime, definitely.
Scott?
I think they're close to. I think the 2000 Rams, when they won the Super Bowl against the Titans, were the best team ever, and they're the best team ever.
Actually, the Titans are the best team ever when they were in the Super Bowl with Steve McNair, Eddie George, Javon Kearse. Those were the teams.
2002?
Keith Paul. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this. Stay tuned for NFC recap and predictions.
Booyah! This may sound stupid, but I don't think Brandon should be on the segment of the show. I mean, it's supposed to be about information, right? And he's always using these newfangled street terms.
Yeah, Eric, you're right. That is stupid.
Yeah, Eric, Brandon is the cool part of our show. How else will we hit the younger demographic?
Bobby, only 11 people watch the show.
Yeah, but 6 of those 11 people are between the ages of 15 and 25, Josh.
6 of them are us.
And without Brandon, think about all the stuff we would never have learned. The Crip Walk, the Rockaway, Soldier Boy.
I guess you're right.
Eric, I think you should stop criticizing people and start doing things that you're good at. Like chugging water or losing at fantasy football.
Randy Moss is really rad this year. I'm really feeling his flavor.
Yeah, Randy Moss has been doing really well this year.
Word.
I don't know why you would say that.
Hello and welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm Sean DiPeri, and alongside me we have Kyle Folbrect and Max Gold. And if you haven't heard, they played a Super Bowl on Sunday, and the Giants came through, beating the undefeated, well, now having one loss Patriots. And what a game it was, right down to the wire. And guys, what do you think of this game, how it all played out? Kyle.
Talk about a team overcoming tremendous odds. I mean, I don't even think anybody thought the Giants would even get into the playoffs, let alone, getting into the Super Bowl.
I'm going to have to disagree with that. Also, last week I believe I called the Giants would win, Kyle.
Yes,
yeah, I mean, like, prior to the season, though, it was a great game. They played, pressured Tom Brady pretty well. And I thought the game would have more points scored for both sides, but, the Giants played a great game with their defense. And, Eli Manning came through in the last quarter. It was exactly what they needed for a nice win. So congratulations to them.
Max.
The Giants won this game on two things. They won it with their defensive line and with their luck. They've been playing luckily the entire year, and I don't know how they did. I hate the Giants with a passion, but they won, and I'm proud of it, and I'm happy for them. But their defensive line, I'll give them credit. They stepped up big yesterday. They made the Patriots' offensive line look like they were like a middle school team. They were just taking them down one by one. They were sacking Tom Brady left and right. So I think the Giants played a very good game, and the Patriots did not play at their normal level. It's their first game all year, I think, where they didn't have 20 points.
Well, yes, the Patriots did not play a good game, I have to say. Even though coming into the Super Bowl 18-0, now leaving 18-1. But another big story: Eli Manning in the postseason finally stepped up and gets his first win this year and takes it all the way to the Super Bowl. What do you guys think?
Well, you know what? Hard work pays off, and he's been trying really hard. I mean, he's had a good past few games, and I think he really deserves it for trying this hard. I mean, you know, at the biggest level there is, he played the best you can. And you know what? It paid off with a win, so apparently he did pretty well.
He's definitely impressed me more than the beginning of the season. Everyone thought Eli was just going to come in, he was going to choke in the playoffs, and he played pretty well. I'm not sold on him yet, though. Everyone's sold on him. Eli is our quarterback. He's our franchise quarterback. I don't believe that yet. I don't have confidence in him. I want to see him come out in the regular season and play well next season, and then I'll believe in him. But right now, too shaky.
Well, also under adversary, yes, the coaching staff of the Giants thought to be shaky in the season. Coughlin almost lost his job last year. He had to prove that he wanted to stay with the Giants, but comes and takes them right to a Super Bowl championship, gets the ring. Do you think that he'll be locked in for a good couple more years?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, the fact that he almost lost his job and he overcame tremendous odds to get his team to a Super Bowl win over the previously undefeated Patriots, that's great. And he's definitely going to keep his job for a few more years.
I think he'd be a good fit for the Giants, even though he's had trouble in the past. But if you can come out and just like he did, he was not expected to do anything this year. Everyone thought he was a shoo-in to be fired. And to come out and to win the Super Bowl with this team, who's, in my opinion, a mediocre team, and to come out and win the Super Bowl, that's great. I think he should stay there for a couple more years.
Well, I also agree. I think that entire team is a great team. You know, few things here and there, but in other words, the defense of the Giants, as Max said earlier, has stepped up big and won it. They came up with injuries in the secondary. There's always question about the secondary, always question about the defense, but they pulled through. And what do you think's next for this defense?
Wow, the defense did so great. I mean, I can't even imagine how great they would do. But, you know, they tried their best, and they pressured Tom Brady, like I said before. They had a few good interceptions, some sacks, everything you need right there for a good defense. And I was very proud of how they did.
Okay, I'm glad you were proud of them, Kyle. I don't think they did well, and they pressured. They still have holes to work on. Their defensive backs, they're good, and they had a good game, and they played well at the end, and they prevented Tom Brady from throwing a big pass, which was impressive. But they still need to work. They still need to get their defensive ends. Their front seven is incredible. Their front seven could be the best in the NFL, maybe besides the Titans. And if they keep playing like that, their defense is going to be very well. They need to just work on their secondary and step that up.
Well, as we know, the Super Bowl is now over. Giants come up big. Do you think the Giants are a team that will be able to make it back to the Super Bowl in, the next 5 years or maybe even next year?
I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. I mean, some guys are getting old, like Michael Strahan, key guy on defense. Jeremy Shockey's had a few injuries. I don't know if they can make it back to the Super Bowl. I'd like to think so. I'd hope so.
Well, they played this entire season without Jeremy Shockey and won the Super Bowl. I don't think Shockey is a big part of this at all.
Shockey was injured for the Super Bowl.
He's a main part of their offense, but he had nothing to do with their Super Bowl win.
Yeah, I know, but they could do their best. They might get in there. Who knows? I don't think so, but you never know.
You know what? I said the Giants are going to lose every week this year, and they ended up winning. And I don't know, if they keep their luck and their momentum going next year, I could see them making it to the playoffs. I can't see them winning the Super Bowl again, but I can see them making it to the playoffs next year.
Well, the big question for the Giants now is Michael Strahan. He's finally got his Super Bowl ring, which he always wanted. With the quick 20 seconds left, do you think he will be back next season, or do you think he will retire?
I think he'll be back next year. I mean, to win the Super Bowl, he's going to at least give him one more good year. He wants to win again.
I think he goes out on top and he retires.
All right. Well, that's it for this segment. When we come back, more on the Patriots and their 18-1 season. Stay tuned.
Scott, you know where Max is?
I know.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Again, I am Sean DiPeri here with Max Gold and Kyle Folbrect. And now today we're going to start this segment off with the Patriots, 18-1, 18 straight wins, but that one loss in the Super Bowl, the biggest game of any football career. Guys, why do you think the Patriots lost the one game that they just had to win?
Well, you know, it's a Super Bowl. There's a lot of pressure on them. Everyone thought they'd come out with a win. Obviously, that didn't happen. Maybe they were a little too cocky about it. That's what I'm thinking.
It wasn't the pressure. Pressure's phased them before. Pressure's been phasing them all season. Every game of the playoffs, they've had this pressure. You're the team that's going to go perfect. And they've had it in Super Bowls past, and the pressure's never phased them. It wasn't the pressure. It was their offensive coordinating and their offensive line. Their offensive line didn't do anything yesterday. Tom Brady was being rushed like no other. Tom Brady did not play very well either. Their offensive coordinator, every time they'd throw a short pass, it would work. But yet constantly he'd try and do long passes. I don't think Tom Brady completed one long pass the entire game. I think the Patriots lost because of their weak offensive line and I guess maybe not enough heart.
That's also a good point. And you have brought up Tom Brady, which brings us to our next question. Everyone says he's the unbeatable quarterback. He's the best quarterback ever to grace the field of football. But he lost. What do you think made him play so badly at his level that he did?
Well, even the best fall down eventually. But you know what? I believe he was injured a while ago, and you know, he was rushed a lot by the defense, and it was, you know, he had a lot of pressure on him. What is he going to do? I mean, the Giants played better.
Well, there was that boot that he did wear in the beginning of the 2 week before the playoffs, but he took it off. They said his ankle was all right.
The boot was a fake. His arm was a fake. It had nothing to do with injury. Tom Brady is supposed to be this amazing quarterback, and I'm starting to have doubts. Yesterday, he played like Eli. He played like the old Eli. Eli played like Tom Brady, and Tom Brady played like Eli. It wasn't good to watch. I'm not a Patriots fan. I don't like the Patriots either. But it was disappointing to see such a good quarterback come out and struggle like that. I don't know what it was. I don't know. Maybe it went to his head, or maybe it was just the pressure from the defensive line. But he just had an awful game.
Well, the defense did step up. The pressure was very good. I believe they got about 2 or 3 sacks on him, a forced fumble, which the Giants did recover. But also, I believe was big was the shutdown of Randy Moss. I don't think Randy Moss got more than 3 catches in this game, and none of them were for a very big plays or yardage. What do you think the Giants did to execute the shutdown of Randy Moss?
Well, Randy Moss is a very good player, so they probably put more than one guy on him, and that way Tom Brady wouldn't be able to catch him open, and then, you know, he'd have to go to somebody else who probably wasn't open either, and he'd be rush his throw, and look what happened. It was a success.
They did it by switching up their defenses. They switched off, they double-teamed Randy Moss in almost every play, and then they blitz randomly. And Tom Brady wouldn't be expecting it, and by the time he can get the ball off, no one was open. So they did it by a good combination of switching their defenses, but most of the time they just double-teamed Randy Moss, which is, I don't understand how the Giants didn't double-team Randy Moss when they were in that play in the red zone and they scored. That baffles me, and they could have lost the game because of it.
That is true. IFC saw the play. The cornerback did fall down. I do not know why they didn't double team either. That would have been a smart move. But while Randy Moss was being covered, Wes Welker actually wasn't, and he had a pretty good game. But why didn't they win? Even though Wes Welker, one of their big weapons, was still open and available.
Wes Welker had a great game for what I saw, but you know what? One guy can't do everything for the entire team. It's a team effort, and more than one guy has to step it up there.
You know what, Kyle? I agree with you. One guy cannot win everything for a team. It was their lack of rushing. They had 45 rushing yards in the Super Bowl. 45. From the number 1 offense in the NFL, that's not too good. So they needed to have a better rushing, and their passing. They have so many more weapons than just Wes Welker. I guess the Giants defense stepped up and they stopped him. Wes Welker did. He ran all over the Giants defense whenever he got the ball. He had that play where he wrapped around and got like 15 yards, and he'd just be open for short passes. But just because they have one open receiver doesn't mean they can win the game.
Well, the Super Bowl is, like I said, it's over, and now there's going to be preseason, all this stuff. But for next season, do you think the Patriots will go undefeated again, or to the playoffs, or almost undefeated into the playoffs? And what do you think they need to do to get there?
I think they probably will get into the playoffs. I don't know about go undefeated. I think this loss had a big impact on the team. They have a lot of good players: Tom Brady, Wes Welker, Randy Moss. I think that they'll get into the playoffs. They might lose 1 or 2 games. That's about it. They might even get back to the Super Bowl. Who knows?
They will 100% make it to the playoffs. They have probably one of the weakest divisions in the NFL with Buffalo, the Jets, and Miami. None of them could even come close to the Patriots. The Patriots aren't a bad team. They're amazing. They went 18-0. Everyone's talking about them as like, oh, it's this huge downfall. They're going to come back next season, and they're going to be a top competitor. My guess is that they'll make it to at least the AFC Conference Championship.
Well, the Patriots, I believe, did good. But quickly, do you think the Giants will make it back?
I don't know. There's a good shot at it. Why not? They played such a good season this time. They'll do it again next time.
I think the Giants will make it back simply because the NFC is that horrible. If the Giants win the AFC, there's no chance. But since the NFC is that bad, they will.
All right, well, that's all the time we have for this segment. But once again, the Super Bowl finally over. And the G-Men, the New York Giants, win it 17-14. I will see you. We will be back for next segment. Stay tuned.
All this hype about the defense, and it's been true in this game, playing very nice defense.
Oh, Wayne Hills Patriots! Ariel Danziger off the deflection of Alyssa Maselli. And just like we were talking about before, how important momentum is in this game. The Wayne Hills Patriots get the first goal in this huge county final, and the Wayne Hills Patriots are on top 1-0.
Patriots putting a lot of defenders in the box. Ryan looking for help, and that is it! That is their final. Wayne Hills Patriots have just defeated the Wayne Valley Indians in the Passaic County Final. Girls soccer, Wayne Hills 1, Wayne Valley nothing. They are your 2005 Passaic County champion.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Super Bowl 42 just ended, and the Giants pulled off a huge upset against the Patriots, 17-14. I'm your host, Eric Orenstein. I'm here with Bobby Gross and Brandon Rosenblum, and we're going to be discussing this incredible game, probably one of the best most of us have seen. Now, the first thing we're going to talk about is, does Eli Manning deserve the MVP and the Cadillac hybrid SUV and everything else that comes with it?
Well, I mean, usually the quarterback seems to win. I mean, if it was up to me, I thought maybe like one of the defensive linemen, but you can't just give it to one because it was all of them.
Exactly.
I mean, if it was a joint effort, they all would have gotten it. I think they were the key in this game.
Yeah, especially Justin Tuck.
Yeah,
6
Justin
tackles,
Tuck.
2 sacks, 4 fumbles.
It had to be Eli. His clutch performance, leading them down at the end of the game, making incredible plays, escaping David Tyree with that great catch after Eli escaped. He had a great game. He had a good passer rating, 2 touchdowns. The 1 interception, though, wasn't his fault, but it happens. But if you had to give an overall MVP, it would be to the Giants' defensive line.
Exactly.
But if it to one player, it'd have to be Eli, and they're going green, giving him the hybrid.
Yeah, and Bob, I know you're saying that it always goes to a lot of times it goes to the quarterback because it usually does go to the leader, and Eli Manning did lead them down the drive. I think that had either they ran that last touchdown in or it went to Tyree, either Manning wouldn't have gotten, or I think Tyree would have got it.
Yeah, Tyree if he got a few more passes.
Or if they ran it in and Manning only had 1 touchdown.
I disagree because even if they did score, Eli drove them down the field, which is a clutch. And Peyton Manning last year had a terrible game, and if I remember, Dominic Rhodes had over 100 yards rushing, and he didn't get the MVP. So I think it usually goes, most of the time it's going to go to a quarterback unless the other player has a ridiculous game.
His stats didn't show how great of a game he had.
That's true. All right, now, obviously this game was an incredible upset. The Patriots undefeated up until that point. The Giants, first of all, they started off the year terrible. Everyone thought that they weren't going anywhere. Was it the biggest of all time?
Of all time in football?
All-time football, not other sports.
I'm not really sure because, I mean, in my life, yes. Without a doubt, yes. but I'm not sure because, I mean, maybe the Jets in Super Bowl III, maybe that was a bigger upset. Yeah, Joe Namath.
I think it's top 3 with Joe Namath. Also, the Giants were the Patriots. Their first role in the same situation as the Giants were heavy underdogs. The Patriots were underdogs by 16. The Giants were only 12.5. But I think for like a game perspective, I think this was top 3 upset of all time.
Yeah, I can't speak for all time because I obviously wasn't around for all time. And technically, it was the third biggest after what you two named by the point spreads. But definitely in my lifetime, it will be the biggest that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
All right, now what did the Giants do in this game that no other team the entire season has been able to do against the Patriots?
Well, Tom Brady, usually against all other teams, he has so much time to get rid of the ball. Giants have probably the best defensive line in football. So they got rid of they pressured him every single play. He had to get the ball off quick. He didn't have as much time to chuck it downfield. He was put on a lot of pressure. I think that was the key reason.
I think Bobby hit it perfect. It was just the different schemes and blitzes by their defense coordinators, Steve Spagnuolo, and I think the Giants' defensive line with Tuck, Strahan, Umanura just kept getting constant pressure, and Brady was just getting flustered.
Yeah. It definitely was their line. That's the best part of the Giants' defense. And I saw a stat halfway through the game that Brady was, I don't know if it was all time or just this year, but out of the pocket, 3rd worst completion percentage. So when you roll him out of the pocket, he's not going to be able to throw for 50 touchdowns.
I also think that their line was like, they had 3 Pro Bowlers on their line. They were getting a little cocky, thinking they could take them one-on-one, but they would just get the pressure with the blitzes, and Brady was just getting flustered all game.
Yeah, that's true. All right, now besides the offensive line to blame, what did the Patriots do that did not do that they've done every other game?
I think the Giants just overpowered them. I don't think they did one thing wrong. I mean, I don't think, sure, they could have prepared more. I mean, they should have worked their offensive line more, but maybe run the ball a little more because the Giants were expecting pass every single time with the great passing game. But I think they should have run maybe a little more.
I think Bobby's right with the running game because they give the ball to Maroney on a few plays. He'd get like a 7-8 yard gain, and then they wouldn't run the ball with him for another 3 drives, and they'd kept continuously passing. Also, I think what Michael Strahan said, everyone's got a plan so you get not punched in the mouth, and the Giants were just stronger and more physical and knocked them in the mouth.
Yeah. I mean, the Patriots, obviously what they've done all season is tear up secondaries with, Moss, Welker, Brady. But the Giants secondary really showed up to play, especially Corey Webster.
Yeah.
He didn't have any interceptions, but just the intangibles, pass deflections, like completion percentage
He
against
just slipped
him.
on that one play when Randy Moss scored.
Yeah, that's true. But
no one can. You can't stop Randy Moss.
It happens.
There. Yeah.
All right, now next season, what's happening? What are the records of the 2 teams that played?
Excuse me.
What records are they going to get?
I'm thinking the Giants maybe 10-6, maybe even 11-5. That's what I think.
And what about Patriots?
Patriots, I'm probably going to go with like 14-2 because they're still unbelievable. Maybe even undefeated again in the regular season.
Possible.
I mean, I don't think their team's going to change too much. Maybe improve them with a couple draft picks.
I think 10-6, 11-5, 9-7, give or take a game for the Giants. I think the Patriots are going to want to lose a game because I don't think that the hype was killing them a little bit, maybe too much. So 14-2, 15-1.
Yeah, I'm going to say 11-5 for the Giants, 14-2 for the Patriots. And that's all the time we have for this section. But when you come back, we're going to be talking more about Super Bowl and analyze more. Stay tuned.
Black and white polka dot tunic. Great job. Alex loves basketball, cheerleading, and spending time with her friends. Alex is escorted tonight by
Cindy Esser and Andrew Axelband.
Danielle looks great in this free. It is a perfect outfit for any summer outing. Kim enjoys drawing, playing sports, especially lacrosse, and hanging out with her friends. Her escort tonight is Kevin Barracat. Kevin enjoys.
Corrado. Here's Campbell. Campbell centering Lischio. Off his stick. Lischio falls down. Beautiful pass from Campbell. Lischio not able to hang on to it. Axelband in the corner. Axelband, nice moves. Centers to Lischio. And Wade Hills puts it away. Wade Hills puts it away. Albert Campbell, his 4th goal. It's absolutely crazy at the asphalt. Wade Hills, your 2005 NBIL Ice Hockey Championship. Albert Campbell, 4 goals for the Patriots, 6 goals. Campbell, the sophomore. What else can you say but wow?
Hello, Earth. This past week, the Super Bowl was played in Arizona. And obviously, our hometown New York Giants beat the New England Patriots. Now, obviously, we went through this a little bit, talked about what happened during the game, why the Giants won, how the Giants won. But let's talk a little bit about the meaning of the Giants win. Now, Alex, you've been a devoted Giants fan for all of your life. What is the importance of this win for you?
Well, it's really great to see your team succeed. I've been following them all year. I mean, I didn't have faith in Manning. I'm one of his non-believers, but he proved me wrong. He proved everyone wrong. Came out, and he really it's just a true underdog story. He really came out and performed, and I'm very happy for the Giants.
The Giants definitely did participate in this Super Bowl, and the way they did so, which made it even better, was that they were able to upset the greatest team in the history of the NFL, which made it even more impressive. Josh, this upset, obviously, we've talked about it, we've rehashed already about how big this upset is. Do you think it has any more importance because the Patriots were undefeated, and you as a Dolphins fan, obviously, with your favorite Dolphins team, with their previous undefeated record, do you think this has any meaning towards that?
Well, as a Dolphins fan, I'm happy that the Dolphins are still the only team in the NFL to go undefeated and win a Super Bowl. It has meaning to most people, though, because all through their life they've been rooting for the same team the whole entire time, and they're like devoted to it. I mean, they just watch every single game, root for the same players all the time, and they just love the game.
Well, here's my question, and I look at this. The Patriots have already defeated the Giants this season. The Giants defeated the Patriots. What is that? Why does that make the Giants all of a sudden the better team? They're considered the NFL champions, but I totally disagree. I feel that the Patriots have been the best team in the NFL this year, and I don't acknowledge that the Super Bowl makes the Giants any better of a team. Alex, what's your argument as to why the Giants deserve to be considered better than the Patriots?
Difference is, Jake, that's a regular season game. This was the biggest stage in all of sports. Eli Manning, he just really came out, performed, and he carried them. I mean, you can't possibly say that the Patriots, maybe on paper the Patriots are a better team, but you know what? It's not all about that. It's who has more heart.
Well, they've also beaten the Giants. So my question is, so you just said that the reason that the Giants' victory right now is more important than the Patriots' victory back then was because more people watched.
Yeah, it's because it's the Super Bowl. They're the champions of the NFL. How could you say the Patriots are if they lost?
The Patriots are the champions of the NFL because they're the best team in the NFL. They did something no other team has done before, and they've proven that they're clearly.
They didn't win the Super Bowl.
That's one game.
It's the Super Bowl.
Yeah, this one game happens to be the Super Bowl. The Patriots did something that no one else has ever done in going 18-0 at one point. Better than the Dolphins, better than anyone else. What people don't realize is that a team can lose at any time. Obviously, people keep reiterating the phrase any given Sunday, but for some reason, they don't apply it to the Patriots. The Patriots proved that they were able to be competitive teams, great teams, and even the team that ended up beating them, the Giants. For me, the only team they've even lost to, they had a 1-1 record against. Why isn't this team considered the best team in the NFL and the best team of all time?
I think the Patriots are the best team in the NFL. They won every single game in the regular season, and then in the last game of the football, they lost. I mean, the Giants stepped up. They lost in the regular season, but they stepped up during the Super Bowl and played phenomenal, I think. And they did amazing and beat the best team.
Jake, I'll tell you exactly why the Patriots are not the best team of all time. All the other great teams won the Super Bowl. The Patriots on the big stage choked, and the Giants beat them. That's why
I wouldn't say they choked. They lost.
No.
And just because it's a bigger stage doesn't mean that they're not better in general. There are plenty of teams.
Better
I would say
on paper, but you can say that about anything. Like it doesn't all just because one team might have skills that are better than the other doesn't mean that the other team can beat them.
But not only that, they've beaten that other team. Why is it valid that because more people are watching that makes the game more important?
Because it's the Super Bowl. It's the playoffs. There's a difference between regular season and Super
And what's
Bowl.
the difference?
That the Super Bowl is the championship.
Why is the championship any different? I think, and I think Josh agrees with me.
Because it's the championship. What?
But what is a championship? The Patriots have proven they've annihilated teams. They've beaten the Giants. The Giants beat them by the same score that they beat them. The Patriots have been better.
If it's just one more game, why couldn't they win that then if they were really the best team?
Why couldn't any team win one more game? I think if the Miami Dolphins had to play one more game against the New England Patriots of this year, there's a good chance they would have lost that. What I'm saying is that there's no such thing as the perfection in the NFL. The 16 or 17 game sample that the Miami Dolphins are held to or the New England Patriots are held to is not a fair judgment of how good they are in general, just like the Super Bowl. It's one game at a time. It's like people saying that because a player does really well statistically for one season, that means he's a great player. It's not true because there are only 16 games. Because there are only 16 games, it's not enough to be able to say this team's better than the other. But the Patriots have been significantly better, statistically significantly better than every other team.
16 games wasn't enough to prove that.
To prove that the Giants are able to beat an upset team. When you're saying the Patriots are undefeated, they went undefeated over 16 games. That doesn't mean that they're this Goliath that wins every time. But they have won every time, which makes them better. Doesn't put them at a double standard where they're expected to win every time. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Anyway, that's about all the time we have discussing, arguing over the meaning of the Patriots and the Giants in the Super Bowl and who's better. But now is about that time for me to bring around yours, mine, and our favorite quote. And to end this segment on the 30-minute drill. The early bird may get the worm, but the early worm gets eaten by the early bird. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm Brian Dubow, alongside me Max Gold and Scott Way, and we're going to do a Pro Bowl wrap-up for the NFL. NFC won 42-30. Why did they win? What was their key component to victory?
Their key component to victory was rushing. The AFC really couldn't get anything rushing during the game. And let's face it, the game wasn't that serious. Like, no one was taking it that seriously. The players were going harder than they have in past years, but the NFC won because they tried very hard at the end of the game and they got a rushing game going.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, the Pro Bowl is always looked at as more of a fun thing that takes place in Hawaii, a great place, almost a vacation spot for the players. And they look at it as just a fun game with a lot of the All-Stars. And what happened was the NFC, in place of the AFC, took it a lot more seriously. Mm-hmm. And in the fourth quarter, especially when they were losing, I mean, these men are competitive for a living. They have the competitive drive in them, and they have a hard time losing. And I think that's what the NFC did to their team.
I definitely agree with you guys. I mean, some of the kickoffs, the players were walking. They don't really take this seriously at all, but some do. Adrian Peterson, as Max mentioned, had a great game, 129 yards, 2 touchdowns.
Great game.
Considering he had a great rushing game, do you see him making the Hall of Fame in the future?
I think it's a little bit early in his career to project Hall of Fame. If he continues these stats, like, he is spectacular to win. Like, he won Rookie of the Year, and he was the best running back in the NFL this year, in my opinion, like, far and away. So I think if he can continue his stats for future years, then he can make it to the Hall of Fame. But there's also a chance next year he can come out in the first game and get injured and ruin his whole career.
Scott?
Yeah, definitely agree with the injury part. I mean, he was in college, especially, he was a really injury-prone guy. But the thing is that it's so early in his career that as a rookie, obviously he's not going to be looked at like the great running backs like Danny Thompson and other great running backs.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to be always looked at and always worried about in every single game. Like this season, he's a rookie. No one's going to go one-on-one with him in every single play. When next season, they know what he's capable of. He's going to be looked at a lot more strictly, and they're going to practice against stopping Adrian Peterson.
Randy Moss and Tom Brady, obviously, they play for the Patriots, who lost in the Super Bowl. And they didn't show up to the Super Bowl, or the Pro Bowl, even though they were invited. They just decided not to come at the end. What are your thoughts on that?
They both had injuries, and you know what? They're sore losers for losing the Super Bowl, but I can't blame them. People do this every year. It's not like, oh, this is the first time someone's not gone to the Pro Bowl. Someone did it like last year, and they just went golfing. It might have been Tom Brady actually, who just went golfing. Say he was injured, and then he went golfing that day. Some players don't take the Pro Bowl as seriously as other players. It was stupid. If you're invited, it's an honor, and you should go and play it. So I think they should have went, but I don't blame them that much for not going.
I do. I think they're just girls. And they're sore losers that they didn't go to the Pro Bowl. I mean, it's an honor to get invited, and it's just a fun thing that the NFL does for their players. And because they were sore losers and lost the Super Bowl, they have to, ruin it for them. I mean, a bunch of the other Patriot players went. Like I think 3 of the starting linemen for the AFC were there, but they couldn't go.
All right, moving on. Do you think the AFC, it's last 6 years, the AFC and NFC have alternated with who won? Obviously this year the NFC won, but the AFC played a decent game. They were disciplined. Do you think the AFC should have won over the NFC?
Yes, I think the AFC should win every single year against the NFC, because the AFC, if you look at them, they're stat-wise and player-wise are so dominant over the NFC. And everyone
this year, though.
It's not only this year. Like if you look at history and generally, like for the past couple of years, the AFC's been so much more dominant. And I think if you look at their stats and the players, the AFC should have not only won this game, but they should have won the past 5 years. But the players don't take it. It's true that they didn't, but they should have. Yeah. And that was his question: was they should have, not if they did.
Yeah,
so.
Whatever.
All right, Scott, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that the NFC won because they're a better division. Look at the teams they have. They have, the St. Louis Rams, which alone is a lot that they need. Torrey Holt was there. He's sick.
I think he tipped the ball for an interception.
Yeah, he did. But that was just a bad pass.
Yeah.
But
that was a bad pass.
Yeah, but they have the best teams. The NFC West is just a really dominant team. The Seahawks, 49ers, Rams, and the Cardinals. You just can't stop.
It figures that Torrey Holt, as you mentioned, would give the interception. When I saw it, I said he must be on the Rams, considering the Rams are one of the worst teams in the NFL. Second-round draft pick, I think. They're right next to the Dolphins and the Jets.
Yeah, they're going to be sick.
Yeah, all right. So they're the worst team in the NFL by some standards.
No, they're not.
But I think that the NFC should have lost. They had 3 turnovers and 8 penalties. 2, I believe, were interceptions, maybe 3. But the 2 interceptions were both tips. One by Torrey Holt, as we mentioned.
Right, and the fumble on the kickoff also.
Definitely. So that's all the time we have for now. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after. Stay tuned.
DeSico gets it done. And finally, a play to remember. It looks like a TD sweep, but Danny will let it fly. DeSico hadn't thrown a TD pass since the 8th grade, and this one goes to Fulham. It's a game ender. Wow.
Scott, you know where Max is?
I don't know.
Monahan turns around, takes a quick peek at the clock, hands it up the middle to Lynn, who gets outside. Chaz Lynn, it's a foot race. He's at the 40, to the 30. Lynn still on the feet, and he's in. Touchdown, Lynn Hills.
Look at the clock, Lou. It reads triple zeros as Chaz Lynn plays his own version of beat the clock. He had to go one place, and that was into the end zone, because if he was tackled, the half was over. Chaz Lynn beats the clock.
Hello and welcome back to a 30-minute drill. I'm Brian Dubow, alongside me Max Gold and Scott White. In this segment, we're going to talk about awards for the end of the year. MVP will start off with Tom Brady won with 49 out of 50 votes. That's extraordinary. And Brett Favre was the only competitor. He got the other vote. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think he should have won? And if not, who do you think should take his place?
I don't know. Like, Tom Brady had a spectacular season. It'd be hard not to give him the MVP. The only other person I could see getting it would be Brett Favre. The most valuable player is given to the person who's needed most for their team. And the Packers really are nothing without Brett Favre. He is the most valuable player to their team. And he does, like, without Brett Favre, the Packers couldn't have even made it to the conference championship, and probably not even the playoffs this year. So my other choice would be Brett Favre.
Scott?
I mean, yeah, he's right. It's hard not to give it to Tom Brady. I mean, he got the NFL record to Randy Moss, who could be another one, but most of the time it's the quarterback, because the quarterback's always the leader of the team. I mean, Brett Favre, for most of the year, yeah, he was the leader of his team, and he carried them and was the most valuable player. But in the NFC Championship, when he lost, that made it seem like it was almost put the blame on him, so it's hard to give him the MVP after that. But, you know, Eli Manning, he's a possibility.
I don't agree with that at all. Eli Manning doesn't deserve the MVP. The Giants don't rely on him completely. He chokes sometimes. You can't always rely on him.
He didn't choke once.
It's not that they don't rely on him. It's just that he's not very good. He's not that good of a quarterback. He is not very good, if I haven't said that. So that's why he doesn't deserve MVP.
All right, we'll move on to the next award, Offensive Rookie of the Year. Adrian Peterson won that award. Do you agree with that?
I'm gonna have to go with a yes. There weren't that many other offensive rookies this year who stepped up, and Adrian Peterson, far and away, not only the best rookie running back, was the best running back in the league. So he definitely deserved that.
I don't think he deserved it, although he played well. You can't always look at the skill position guys, I think, for MVP. You got to look at the linemen, the tough guys up front. And Joe Thomas, the left tackle for the Browns, set that up big. He did the Pro Bowl as a rookie. He took the Browns season from a 4-12 record to a 10-6 record, basically alone, with Derek Anderson also. But you know, he took their team and turned it around, I thought. And the offensive line is really what makes the fundamentals of a team put together.
What you said is true.
Thank you.
Running back does need a line to run behind, but I don't think that a lineman should win Offensive Rookie of the Year. I think
second pick of the entire draft.
Right.
So
we're not talking about the draft, are we?
No, I'm gonna have to agree with Scott on this one, Brian. I think you're a little bit out of line.
You just said Adrian Peterson was.
Oh no,
rookie.
he deserved it. But you said an offensive lineman can't win. An offensive lineman took his team
Thank
to
you,
the
Max.
top. I completely agree with Scott. I think you're completely wrong, Brian.
Thank you.
All right,
Next
thanks.
question.
All right, we'll
Let's
move
go.
on to the next question, as Scott requests. This is one of my favorite awards, Kicker of the Year. What do you think?
Rob Baronis far and away. The Titans.
Take mine, why don't you? Continue.
The Titans were the best team in the NFL, and they got gypped in
Yes,
the playoffs.
yes.
And Rob Baronis led them there. He was the #1 kicker in the league. He's a young kicker, and to come out, he made like a 60-yard kick to bring the Titans
I believe
into
it was
the playoffs.
63.
63. I don't believe it was, because that'd be
Cool.
a record. So I don't think it was 63. But
I think
he
the
made a
record's
very
64.
long.
63 and a half's the record.
All right,
Jason
so we're
Elon.
both wrong.
Okay. But he made a very long kick to send the Titans in the playoffs. He was very clutch, and Rob Baronis wins.
Although Rob Baronis is a good kicker, I think in one of his
The best
games he
kicker.
made 8 field goals or something like that, was
Yes.
it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Broke the record.
although I don't
Awesome.
think he's the best kicker. Although he made a lot in a game, I don't care. Jeff Wilkins, the kicker for the St. Louis Rams,
The worst team in the NFL.
is a very good kicker, and he's not respected enough because of the team that he's on. Okay, it's not a good team, but it doesn't mean that a good kicker can't be on a bad team, which that's what
That's
he's
very
placed on.
true.
Thank you.
All right, I think it's Rob Baronis as well from Max. He went 3 for 3 in
I'll
the
take
Pro
my
Bowl.
answer.
Speaking of Pro Bowl, he kicked for a long of 48 yards, I believe. We're going to
long.
move on. Running back of the year, what are your thoughts?
Adrian Peterson, again, I think has to win this award. He's been the highlight of our entire show, and I think he completely deserves this. And he had great stats for a rookie, and there's no other right. Like LaDainian Tomlinson had a good year, but he didn't step up that much for a team that like needed him. I think Adrian Peterson gets it.
Scott.
I'm gonna say Ryan Grant from the Packers. I mean, he came in as like, I never even heard him before this season. He came in off of an injury, someone that was injured before him, and he came in and did a great job. I mean, he ran a lot. He was a hard runner. He just made these great plays. I was really impressed by him.
I'm going to have to go with LaDainian Tomlinson. He's the obvious pick. He had over 1,400 yards, I believe 1,474. He's the best running back in the NFL, hands down. The Chargers may have not got that far. Titans should have beaten him in the playoffs. But that's all the time we have for now. Scott and I had a chance to get the student body at Wayne Hill's reaction to Lay Super Bowl. Stay tuned after a short break for that.
Emotionally, look at Greg. Wow, he's just ecstatic. He can't believe it. It's unbelievable.
So with 10 seconds left to go, Monahan's gonna have to make it one more time. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it is over. Wayne Hills is the 2002 Group 3 North 1 State Championship, their first ever state championship, and what a fantastic end to an amazing season for Wayne Hills.
And you know what? Craig Olson has won a state title for his father, Chris Olson, and first one in Wayne Hills history.
Monahan turns around, takes a quick peek at the clock, hands it up the middle to Lynn, who gets outside. Chaz Lynn, it's a foot race. He's at the 40, to the 30. Lynn still on the feet, and he's in. Touchdown, Wayne Hills.
Look at the clock, Lou. It reads 000 as Chaz Lynn plays his own version of Beat the Clock. He had to go one place, and that was into the end zone, because if he was tackled, the half was over. Chaz Lynn beats the clock.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Now I know you don't want to hear the same analysis over and over again, so what we at the drill today are going to be doing are the more interesting awards of the year that you probably wouldn't hear on SportsCenter, PTI, or anything like that with the less accomplished ESPN. All right, now who do you give the kicker of the year to?
I'm gonna have to go with Orenstein. I mean, the guy he got his act together for the biggest game of his life in the Super Bowl, and that field goal actually was critical. Without that, it would have been a tie game in the fourth quarter, so I'm going to go with Orenstein.
I'll have to go with Nick Folk, who is the Dallas Cowboys kicker. He did an amazing job all year round, and he had really good games. So
yeah,
that's why I gave him the kicker.
He definitely did have a good year. Now, since I said kicker of the year and not kicker of the Super Bowl, I'm going to have to say Rob Baronis. I mean, he set the record with 8 field goals in one game. The Titans really don't have much of an offense. I don't care what you say about Vince Young. He's not a good quarterback. There were too many games that year when Rob Baronis was the only one that scored. He scored 4 field goals, 5 field goals. So he was just consistent and important to their team all year.
Yes.
All right, now we've got the single play of the year.
Well, that's obviously David Tyree's catch. Without that, I mean, it's obvious the Giants wouldn't have pulled off the greatest game of all time. And, I mean, this guy, it's really a great story what happened to him. Just losing his mother, comes up with one of the biggest catches in Super Bowl history. It's just great to see things happen like this.
I'll have to go with another Super Bowl play, is when the winning touchdown, Plexico Burress just ran, juked out the defender, wide open in the end zone, and they went over that play over and over again in practices, and they got it perfect.
That was a great play. I got to say, Week 15, when the Dolphins played the Ravens, it went to overtime. Cleo Lemon threw a 64-yard bomb to Greg Camarillo. Probably haven't heard of either of those players. But it got the Dolphins their only win, and it kept them from going 0-16. So, well done. All right, now what was the single most exciting game of the year?
Obviously, it was the Super Bowl because, first of all, the Giants won. end because it was just really an unbelievable game. You didn't know what was going to happen, and the ending was just phenomenal. You couldn't ask for a better Super Bowl or a better game.
I'll have to go with the Dolphins versus the Ravens game. I mean, the Dolphins went in as an underdog, not winning one game the whole entire season, and then against the Ravens, they stepped it up and they won. And they didn't go defeated the whole entire season.
That was a good game. I gotta say, when the Patriots played the Ravens, they were a huge underdog. They had just lost, I think, 8 in a row at that point. And of course, the Patriots were undefeated. And I mean, it just got so close. The Ravens, it seemed like they put it away so many times, and then the Patriots got it back and got another shot. And then, I mean, till the end, a bomb to the 2-yard line. It stayed exciting till the end of the game. Now, all right, next we've got the tight end of the year, and neither of us, including Alex, can say anyone from the Giants, so you're welcome. Tight end of the year.
I'm gonna have to go with Kevin Boss. Really, he just had a great Super Bowl. Came up big, filling in for the unbelievable Jeremy Shockey. He really just was phenomenal this year, and I'm gonna have to say it was definitely him.
I will do what Eric said and go with a Browns tight end, Colin Winslow. He was a phenomenal tight end. I mean, he had amazing games, amazing catches. He was a good player.
He really did have an incredible year, especially competing with Braylon Edwards. You got to think, if not for Braylon Edwards and if they still had Derek Anderson, what kind of year he would have had.
Great year.
Yeah. I got to say Jason Witten, he really gave the Cowboys depth besides Terrell Owens. 96 catches, third most of all time. And, I mean, there were games towards the end of the year where they put triple coverage, double coverage on Terrell Owens, and that's when Witten got 15 catches in one game, got 140 yards. So I think he really improved their offense. Now, who would you say is the best defensive back of the year?
Aaron Ross.
Hands down, Corey Webster. He really just came up big, and I think that without him, the Giants wouldn't have be where they are right now.
I'll have to go with another Giants defensive back, Aaron Ross. He was a rookie, and he had very good games, and he showed the whole entire fans and the team that he was a good defensive player.
Okay. All right. Don't know what to say. I got to say Marcus Trufant, 7 picks in the regular season, and he really shined in the playoffs. He had the interception, the touchdown, and he led them to a win over the Redskins. Now, that's all the time we have for this segment, but when you come back, there's a lot of basketball talk, big trades. Stay tuned.
If it were up to me, NBA wouldn't stand for National Basketball Association. It would stand for Really Good League, where they play basketball really well, and it's fun to watch. Now, I know what you're saying. The letters and the numbers don't mix up, but I'm not into math or English. I'm into sports. Specifically the NBA, after the big saguaro, Shaquille O'Neal, has been traded to Phoenix, and he's just the second in what appears could be a list of a long line of players who are getting traded to the Western Conference. Now, let's start at the beginning with my co-panel, Brandon Rosenblum and Bobby Gross. With the first trade, the Los Angeles Lakers made a huge move during the season to trade 2 first-round picks in the future, Javaris Crittenton, Kwame Brown, and the rights to his brother, Marc Gasol, for Pau Gasol, forward and center. Guys, what do you make of this trade?
I think it's a good trade. I think the media is blowing it up like that the Lakers are going to be really a good team. I still think they're the 5th best team in the West. Gasol's going to help them, but I think there's a legitimate 4 or 5 teams better than them. But it's a good trade overall for the Lakers. And Kwame Brown is terrible, as Stephen A. Smith. You're talking about Kwame.
Bob?
Well, I thought this trade, it was pretty good. I mean, Pau Gasol, he couldn't hurt the team. He can only help them. They didn't go up any major players. I mean, maybe a good draft pick or something, but nothing huge. I thought it was a big trade for them, though.
I agree with you guys. I think that was a big trade, and it can elevate them to contender status. Now, as a fan of the NBA, not really any one specific team, what I'm really worried about is all these teams making trades and the power shifting to the Western Conference. The thing that I'm truly worried about is that come playoff time, all these trades and these better teams won't really necessarily have an effect because the San Antonio Spurs may have perfected the formula for championships. But I hope not, and I think my hope may have been answered for one reason. The Shaquille O'Neal has been traded to the Phoenix Suns. Now, this isn't just some big, charismatic old, as Bobby would say, chunk of love, who's going to the Western Conference. But I think that Shaquille O'Neal's championship experience is something that can be able to lift an already talented team in his trade for Sean Marion. Guys, first of all, who won out in this trade?
Can you dig it?
Yes.
Yes, I can. Shaq can too. Phoenix, Sean Marion wasn't having a good time there in Phoenix, and Marcus Banks, I guess, if they need a 3 when they're up by 45, they'll put him in, but whatever. But I think Shaquille, like Jake hit it, his experience, I think the media has been crushing him, saying that he's out of shape and he's lazy. I think he's going to come back strong. He'll be a big saguaro, a big cactus, like one of these things. Yeah, like one of those. And he will dominate. I think the Phoenix Suns are the best team in the Western Conference right now.
Bob?
I think the Suns paid out big. I mean, getting the big nasty, Shaquille O'Neal. I mean,
hunk of love.
Marion's good. I mean, he's a talented player, but the Heat didn't need Shaq. That's the thing. The Suns could use him because Amari Stoudemire now moves down to power forward, and now he's more dominant.
Yeah.
And now they have Shaq to dominate in the paint. They can pass it out to Nash. They can do a lot of things now. I think they could be a dominating force in the West.
I think you really said it yourself, Bob. The amount of nasty that the big nasty Shaquille O'Neal brings puts the Suns on such a different level than they were previously. But I think this trade really could have been considered a win-win situation for both teams. The Heat really needed another piece to build around with Dwayne Wade. Obviously, Shaquille O'Neal has a year or two, and he's gone. And some people are saying Shaquille O'Neal has 1 year, so does Marion. He's going to leave as a free agent. However, if you look at the cap numbers, the Heat are really the most likely team to re-sign Sean Marion. So when you think about it, the Suns have a piece where they weren't able to necessarily get to the championship with Marion, and now they may with Shaq. And the Heat now have Wade, Marion, and a possible high draft pick, O.J. Mayo or Beasley, in the future. Michael Beasley. Now, we're going to just delve into a little bit, not real basketball, but what most people might say, the most entertaining weekend in sports, the All-Star Weekend. There are a few competitions. Celebrity game, freshman versus sophomore, slam dunk, skills challenge, three-pointer. I'm going to ask each of you, which do you think is going to be the most exciting thing? Any of those events or the All-Star game? Explain why.
I think it's either between the skills challenge and the three-pointer. I looked up online this past week, and I saw that they're the most dominated with talent, and Kobe Bryant making a rare appearance. So I like to see who I think is going to win the three-point contest, and Chris Paul will win the skills challenge.
Sounds good. Bob?
I have 3 choices. I think the slam dunk contest, because Rudy Gay is doing that special dunk, and also the celebrity challenge, because I always like celebrities.
Paris Hilton plays a mean game of basketball.
I agree with you. One to look out for, the celebrity challenge. Taylor Hicks is playing. But now it's time to end this program with one quote. It has been said that to err is human, but it is also human to eat cheese doodles and stain the couch, Mom.
Howdy. Welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm Jordan. I'm here again. now. I'm with Kyle, like always. And we're going to go through the NL East part of the Major League Baseball Association group. And we'll start with the Phillies. So, Kyle, what do you think about the Phillies?
You know, last year they really surprised me by surpassing the Mets on the last day of the season. This year, I don't know if the Phillies are going to win because, as you know, the Mets got Johan Santana. But I think the Phillies are definitely have a shot at winning or coming in second or as a wild card winner. They got Brad Lidge that definitely upgrades the bullpen. They got Cole Hamels, excellent young pitcher. You got Howard and Utley. Very good combination right there. You know what? They're going to be a really good team this year.
They are. They're going to be a very good team. And I agree with you that they're going to be very good because they're going to be a very good team. I don't agree with the Brad Lidge. He's terrible. He's not very good. He stings. He's just bad. He used to be good. He's not anymore. All right, now to the, that's the drill, our new drill, bzz, power drill. Now we're going to move to the Mets. Kyle, what do you think about the Mets, the METS Mets?
The Mets. Well, as everyone knows, they got Johan Santana. $138 million, 6 years. He's going to be with them for a while. I think he's going to do really well on that team. They got a really good offense, good run support. But other than Johan, it's pretty much the same team from last year. They got a few new players in the outfield. They got a new catcher. You know, the team chemistry is a little different. But you know what? I think the Mets are going to do really well.
Kyle, who do you think is going to be playing right field for the Mets of the New York variety?
I think it's going to be Ryan Church. I mean, they got him from the Nationals for, was it Millage, I believe? Yes. He's going to be pretty good. And the other option they got is Andy Chavez, another really good player.
Well, let's see if Church can hit the lefties because they really need a righty bat in that lineup. And that's where they need it from. So, again, the drill, the power drill. And we'll move to the Braves.
My favorite NL team, the Braves. I'm really happy they got Tom Glavine back. I'm ecstatic about it. He's a great pitcher. He's back with John Smoltz. That's going to be great. I really like it. They did lose Andrew Jones. They lost a lot of power, but Andrew Jones had an off year. So I'm thinking that the loss is going to be
But you still got to love Andrew Jones.
Yeah.
I mean, he spells his first name with a U, Andrew. That's great. I love it. Can't get enough of it.
They lose great defense in him. But they still got Jeff Francoeur, Brian McCann, Mark Teixeira, and they got a pretty decent bullpen, too. I don't know if they're going to win the division. I mean, they haven't won it the last 2 years. I don't know if they're going to win it this year, but they're going to do pretty good.
That's good stuff. And, you know, I really like Teixeira's name, too. They got him in a trade for Salta Lamacchia. So, you know, the Braves are bringing in all these guys with weird names that can hit, too. So you never know what's going to go on there with the Braves. So now we're going to move on to the Nationals. And, Kyle, what do you think of the Nationals?
The Nationals, they really surprised me last year. Dimitri Young had a great year. I believe he won the NL batting title with like a 340 average or something like that. But this year they got John Patterson, their ace pitcher, back. He's always been injured. I don't know how he's going to do. He might get injured again. But they got Sean Hill, who's a really good pitcher, a young guy. They got another pretty good young pitchers. They got a really good bullpen. Chad Cordero is the closer. He's really good. And I think the Nationals might be a contender in the NL East this year. I really do.
Do you? That's bold, Kyle. That is really bold. It's really quite interesting that you would think that. I mean, they haven't been competitive in the division at all. The only games they're winning are games knocking people out of the playoffs, like the New York Metropolitans. And that came down to the last game of the season, and they lost that game. The Mets lost it to the Nationals. It's quite a crazy thing. And now we'll move out west with the Dodgers' new acquisition of manager Joe Torre, the ex-Yankee manager that we all love. He's a phenomenal guy, nice guy, relaxed. You know, everything you could say about him will only be good. And Kyle here being a Yankee fan and all, go.
All right, Joe Torre, great manager. He's going to do good job for that team. They got a really good chemistry in the team. They got good pitching staff. They got a lot of good players, a good bullpen. And Joe Torre is going to bring like a veteran leadership to that team. I mean, Grady Little was okay, but Joe Torre is definitely improvement over him. And I think the Dodgers are really good.
Whoa, Grady Little.
It's kind of hard to say, but you're being a Red Sox
fan. He's a great manager. I mean, he's no Tito Francona.
Oh, yeah.
But, I mean, he did a great job for the Red Sox. I mean, one bad decision, but it was the right decision. So now we're going to leave you, and we thank you for joining us during this part of the 30-minute drill. we will be back, me and Kyle, to talk some more about the Major League Baseball Association group.
Scott, you know where Max is?
I know. Hello, welcome back. We're here at the 30-minute drill, and we're going to break down a couple teams in the National League, same as we were doing before, except we're going to expand a little bit. We're going to start with the Cubs, see what they've done. They've got Lou Piniella, Alfonso Soriano, Aramis Ramirez. They're a quality baseball team. They got Rich Hill. They got a whole bunch of big names. Question is, can they put it together with the acquisition of Fukudome from Japan? Guys, that's a great name. I'm going to say it again, Fukudome from Japan. I love it. Can't get enough of it. So, Kyle, what do you think of the Cubs this year?
Cubs, they're going to win NL Central again. Great team. No one else has a really good shot at it. Fukudome, he won a few batting titles in Japan. I don't know if his success is going to continue here, but he's going to be pretty good, I think. Rich Hill really turned it around last year, really surprised me. He did great. They also got Ryan Dempster's going to come over probably from the closer role and be a starter. That, I don't know how he'll do. He's been a starter before. He probably should do well. Zambrano, great pitcher. He's going to do well again, as usual. No surprise there. They got Ramos, great. Everyone's good. Love the team.
All right. Well, now we'll move to the Mets. We talked a little bit about them before, but let's get into a little more detail with what they have to do to win. Because, you know, there's some things you can do, some things you have to do, some things you're supposed to do. Now, what do the Mets have to do to win?
Johan Santana has got to pitch really quality games. And I know he's done that in the past, and I think he could continue the success. They got to get really good starts at everybody else. I mean, a lot of weight has been taken off the rotation because of the acquisition of Johan Santana. They got John Maine is really good. He's going to be really good again, I think. Oliver Perez
just went to an arbitration battle against the Mets, won $6 million. So he's actually going to make real money this year for a Major League player. I know I would love to make $6 million, and I'm sure he's exasperated about it. He loves it. Ecstatic. I'm ecstatic for Oliver Perez. That's all I can say. It's phenomenal. And so that's the Mets. Now we'll move to the Dodgers. Talked a little bit about Joe Torre, but what do you think of that? What are your expectations for the Dodgers of L.A., down there, that beautiful old style stadium? You love everything about it. It's great. Love it.
Well,
Dodgers.
Andrew with a U Jones has went to the Los Angeles Dodgers.
With a U. That's great. I love it.
He's going to be great for that team. I think he's going to do a lot better than he did on the Braves. Little change of scenery might help. He's going to bring his A game, A defense, A+ defense. They got a great pitching staff. They got Derek Lowe. Derek Lowe's been great the past few years. I mean, sometimes he's been better than others, but I think he's going to do
Derek Lowe's
really
been
great.
throwing that sinker low in the zone.
And they got Saito coming over from Japan. Excellent closer, one of my favorites. Watch out for him in fantasy baseball while we're on that. They got Jeff Kent. He's really great. And
they also got Jonathan Broxton, setup man. For
290
he's
pounds,
great.
throws 95 miles
And
an hour.
now we'll move on to the winners of the NL pennant from last year, the Rockies, who got swept by the Boston Red Sox in the World Series last year. It wasn't even close. I mean, they couldn't even compete with them. The Red Sox were just that much better. But that's why the Red Sox are the Red Sox and the Rockies are the Rockies. The Red Sox were just phenomenal with their pitching staff and the hitting they put together with the young rookie, Jacoby Ellsbury and John Lester. The Rockies couldn't compete with them. They were phenomenal.
The Rockies didn't get anybody new this offseason. They got maybe one or two guys, a pitcher here or something. I don't know. I love the team. I love the young talent they have. Tulowitzki, almost won Rookie of the Year. Matt Holliday's amazing. Todd Helton's a leader. I don't know. I think they might repeat. There's a chance. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think there's any chance whatsoever.
the pitching
they
staff
repeat.
isn't good. Really, other than Francis,
I don't think there's any chance they repeat. They got hot last year and then got taken down by the Red Sox because they were just much better. Nothing you can do about it. They're not any good. And now the team they beat in the NLCS last year, the Diamondbacks. What have they done in the offseason? What have they not done that you think will make them a better team?
The acquisition of Dan Harron from the Oakland A's is going to be have a tremendous impact on the team. On top of that, they got Randy Johnson, 44-year-old Randy Johnson, back. He's looking to win his 300th game. He's got to win 16 for that.
He may be back, but he's got a bad back.
Yeah, true. They got Chad Tracy back from the disabled list. He's really good. Watch out for him.
So they got a lot of stuff going for them this year.
Oh, they do. Yes.
Well, we're gonna move on to our feature presentation for this week. We did. Kyle, baseball is your favorite sport, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But don't you want
Have you
the
ever been
freedom to
watching a
create
sport
your own
and found
sports?
yourself That'd be great. thinking,
So we
how
went
did that
around
sport
Wayne
come
Hills
about?
asking
Who
if they could
invented
create a sport.
Well,
What
today
would
we're
it
going
be?
to be talking
Stay
to
tuned.
students in the Wayne Hills cafeteria who possibly have their own ideas about their own sport that they may invent and with enough motivation may make a reality. For example, if you ever find yourself in the future playing sockball, which is where you throw your socks at the other man, last man standing wins, you're welcome.
I'm here with Spencer Francis outside the Wayne Hills Commons, and we're trying to figure out what his favorite sport is that he could create. So, Spencer, if you could create a sport, what would it be?
Well, Jordan, the sport I would create have similar fundamentals to basketball, only fundamentals from both football, soccer, and ping pong would be incorporated into it. Shaquille O'Neal would be in the game. That's the basketball aspect, the fundamental. But you would use a football. I know what you're thinking, a football can't be bounced. So what you do is you remove the laces and switch it with a ping pong ball. And, at that moment you're able to bounce it up and down. And then, basically you play basketball.
Wow, that is really, really interesting. So, what would you call this game?
Probably just call it Shaquille ball or ping pong ball.
Now, Bill, if you could create your own sport, what would it be?
Be called water in a bottle. You do it like so. You take the bottle and you put it up to a water fountain. And you want to get the water into it, a bottle like so. Now, you take your thumb and you thrust the water fountain button with a lot of force. Then you take the bottle, but you do it quick. And you have to get it in. See, I'm having a pretty good round right now. This is what you call the no-look, street style. And it's filling up. Now, this would be considered a bad move, because now you're missing.
Now, Josh, I hear you have an idea for a sport. What is it?
It would be donkey basketball. And you'd ride donkeys and try to make the baskets and be balling.
Where we just ride the go-karts around for a certain amount of laps. It's like a team sport where we have we're all like a certain team. We get points based on how we do. And the pit stop would be in the middle of the oval out there. And then we just keep traveling from school to school and versus their team at it. I think it'd be a lot of fun.
Well, Kyle, you mentioned NASCAR. Isn't it a known fact that stands for non-athletic sports centered around rednecks?
Wait, no, it does. Well, maybe, yeah, it kind of does.
Now, Tanoy, if you could create your own sport, what would it be?
I'd create a sport where people took BB guns and it was pretty much like war, but fake war. So, yeah, it'd be awesome.
Sounds very violent.
Yeah, it is, but nobody would get hurt that bad because they'd all be wearing armor.
You know what they say, no pain, no gain, so.
Yeah, no pain, no gain.
If you could create your own sport, what would it be?
Rubber band flinging. And what it is it has targets set up, and you have to fling it to the target. And the farther the target is, the more points you get.
All right, well, we heard a lot of great ideas today, some innocuous and some potentially deadly. But they're all exciting and interesting ideas nonetheless. If anyone in the audience wants to be on the show, just tell us at lunch and we'll gladly put you on the air. Well, that's all for this feature. Stay classy, San Diego.
You also have to thrust a lot of power on the button. B-U-T-T-O-N.
Now, Kyle, if you could create your own sport, what would it be?
Well, I'm a big NASCAR fan, and since there's no high school sport related to that of any kind, what I would do is I'd take a bunch of go-karts, and like for example out here outside Hills.
I'm here with Spencer Francis at the Wayne Hills Commons, and we're here to figure out what his favorite sport is that he could create. So Spencer, do you have a sport that you could create? What would it be?
I don't really have an idea, Chet.
It's interesting. It's the worst idea I've ever heard. Bill, if you could create your own sport, what would it be?
Water in the bottle. Observe.
Black and white polka dot tunic. Great job. Alex loves basketball, cheerleading, and spending time with her friends. Alex is escorted tonight by
Cindy Esser and Andrew Axelband.
Danielle looks great in this free. It is a perfect outfit for any summer outing. Kim enjoys drawing, playing sports, especially lacrosse, and hanging out with her friends. Her escort tonight is Kevin Barracat. Kevin enjoys.
Welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Bobby Gross, with my guest, Alex Bellias. I'm Brandon Rosenblum. Now, the AL now is pretty big. I mean, they made some big trades. Their champion, the Red Sox, comes from the AL. Now, but some of the trades they've made. I mean, Cabrera and Dontrell to the Tigers, Bedard to the Mariners. What do you think was the biggest trade this offseason?
I think the Mariners trade for Bedard. They did give a pretty good prospect in Adam Jones, but I think it solidifies their 1-2 punch with Felix Hernandez, and I think they have just enough offense to compete with the Angels and maybe take home the West. Plus, they have the culture, J.J. Putz, who's lights out.
Alex?
Well, I definitely think that the Dontrell Willis and Miguel Cabrera trade was huge. Miguel Cabrera's bat in the lineup is really going to be great for the Detroit Tigers, and Dontrell Willis in the pitching rotation is going to be tremendous. I mean, he's going to have to deal against the powerhouses of the American League, but I think they're going to be good.
Okay. Our next topic is the AL East. The Red Sox, they won the championship last year. They've been dominant. The Yankees with their new manager, who do you think will win?
Oh, no, there's not even a question in my mind. It's going to be the Red Sox.
Yeah.
They're the best team in baseball. And they just signed Bartolo Colon, who is a good pitcher, to a minor league contract. I know Bellias, the big roid head over there, is steaming to get his Yankee answer out there. But the Red Sox have the best player in baseball when it's time to be clutch, David Ortiz. Ramirez is a lights out in the playoffs. Ellsbury, their pitching staff is dominant. Red Sox easily.
Alex?
I'm going to have to disagree with you, Brandon. The
we knew that
Yankees
was
are
coming.
back, and they're stronger than ever.
Are you saying that because you're a fan or just because?
That's because A-Rod is going to carry them like he did last year, and they will win the World Series.
What happened in the playoffs last year?
That doesn't mean anything. It's
It
a
does-
new
it
year.
means a lot.
It's a brand
What
new
do you
year,
think the new,
brand new
you always
manager.
say
It's
that.
a clean slate.
Oh, okay.
Clean slate. It's a clean slate.
I disagree. The
Well, you're
AL
wrong.
Central. I mean.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going ahead. I think total, they might be one of the best divisions in the AL.
Yeah.
Yes, Alex, I know you. I just think so, because I think they have the Indians, they have the Tigers, they're good.
Lions and Bears on mine.
Yeah.
Oh, I think the best team is by far the Detroit Tigers. Dontrell Willis gives them a proven winner, a leader, an ace, along with Verlander, Robertson, plenty of pitching. Miguel Cabrera is one of the best contact hitters. He also hits for power and RBIs. They have a great offense. Miguel Ordonez should have won the MVP last year. They just have a great offense all around.
I think the Tigers' two pickups in Dontrell Willis and Miguel Cabrera were exactly the pieces of the puzzle they were missing. I think they're going to be very good and compete in the playoffs and lose to the Yankees in the ALCS.
They're not losing, don't worry. Okay, the final division, the AL West. They've been struggling in the playoffs and everything, but with Bedard going to Seattle, maybe they'll have an emergence. What do you guys think?
I'm liking the Mariners. Ichiro, J.J. Putz, Bedard, Hernandez. I'm liking them this year.
Yeah.
I think that it's finally the Mariners' turn to win the AL West. A's and Angels have always been the the top two. I think the Mariners are going to be good this year.
Yeah, I think they're going to be better because, I mean, the A's, they lost Herron. I don't think they'll be as good because he
just
was
like getting rid of players for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know.
get that.
It's their strategy of getting rid of the good players and keeping the bad ones. And then, I don't know, Seattle, I think they're great. Also, Angels are always a contender. Guerrero's a monster.
I think Torrey Hunter will help out.
Yeah, Torrey Hunter.
With Gary Matthews in the outfield, that gives him a top outfield.
Yeah, it does. Okay. Now our final topic, the AL champion. It's probably going to be the Red Sox, although Alex will probably disagree, but he's wrong. What do you guys think?
That's going to be, I think, the Red Sox versus the Tigers. I think the Red Sox are just too dominant, too experienced. They've won 2 World Series in the past 4 years. I think the Yankees' time is over. I think there's just going to be all this controversy is going to start happening like it always does, and they're going to unravel again in the playoffs. So.
And the Yankees are just a bad team. So.
Well, I'm going to have to say that you don't know what you're talking
I
about.
do know.
Because the Yankees have the best offense in the entire Major League Baseball.
I doubt
How
that.
can you
That's a
possibly
joke.
say that? I mean, you know, the Yankees, what do you mean it's not their time? This is their time. This is their new time, the A-Rod era, baby. I'm telling you.
A-Rod era's been there for 4 years. They've done nothing.
A-Rod's
Yeah.
going to have a monster. The pitching staff, they're going to be.
No.
Trust me.
You
You say
always
what you
say
want.
that.
You and your little juice head friend A-Rod can
This
go
is
hang
it.
out.
Okay,
Just
so.
like the Giants weren't going to get past round 1.
Oh,
We'll see what happens.
2 different sports, baseball and football.
Okay.
Well, that's all the time that we have now, but we'll be back with basketball.
Black and white polka dot tunic. Great job. Alex loves basketball, cheerleading, and spending time with her friends. Alex is escorted tonight by
Cindy Esser and Andrew Axelband.
Danielle looks great in this free. It is a perfect outfit for any summer outing. Kim enjoys drawing, playing sports, especially lacrosse, and hanging out with her friends. Her escort tonight is Kevin Barracat. Kevin enjoys.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Eric Orenstein. I'm here with Alex Bellias and Brandon Rosenblum. There's a lot of news in basketball, so we're going to devote this segment strictly to basketball. Now, first, give me your opinion on the midseason review.
Well, you know, I think that the Lakers really came out strong in the second half. Big pickups. Kobe is just playing phenomenal. I think they're going to be a real threat come the playoffs.
I think that with the emergence of the Lakers and the Celtics this year, it's good for the NBA because back in the 80s, those teams were dominant, and that was when the NBA was at its prime in that rivalry in the playoffs. So I think those 2 teams helps out, and I think just the dominance in the Western Conference is good for the league. It's just every day different teams are 600 in percentage records dropping in and out of the playoff picture.
Yeah, I think that the West has been really good for basketball, and it's really exciting how there's so many top teams in the West, Lakers, Suns, Mavericks, and just it could go either way. All right, now, on to the next section. Talk about the big trades.
I think that the biggest trade is definitely Shaquille O'Neal to the Suns. I think that
Continue.
I think that he's really going to have a big impact come postseason. I mean, they need a big man like him to keep the offense together. I think him and Steve Nash are going to be very good together.
I got to go with LeBron, the King James's team. I think they got some formidable players. Dante West, who can shoot, he can play defense, pass. Joe Smith, former #1 pick, just an overall good player down low. He's been averaging about 14 points a game. Ben Wallace was unhappy in Chicago. He comes to Cleveland. He's a defensive presence, energy, and Wally Zerbiak's from that area, and he's just going to help them out, shoot the 3-ball.
Yeah, I got to say, the Shaq trade to the Suns is huge because it allows Stoudemire to be a huge threat as power forward, and it also makes that team shot-blocking machine. All right, now playoff predictions.
I think that the Lakers are going to take it all this year. I mean, Kobe and I mean, they just really blend together, the starters. I think that they're going to be very good in the playoffs.
I think the trade for Jason Kidd, it's going to be the Mavericks versus the Pistons. I think the Pistons are just too dominant. They play too well as a team. They have bench players, Max Seal, who would start on half the teams in the NBA. Amir Johnson, they shoot the 3-ball great. I think it's, and the Mavericks just too many threats now with the kid who just will pass the ball around.
Yeah, I gotta say the Lakers. I really think they're gonna top the West with that Gasol trade. They like you said, a different team. They have too many threats. They've got, Gasol, Odom, Kobe, Derek Fisher, and Bynum has been playing crazy. And in the East, maybe the Celtics and the Pistons, I think, are at the top of that. All right. Now, as far as awards, who would you give the MVP to?
I think it's going to be Kobe. He thought he wasn't going to even be in Los Angeles in the beginning of the year. He wanted out. And, you really got to give the guy credit for putting aside all the business matters and bringing the team together to where they are right now.
Got to give it to my boy CP3 out in New Orleans. Team coming from nowhere last year. He's got them in top 4 in the West. He's been averaging ridiculous 20 points a game, 18 assists, putting up 6 steals, just ridiculous stats. He's got playmakers. He sets them up. He's got his own Air Jordan shoe. Not many people can say that. I got to give it to my boy CP3.
I'm just going to translate what Brandon said, Chris Paul.
Yes, CP3.
I got to say Kobe because, as good as the Lakers team is, they really need him to put together their team. His scoring is obviously incredible, and I think his passing is underrated too.
Very underrated.
All right, now what would you say is the comeback team of the year?
I really think that it's the Lakers actually, because in the beginning you didn't think that they were gonna be good because all the controversy with Kobe leaving, who were they gonna have take over, everything actually worked out for them, and I'm really happy.
I got to go to the Atlanta Hawks down in the Eastern Conference. They've been nothing for the past 4 or 5 years, and they're sitting in a good 7th place in the East, which is last place in the West. But that's for a different time. They're making They made a trade for Mike Bibby. I think they'll win a few games in the playoffs, and if they can get that 6th seed and play Detroit, they can maybe Cleveland. They can maybe surprise them in the first round because they have good young players with Mike Bibby's experience in the playoffs. It could be a big help.
I gotta say, New Orleans. They came off of a mediocre season last year, and now with Chris Paul playing crazy, they've really become a top team. All right, now that's all for the 30-minute drill this week. But see you next week.
It's perfect for a flying honeymoon. Now they do say, come on, fly with me. We'll fly, we'll fly. Pack up, let's fly away.
Hello and welcome to the 30-minute drill. I'm Brian Dubow, alongside me Max Gold and Scott White. And we're going to start off by talking the NBA. The Celtics are the greatest team in the Eastern Conference. How far do you see them going?
Celtics, I'm predicting them. I think they're going to roll through the East during the playoffs. I don't see any other team that can take them down. If you look at them, Ray Allen, the combination of Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, and even the injured Kevin Garnett is more dominant than any other team in the East. And I like them, but I don't think they can compete with the West. The West has about 8 teams that have the same record as the Celtics. So I think they'll get to the finals and lose.
Scott?
I see the Celtics as a great team because they're in a weaker conference. If they were maybe in the West, then it'd be a different story because they're with caliber teams such as them. But, I mean, Paul Pierce is doing a great job. He's leading the team a lot. And, you know, I see them getting pretty far. I see them definitely getting into the playoffs. I don't know how far into it, but they should do pretty well.
As Max mentioned, the lethal combination of Paul Pierce with the injured Kevin Garnett. He's not doing as well as he was after the injury, but they're still a dominant team. And as we all know, moving on, Jason Kidd, he got traded to the Mavericks. Do you think this helped or hurt the Nets?
I think it hurt the Nets. Even though Jason Kidd, he wasn't like you could see his effort was less and he wasn't doing that much like at the end, but he is still an incredible player. He almost averaged a triple-double. He is an outstanding player. He doesn't, like, he's not, by himself he's not that great, but he makes the rest of the team better, so I don't see how losing Jason Kidd can be a benefit.
Scott?
Yeah, I mean, losing a good player is never going to be helpful to your team, but in this case, it almost might be because he wasn't a positive factor to that team at this point. He didn't want to play for that team. He wasn't trying for that team. He was really just bringing them down. He had what he needed to, but he really just wasn't trying. He just wasn't participating as much as he could have.
I think that it helped the Nets due to the fact that Kidd had no desire to play for the Nets. He wasn't a leader anymore. He was saying in the locker room, I don't want to be here. I want to be traded.
It's not gonna help.
Devin Harris stepping up. He's a new leader. He's young. He's not as good as Kidd statistically, but he's a new leader for the team, and he's enthusiastic about playing, so I think that's going to help him. Moving on, last night, the Mavs lost to the Lakers in overtime. What are your thoughts on the game?
My thoughts about that game is that their leaders need to step up. Jason Kidd missed a huge foul shot yesterday to tie the game. Also, they have a chance to win at the end, and Dirk Nowitzki misses a three. Their leaders, Dallas is a great team, but in the West, anything could happen. They could easily be out of the playoffs. They're in 4th place in their division out of 5, and I don't know how a team that good's in 4th place. But if they want to make it up and go far into the playoffs, they need to step up and have their leaders step up.
I mean, through this entire game, the Lakers seemed to be dominating the Mavs through most of it, especially in the 4th quarter. I think at the start they were up by at least 10 points, and they let the Mavs come back. They didn't do anything on defense. They just strolled down, thinking they already had the game in the bag, which they didn't, and it went into overtime, and, you know.
All right, moving on to our next question. I think that Kobe was a key component in this victory. He had 52 points. That's extraordinary. But moving on, the Nuggets played the Rockets. The Rockets are on a 15-winning streak. They continued last night. How far do you think the Rockets are going to go?
I love the Rockets, and the Rockets have been playing outstanding. I watched the game last night, and their ball movement was just ridiculous. They'd pass and all over and over and over, wham, 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 wham.
Yeah.
And they'd make shots, and even without Yao Ming, they just dominated that game against a Denver team that's very good. So I don't think the Rockets are going to go that deep, considering how strong the West is. If they were in the East, I can see them being in the conference finals.
Scott?
I like the Rockets a lot. I see them going pretty far. I like Tracy McGrady. He's a good leader for the team. He's right, even without Yao Ming. I didn't think that as soon as he got hurt, I thought that the team was going to start going downhill. But that has definitely not been the case. A big win last night, showing their fans and everyone else, even without Yao Ming, they still have what it takes to be a finals team.
All right, we're going to move on. Yao Ming, speaking of him, he is injured, and there's been speculation that he's going to affect the Chinese Olympic team a lot. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, the Chinese Olympic team, his injury?
Yeah.
Repeat the question.
All right, Yao Ming was injured.
Yes.
And there's been speculation that he's going to have a great impact on the Chinese Olympic team. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that it's very important, his injury, and it hurts not only the Rockets, but it does hurt the Chinese Olympic team. And if his injury, he's out for the entire year. And China is always a dominant force in the Olympics, and the Rockets right now are a dominant force in the NBA. And losing a player as big and as dominant and as good as Yao Ming is always going to hurt.
I mean, yeah, it's going to hurt both teams in the same way. Just missing a big force like that. Was he, I think, 7-2? I think, either way, no matter what team it is, the Rockets or the Chinese Olympic team, it's going to be a crucial component to either their win or loss in that game.
All right, we're going to move on. We're going to talk about Ben Wallace. As you all know, he got traded to the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers, they're just dominant now. What are your thoughts on the big Ben Wallace?
I like Ben Wallace, and I think he fits very well into this team. The Cavaliers, since the acquisition of LeBron James, they have been a very good team. They can't seem to step it up. They have Zydrunas Ilgauskas, and he's a good big man, but I think to have Ben Wallace down there can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, Ben Wallace has been my favorite player for a long time, even when he was on the Pistons. When he was on the Bulls, he didn't play very well. He didn't do much, but he was always a big factor, which always going to help down low in the center's position. And especially now that he's on the Cavaliers. With LeBron James already leading that team, it's not gonna defect the Cavaliers at all.
Ben Wallace is an amazing force. He's just a key component to any team, and obviously he's going to come into the Cavaliers with LeBron James, as Scott mentioned. Cavaliers are a major team. They were good before, but now they're just amazing with that addition of Ben Wallace. But that's all the time we have for now. We'll be back with more after this. Stay tuned.
Name an athlete that you would date.
I really don't know. Are you actually recording?
I'm not recording yet, but.
Mia Hamm.
Amanda Beard.
Knicks power forward Jerome James.
Tom Brady.
Sue Bird.
Chris Paul.
Serena Williams.
If the Mets win the World Series,
Wow, it's just a game.
it's not just a game.
I love the Giants. I love Eli Manning.
Why?
People love the drill for the same reason they love sports. It's competition, and it's there. Fridays, Tuesdays, Channel 77, 7 p.m. They know it's there. It's unconditional. And it's greatness, and it's loss. I mean, it's not a scary loss or life loss, but it's loss. And it's real.
Hello and welcome back to a 30-minute drill. I'm Brian Dubow, alongside me Max Gold and Scott White. And we're going to talk about big NFL trades today. Randy Moss, he's still a free agent, surprisingly. He hasn't been swayed by the Patriots offer. He thinks he gave him a discount last year. Where do you think he's going to?
I don't know. The Patriots, I think the Patriots want him back. I don't see Tom Brady obviously really wants him back. And I think Randy Moss wants to be a Patriot also. I've heard rumors about a million different teams. I heard Dallas is looking for him, which would be amazing with T.O. and Randy Moss on the same team. I've heard rumors that the Vikings want him. I've heard rumors that the Eagles want him. But I think he's going to end up staying in New England.
Scott?
Yeah, I mean, obviously teams are going to want him. He's one of the best wide receivers in the NFL at the time. But I can't see him going anywhere else besides New England. He got the receiving record along with Tom Brady with the passing record, and I just really can't see him going anywhere else. With the Oakland Raiders, he basically didn't do much. He had a hard time on that team, and when he goes to the Patriots and wins a Super Bowl, I can't see him wanting to go anywhere else.
I don't know. I agree with you with the Patriots, but he was quoted saying that, I believe I gave them a discount last year, and I'm not doing it again this year. So that just shows that he doesn't have that much of a desire to go back to the Patriots without more money. It's all about money for these players. Moving on to our next topic, Brett Favre. He hasn't told the Packers his decision yet. Do you think he's going to return?
I sure hope he does. Brett Favre is an absolutely incredible player, and he's had such a good career. I do not think he's going to return. He went pretty far last year, and I think if the Packers come back this year, they're not going to do as well. I think he's going to go out as going to the conference championship and go out on what can be called a win.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to come back. Year after year, he always talks about how he's not going to, but he always seems to surprise everyone and come back to keep playing. And, last year, he ended his season on an interception in the NFC Championship. And as a player like him with such pride in his game, I can't see him going out with an interception. That alone, I think, could be a factor into him coming back or not.
Favre's about to turn to dust. He's so old, but I still think he's going to return next year to the Packers.
Come on.
I'm not saying that he's bad. I'm just saying that's old for the NFL.
You didn't say old for the NFL. You said he's going to turn into dust.
All right, whatever. He's going to in
watch
terms
him
of the NFL. All right, I'm sorry. Pardon my French. Sure. But moving on, Porter signed with the Jaguars for $10 million. That's a lot of money. How much of an impact do you think he's going to have to this Jaguar team?
Not that much. Not $10 million worth. Jerry Porter is not that amazing of a player. I like the Jaguars, and I think they're a good team, and they established a great running game this year and a very powerful team. And Dave Garrard stepped up this year also. But I don't think Jerry Porter is going to have that much of an impact.
I disagree. I think, personally, I do not think he was worth $10 million, but I do think he's going to be a positive impact on that team. Last year, the linebacking core was good, not great, and he's definitely going to be an impact to the defense. They already had the good offense, but what they needed to get farther in the playoffs was to have a good defense, too.
All right, moving on. Asante Samuels went from the Patriots, just went off of the Super Bowl. He moved to the Eagles. How much of an impact do you think he's going to have?
This is going to be a big impact. The Eagles were a bubble team for the playoffs, and they were a bubble team. I'm using NCAA hoops.
Okay.
Bubble team. They were a bubble team for the playoffs, and they were right on the line of getting in. And the Eagles just need a more solid defense. With Brian Dawkins down there and Asante Samuels in the safety region for defensive back, I think that will help the Eagles on defense. And they have if Donovan McNabb comes back this year, I think the Eagles will make the playoffs next year.
Scott?
They're a questionable team this year. I mean, I'm sure that Asante Samuels is going to benefit the team, but a safety position, I don't think ever really is that much of a X factor in a team.
I completely agree with you, Scott.
Thank you. I mean, maybe a quarterback could alter the effect of a team completely, but a safety, it'll help, but it's not going to change the team entirely.
I completely agree with you. Asante's obviously going to benefit any team he goes to. He's a defensive back, but he doesn't have that many opportunities to make a play that's going to change the game like a quarterback, as you mentioned, Scott.
Thank you.
But moving on, Stallworth moved to the Browns, one of Scott's teams. Do you think they're even going to make the playoffs this year? Or are they going to come up short against the Titans again?
Not even close. The Browns had a good streak for this season. Derek Anderson, I don't know why the Browns signed him.
Okay, look, they were 10-6 last year, and now they have Sean Rogers from Detroit Lions. They got back Derek Anderson.
The question is not about them. It's about Stallworth.
Okay, fine, Stallworth. Okay, now Derek Anderson not only has Braylon Edwards and Kelvin to throw to, but now he also has on the other side, here's Dante Stallworth, another huge receiver.
Derek Anderson is a mediocre quarterback who had a hot streak one year, and I don't think having Dante Stallworth, another mediocre receiver, is going to help him at all. The Browns didn't make the playoffs last year. They got beat out by the Tennessee Titans.
Amazing.
And I don't even think they're going to be close this year.
Okay, they were 10-6, and now they have a lot better players. And even say Derek Anderson doesn't do well, they have Brady Quinn in the backup spot, so they win every game.
Brady Quinn's a rookie, though. You can't base it on that.
He's
He has
not a
no
rookie anymore.
Well, after this year, he was a rookie. He hasn't had that much NFL experience, so you can't rely on that at all, Scott. I disagree with that
care.
part. Yeah. But we're going to move on from this debating, and we're going to go, what team do you think benefited the most from the trades this year?
During the trades and free agency, I actually think it was the Jets. The Jets got Alan Faneca, which was a big pickup for their offensive line, and also they got Chris Jenkins, which is a huge defensive force. So I think between a big offensive lineman and a big defensive lineman, that's huge.
I'm not trying to be biased, but I think the Browns had the best free agency.
The Browns and the Rams. Is that all you could say?
No, the Rams, they didn't have a great one, but they did get a great kicker from the Seattle Seahawks. They lost Jeff
Josh
Wilkins,
Brown.
as you all know. They received Josh Brown, which doesn't seem like a big deal, but when the game's on the line, a kicker is going to help. But more so, the Browns
All right, so I'm going to
set.
have to cut you off. My opinion first is going to be the Jets had the best. I agree with Max.
Good.
But that's all the time we have for now in this segment. We'll be back with more 30-minute drill after this.
What do I contribute to the drill? Well, my biggest virtue is definitely motivation. I pick people up when they're feeling down about themselves.
Yeah, never actually seen Kid Nation. Heard good things though. I mean, oh, Josh.
Yes?
Remember a few days ago, we were doing the drill, lightning round, forgot to switch to game 2? Mm-hmm. I'm just wondering, did you purposely suck at everything? Or is it genetic? Can you control it at all?
I'm a peaceful guy. You know, I calm everything down. I soothe people. A chair? What? Bobby, why is there a chair? A chair blocking the door.
I'm sorry.
A chair. Hey, Alex, I told you like 4 times I'm on mic 2, not mic 3.
My bad.
It seems like everything you do is your bad. Quick, what's 6 minus 4? Huh? It's 2. Mic 2, Alex. Get it together.
Hello, Earth, and all you fellow watchers. Today on this show of the 30-minute drill, we will be talking about a sport that does still exist in America. It is known as hockey. And to help us, we'll have the Wayne Hills goaltender, Josh Weinstein, and Jake Fertig.
Hey now.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. You, Brandon?
Solid. Talking about a sport that people play in Canada. I don't know about America.
Yep.
Yeah, they still play in America.
All right, now 4'4" Weinstein, the goalie of our team. He's very small, but he's very good. Yeah. We're gonna talk about the Atlantic Division, the best team, best conference, best division. Yes, is a division. In the East, what are your thoughts on who is the best team you think, and who will win it?
I think the Penguins are going to win it because, I mean, they have Crosby and Hossa injured, and Malkin has proved to step up a lot and help the Penguins to pretty much they got the division lead right now, and they're still doing really good. And but the Atlantic Division, like you said, is the best division in hockey because it's probably the only division that has a chance for all 5 teams to make it to the playoffs. And the only one that's not in a playoff spot right now would be the Islanders, but they still have a chance to come back with a couple of big
games. Who is your favorite
this weekend.
team and who is not a good team? Now, JB over there, my good man, what are your thoughts on the Atlantic?
Well, I think Josh has really brought to the light a great point in that there is a situation developing in the Atlantic. Specifically, the situation is kind of a tropical storm. This tropical storm is called the Pittsburgh Penguins. Yes, I know what you're saying. Penguins can't swim. But no, you're wrong. They can. And the fact is, with guys like Marian Hossa and
Hossa
Hossa is the name that I was referring to. and Sidney Crosby returning from injury, coupled with Evgeny Malkin. This is going to be a team that's swimming to victory in the near future.
Now on that point, our next topic, we'll talk about the Penguins who do swim. Without Crosby and the new addition of Hossa, who is still hurt, how do you think the play of Malkin leading that team to the top of the division with the addition of their new goalie, Ty Conklin?
Well, actually, Ty Conklin is not an
Not
addition,
new, but
he's been
new this
breaking
year
out
playing.
recently,
Yeah.
And I think, Malkin has definitely proved that he could step up and be a leader on this team. He scored a lot of goals this season, and Ty Conklin's just been playing spectacular. I mean, there's nothing else you could really say about that. I mean, he made 50 saves against my Islanders, sadly enough. And pretty much, they're able to deal without Crosby, and when they get Crosby back, which will probably be by around playoff time, be even better.
JB?
Well, I think you made a good point, Josh, again, in that this year there's been a huge precedent set on goals, defending them and scoring them, and that's been one of the most important factors in hockey this year. And with guys like Tyler Conklin, they can stop the goal, but also score it, which is one of the most important factors that's going to be occurring.
Like in the other main sports, basketball and the WNBA, the trade deadline just passed. What do you think is the best and the worst trade?
The best trade would probably be the one between the Dallas Stars and the Tampa Bay Lightning, with Brad Richards and Johan Holmquist going to the Stars, and the Tampa Bay Lightning getting UC Jokinen, and Jeff Halpern, and Mike Smith. And pretty much each team got a pretty evenly matched trade right there. Each team got some good players and decent goalies. Would be pretty good. The worst trade, though, I think would be...
Well, no, we'll go with that after.
Go there? All right.
Well, I think you made a good point, Josh, that there have been good trades that have occurred. I don't quite agree with your trade. I think the trades for Marian Hossa, and also for Campbell were great trades. Now, I don't need to bore you with crucial information such as which teams were involved, because I assume that you know that already following hockey. But I think these trades will have dire effects on the rest of the season. Essentially, they'll be the global warming of this hockey year, but the ices will stay cold.
I have to agree with both you guys. I think the Western Conference, the best trade had to be Brad Richards. Madonna's been wanting some players who can help him out, who give him a player. He comes his first game, 5 assists, which is an unheard of stat. Also, with the East, I think the Penguins needed another player with Crosby out. I think Hossa, Crosby, and Malkin are all all-stars, all goal scorers who will, I think, get the Penguins probably to the Stanley Cup Finals. All right, now we're going to talk about the worst trade, and Josh.
All right, I think the worst trade would probably be the Montreal Canadiens trading away Cristobal Huet for a 2009 second-round draft pick. I think that's a really stupid trade, and I don't understand what they were thinking with that. And with Washington Capitals, Olaf Kolzig's almost done, and he hasn't been playing as well as he could be. So with adding Cristobal Huet is great for them, and they didn't really have to even give up anything. I don't know what the Montreal Canadiens were thinking on that.
Well, Josh, let's be honest. Olaf has come to a point in his career where he really can't produce like he used to be able to. But I think the worst trade for the NHL this year has been the trade of Shaquille O'Neal to the Phoenix Suns, in that this trade in the NBA has put so much pressure on Phoenix organizations in different sports that other teams may not be able to produce as well as the Suns have, especially in the NHL.
All right, on that point, the game's really been emerging with these young stars like Ovechkin, Crosby, and Malkin. I want to know, who do you think's the best player and who's going to have the most impact come towards times for the playoffs and the Stanley Cup run?
Well, of those three right now, I think it would be Evgeny Malkin, just because with the injury of Crosby and also of Hossa now, he's really been able to step it up and lead the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Jake?
I think Ovechkin obviously has been a great player, and with his new signing of a multi-$1,000 contract, and he's dating a new girlfriend. She's very attractive, and I mean, I don't want to spread rumors, but I'm pretty sure you all know who she is.
All right.
Her name is Oprah.
On that point, really quick, team to win the Stanley Cup.
I think it's going to be between the Red Wings and the Penguins, but I think the Red Wings are just too dominant, so I think they're going to win.
JB?
The New Jersey Devils.
I'm going to have to agree. I'm a big Devils fan all my life. Martin Brodeur is a monster in the nets. All right, now that's all the time we have for this segment. When we come back, Jake Fertig will be leading out the team on the field, talking about football free agency and all the big moves that have been going on. Thank you.
Booyah! This may sound stupid, but I don't think Brandon should be on the segment of the show. I mean, it's supposed to be about information, right? And he's always using these newfangled street terms.
Yeah, Eric, you're right. That is stupid.
Yeah, Eric, Brandon is the cool part of our show. How else will we hit the younger demographic?
Bobby, only 11 people watch the show.
Yeah, but 6 of those 11 people are between the ages of 15 and 25, Josh.
6 of them are us.
And without Brandon, think about all the stuff we would never have learned. The Crip Walk, the Rockaway, Soldier Boy.
I guess you're right. Eric, I think you should stop criticizing people and start doing things that you're good at. Like chugging water or losing at fantasy football.
Andy Moss is really rad this year. I'm really feeling his flavor.
Yeah, Randy Moss has been doing really well this year.
Word. I don't know why you would say that. In sports, free agency is a peculiar phenomenon, like the Aurora Borealis, or how all those fat guys on sitcoms used to have proportionally unattractive, but way too attractive wives. Because anyone in show business knows that it's impossible to get a free agent.
Good one.
I know what you're talking about.
That just happened. But right now in NFL and previously in baseball and basketball, free agencies occurred. Now in this idea, this concept, players that's contract have run out now become available to the public, unrestricted, to be able to sign by teams. Now free agency started in the NFL and it's been incredibly exciting. Now I'm with my correspondents Eric Orenstein and Bobby Gross, and we're here to discuss some of the big moves that's happened so far and that have yet to occur. Eric, let's talk a little bit about the defensive line precedent that's been set. After the Giants winning the Super Bowl, which is factually the World Series of football, if you didn't know, with a strong defensive line with guys like Justin Tuck, Michael Strahan, and Osi Umenyiora, we've seen defensive tackles and ends get a huge precedent put on them in free agency. Give me some examples, and can you try to explain why?
Well, why is just what you said. A team won the Super Bowl with the strong line, which has bolstered their entire defense, and teams are trying to take after the example. I mean, you've got the Jets signing Chris Jenkins, the Browns signing Shaun Rogers, Marcus Stroud being traded to the Bills. Teams are trying to build up that line to put pressure on the offense and make the rest of their defense better by doing so.
All right, Bob, your opinion?
I agree with Eric also. The teams are now going to try blitzing defenses with these great lines, so now they can pressure the quarterback or running offense, and it'll be tougher for the offense to score.
In my opinion, this is just physics, chemistry. What's the only thing that's different and completely opposite than offense? Answer, defense. So defenses trying to stop offenses will clearly focus on the defensive perspective of things.
Newton's third law.
Exactly. Now to move forward into a different subject, a different topic, let's talk about the most improved teams through these signings. Who's there? Forget it. Anyway, let's talk specifically about the Cleveland Browns. Almost a playoff team last year. They were left knocking on the door of the playoffs and didn't quite make it. But this year, they re-signed their quarterback, Derek Anderson. They went after Corey Williams and Shaun Rogers, 2 defensive tackles, and Dante Stallworth. Do you guys think this team is the most improved? Do you think they'll be able to make the playoffs this year because of it?
I think they will make the playoffs because, as you said, they were a borderline team last year. They had a lot of emerging talent in Derek Anderson. And I just think this year they re-signed some of their most talented players in Anderson and Jamal Lewis. And then to add on to it, now they've got Dante Stallworth to help out Braylon Edwards. They've got a stronger line with Rodgers. And I think that that's really going to put them over the top, and they're going to make the playoffs.
Thank you, Eric. That was valuable. Now, Bobby, let's talk about this. Do you think any other team has made improvements that can parallel with the Browns in terms of how strong their team has improved?
Yeah, well, I think the Jets have made a few moves. Chris Jenkins and Alan Faneca, both big moves. I mean, it helps the offensive and defensive lines. I expect the Jets to be my surprise team next year.
But Bobby, they did trade John Vilma, and I know he didn't really have that much of an impact recently. I think he can help the Saints out a lot, and they got him for basically nothing.
Yeah, I know. I was surprised by that trade, but I think they can make up for it. I think they can maybe pick a strong linebacker in the draft.
Yeah.
And maybe
David Harris played well too.
Yeah, and I think they can get something. Maybe I think they're going to do good.
Well, thank you for that, Bobby.
No problem.
Now, I think that the most improved team, obviously the Vikings, the Minnesota Vikings spent a lot of money also on safety, Madu Williams, wide receiver Bernard Berrian, and possibly defensive end Antoine Odom. However, I think that the most improved team are the Tennessee Titans. Algie Crumpler has a first name that is Algie, so that's just fact.
Is that a fungus or a plant?
I don't know. I think it's a player. But now we're going to also move forward into a different topic. That's right, a different topic. Now this topic is going to be teams that have gone backwards or teams that will go backwards. Let's just talk a little bit about what's going to happen, the repercussions of teams that haven't necessarily been active. Just a little bit, just little snippets. Eric?
Well, the Giants, once you win the Super Bowl, it's impossible to not go backwards. But, I mean, so far not too much has happened. They lost Jabril Wilson and Kawika Mitchell, but Matthias Kiwanuka came back from injury. So I don't think there's going to be too much huge impact on the team, so far at least.
Bob?
I agree. The Giants just have been bad. I mean, some bad moves, getting rid of everyone. Well, not everyone. A lot of defensive players, and not getting anyone. So I just don't see the good strategy. They won the Super Bowl.
I see what you're saying. The Giants really were bad in the sense of the word.
Yeah.
As in they were negative this offseason.
Yes, they were.
Now let's talk about a few storylines that have been unsettled so far, specifically the Randy Moss thing. Just quickly, where do you think he's going to end up going? Do you think that team is going to have a chance at the Super Bowl?
I think that Moss is going back to the Patriots because he's the type of player that wants the ball and wants touchdowns, and wants the spotlight on him. And, of course, who else but Tom Brady is going to give him that? And I think that this year the Patriots, I don't know about going 16-0 during the regular season again, but I think that they're definitely going to get far in the playoffs. And if a team doesn't upset them, I think they will win the Super Bowl.
Bobby?
Unfortunately, I think the Patriots also. I hope another team gets them because I dislike the Patriots quite much. But, I mean, they're going to get them, most likely.
Well, I think that's been a good perspective on all the stuff we have to say about football. Now, to end this, I'd like to leave you with one final quote. It has been said often that an apple a day keeps your doctor away. But to be more accurate, killing your doctor also keeps your doctor away.
In other words, I love you.
Hello, and welcome to the 30-Minute Drill. I'm your host, Kyle Folbrect, and I'm here today one-on-one with Jordan Kessel. And today we're going to be talking about the American League and the Major League Baseball Association. Our first topic is going to be over-under, which is, you think the team's going to do better or worse than their record last year? First, we're going to discuss Jordan's favorite team, the World Series champion Boston Red Sox. Now, Jordan, they went 96-66 last year. What do you think they're going to do this year?
I think they are going to win every game they play. How about you, Kyle? What do you think?
Honestly, I think the Boston Red Sox are going to win over 100 games. They're going to be really good. Win every game they play, who knows? Could happen.
I would like to quote the Terminator on that one. The Boston Red Sox will win 100 games this year. Just wanted to make sure everybody heard what the Terminator said.
I am the Terminator, in case you didn't know. Okay, our next team, my favorite team, the New York Yankees, 94-68. How do you think they're going to do?
I think they're going to lose almost every time they step out on the field. I say almost because, they still have Andy Pettit, who's pretty good. But, with this whole steroid thing, his mind's all crazy. So I say under. How about you?
I'm thinking that they're going to win at least 90 games. I don't know about repeat how they did last year. They're going to probably come in second place to the Boston Red Sox, honestly.
Kyle, no. Who do you think is going to get the 90 wins? They have to have pitchers to get 90 wins. They have no pitchers.
Well, who knows? How about Toronto? 83 and 79.
I think they probably finish around there. That's a tough one. Probably go under.
I think probably the same. You know, they're pretty good. You got Roy Halladay, one of my favorite pitchers. Baltimore, 69 and 93.
Baltimore is going to go over. Baltimore is going to win every game they play except for when they play Boston. Because Baltimore is a phenomenal team. They have a phenomenal manager and a phenomenal third base coach who I happen to know. They're really nice guys. They really know the game. And, you know, they know how to get through to their players. And talent doesn't always win. And what do you think?
Honestly, I disagree. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to say Baltimore is going to be absolutely dreadful without Eric Bedard. Their closer's gone.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Nobody,
you have no
man.
idea what you're talking about. You're just completely wrong about everything you just said about Baltimore.
But we'll have to see what happens when the regular season comes. And finally, Tampa Bay, 66 and 96.
Tampa Bay, I'd probably say over. They've, they're getting a lot better. I actually know the trainer over at Tampa Bay. He's getting them, in real good shape. And, Evan Longoria, the third baseman, he's a rookie. He's going to step right in. They've already moved Iwamura to second, so they'll be all right. I think they got Upton and a couple other guys there who are pretty good. They got Kazmir, if he ever heals from injuries, who's a phenomenal pitcher. And they got a decent bullpen, so they'll be all right. Toronto and Tampa Bay are better than they have been in the past, so it's a little bit harder to have Boston and New York win as many games as they have in the past. So.
True. I agree with you completely there. Tampa Bay going to be a little bit better. All right, we're going to talk about like an in-depth discussion of the teams in AL East. We'll start off with the Yankees.
Okay, the only depth you need is pitching, and they have none, so they're going to stink.
Okay, I really don't know about that one. I think the Yankees going to be a good team. Got
no,
Job
they're
Chamberlain.
not. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. That's
right.
2 innings a game. What are you going to do for the other 7? I mean, come on.
That's true. Who knows? How about Boston?
Boston's going to win the World Series again.
Kurt Schilling's out. Do you think that'll make an impact?
No, they're just that good.
Toronto Blue Jays got Roy Halladay, B.J. Ryan's back. Got some good players in Vernon Wells, and you got Chacin's back from an injury. Think that's going to matter?
No, they stink. None of them are any good. You're telling me these people are good. They're not any good.
All right, Baltimore Orioles. You got Nick Markakis. He's pretty much the only guy that I think is good.
Markakis is phenomenal. He's going to have a 30-30 season. He's going to be amazing. Brian Roberts is going to get traded before the trading deadline because they don't want to because he won't sign with them again in a free agent contract, and the manager alone with the third base coach is going to win them around 80 games.
Eric Bedard gone. Not going to make a difference?
No. No. You say these things like they're no-brainers. They're not.
And finally, the Tampa Bay Rays got rid of the Devil.
Yeah, got rid of the Devil. Devils are bad. But, yeah, the Rays are going to be good.
Okay, yeah, I think so too, actually. Scott Kazmir, once again, like he said, phenomenal pitcher. You got a really good hitters in there, good bullpen. Should do good. That's all the time we have for this segment. After this, we'll be back with analysis of the rest of the American League.
Hello, everyone. I'm Al Raffini of your Wayne Township Environmental Commission, bringing you the first of our environmental minutes. We would like to talk today about your spending dollar, your purchasing dollar, and how very, very important it is. The only reason why they're selling SUVs is because we're buying them. Case in point, when you shop, if you read labels, you can help the environment very, very much. For instance, buying a can of spray. If you look on the can, some of them say nothing. Others say contain no CFCs. And the third one, the one that I will buy, says contains no ozone depleting chemicals. So with my dollar, I'll buy that. And I'll tell the corporations that make this, I want a can of spray that does not destroy the ozone layer. It could be either a pump spray or it could be one that contains no ozone destroying chemicals. Case in point, rhetoric certainly means a lot. Talking means a lot. Way back in the 70s and 80s, when they were catching tuna, they were killing hundreds of thousands of dolphins. All the rhetoric in the world did not make them stop. When someone came up with a great idea to boycott tuna, don't buy any. Do not buy tuna because it's killing dolphins. Suddenly, their bottom line was influenced, and they became green. We stopped buying tuna, we hit their bottom line, and they said, you know, maybe we can do something about the environmental effects of catching tuna and killing dolphin. And now we have cans of tuna that say dolphin safe. And I won't buy any tuna unless that label is on there. So your purchasing dollar is extremely important. What you do with it, how you spend it, will affect the environment more than you'll ever know. Okay? This is Al Raffini signing off for the First Environmental Commission Environmental Minute. Thank you all.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. Once again, I am Kyle Folbrect here with one-on-one with Jordan Kessel, and we're going to talk about the rest of the good teams in the American League. First off, the Cleveland Indians. As you know, Jordan, very well, they lost to the Boston Red Sox in the AL Division Series. How do you think they're going to do this season?
Well, I'd just still like to say that you said these teams were good, and I want to know what automatically makes them good.
Well, how they finished last year.
Well, last year was last year, this year is this year.
And you don't think Cleveland's going to be good? They got Carmona, they got Sabathia, they got Grady Sizemore.
But how do you know they're good?
I'm just basing it off last season, but I really think they're going to do good again this year. They're a very big threat in the American League. They beat all the good teams. They got a great pitching staff. That's what you need to win games.
The season hasn't even started, and you're calling them good. How do you know they're that good?
Well, we'll have to see. Spring training, they're doing pretty good there. We'll have to see what happens during the regular season.
I don't know, Kyle. I think you're assuming way too much by saying these teams are good. You never know what's going to happen.
True.
I mean, like the White Sox, they win a World Series, and everybody's, oh my God, they're so good.
Example.
They stink.
That is true. That's why they're not on here. This list that I'm going to be talking about. Okay, the Detroit Tigers. As you know, Miguel Cabrera, Dontrelle Willis, they gave up a couple good prospects. They're going to have a big impact on the team, you think?
No. I think they will have no impact whatsoever. They're going to stink.
Dontrelle Willis had an off year last season with the Florida Marlins. Miguel Cabrera, always good. Better than Brandon Idge, I think. I think the Detroit Tigers might prove to be a threat against Cleveland. I don't know what you think about that.
I don't know.
The season didn't start yet, like you said,
It's tough
so I'll have to wait and see. The Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Always a good team.
Yeah.
Always beat my Yankees.
Yeah,
which
they're
I'm
always
angry
good.
about.
They always beat the Yankees. The LAAs. You know, like the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. They have 3 A's in their name. That's great. I love that. But we'll see how they do. They'll be all right. I mean, they got Vlad. He's pretty good.
I agree. Good bullpen. Once again, they always beat the Yankees, so that gets me a little agitated.
It's a good word.
Yes, it is. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, the Minnesota Twins. Johan Santana off to the New York Mets. Probably going to have a big impact. He was one of the winningest pitchers in the last few years.
Wait, you put them under the good list?
Well,
the Twins weren't even any good with Johan Santana. How good do you think they're going to be without him? They should be under the very bad list.
Well, they got Liriano still.
Yeah, but he's coming off Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, I don't know.
They lost Torrey Hunter.
That's true. That is true.
They should be on the very bad, don't expect them to win more than 10 games list, not the good list.
Well, then I made a mistake when I was typing this up. Should have put them under the bad list. Seattle Mariners is our next team.
They're under the good list too? Just
Bedard.
because they got one pitcher?
Yeah, but
they're
was
under
one
the
of
good
best.
list.
He was one of the best in the American League.
You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. They're not a good team. They get one good pitcher, and that automatically makes them a good team.
But J.J. Putz,
oh, come
man.
on.
J.J. Putz is
You
good.
don't know what you're doing.
Well, I don't know.
You can't classify these teams as good teams.
The Mariners are going to be good. They're not
No,
going to
they're
be
not.
the Angels, but they're going to be
No,
good.
they're not.
Are you sure about that?
They are not.
Okay.
They're not going to be good.
All right.
I'm positive. I'm 100% positive.
Okay. Finally, who's the team to beat in the American League? I think I know what you're going to say, but let's hear it anyway.
Kyle, what do you think I'm going to say?
The Beantown Boston Bomber. No, okay, excuse me. Boston Red Sox. I was going to say the Yankees, but obviously
Okay, you're
that's not true.
completely wrong. The team to beat is the Baltimore Orioles because they are the best team in the American League, and they have the most young talent, and they are phenomenal. They're so good. It's unbelievable. They have the best coaching staff in baseball, except for Tito Francona of Boston Red Sox. And but if I had to give another team, I would give the World Series champion Red Sox because they have about 12 starting pitchers. If 3 people could win a Cy Young, they're got some young pitchers. They got the best closer in the game. And don't try to tell me Mariano's the best closer in the game because you don't know what you're talking about. The guy can't throw hard anymore. His cutter, is not breaking any bats. He's terrible. And I don't want you to start saying, well, he's not that bad because he's that bad. And so I think 2 teams are probably Boston and Baltimore. They'll beat up on each other during the season. And if Boston happens to win 160 games or something like that, I think we'll be all right.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. We're going to go to our feature after this. You think the Yankees have a shot this season? We'll be right back with more 30-minute drill after this.
Black and white polka dot tunic. Great job. Alex loves basketball, cheerleading, and spending time with her friends. Alex is escorted tonight by
Cindy Esser and Andrew Axelband.
Danielle looks great in this free. It is a perfect outfit for any summer outing. Kim enjoys drawing, playing sports, especially lacrosse, and hanging out with her friends. Her escort tonight is Kevin Barakat. Kevin enjoys.
Hello, and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. As you know, I'm your host, Kyle Folbrect, and today we'll be talking about Major League Baseball, particularly the New York Yankees. The Yankees have gotten a new manager, Joe Girardi, and their old one has went to the Dodgers. Many people here at Wayne Hills High School are Yankee fans, and let's hear what they have to say about the Yankees. I'm here with Billy Server, a sophomore and another baseball player who is a Yankee fan. Billy, how do you think the Yankees are going to do this season?
Well, I'm pretty optimistic that they'll do pretty well. I think their pitching's there. They have a lot of young guns, and Jabba Chamberlain, Ian Kennedy, Phil Hughes. So I think they'll do well in their first full season as a rotation together. Also, I think they are one of the powerhouses of the league as far as hitting. They have the reigning MVP in Alex Rodriguez, and they have the always reliable Derek Jeter.
What do you think of Joe Girardi being the new manager?
Well, I think he adds a spark to the clubhouse because, Joe Torre and him are very different managers. Joe Torre was more of a calm guy, around the clubhouse. But now Joe Girardi, I think he expects more than Joe.
Good point. What do you think about the Yankees' decision to keep most of their guys together and not really get any new players?
Well, I think it's always a safe bet. I think they're a team of veterans, and if you want to win the World Series, that's what you have to have.
Okay, Bill, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. I'm outside the Wade House Commons with John Vitas, a freshman and baseball player himself who happens to be a Met fan. Well, John, how do you think the Yankees are going to do this year?
I think they'll be all right. They do have some weaknesses. They're not as good as some other Yankee teams have been in the past, but they have a good chance of making the playoffs. I see them in the high 80s in the win total.
What do you think about Joe Girardi as new manager and Joe Torre going off to the Dodgers?
I think Joe Girardi's a great manager. Even though he did play with some of the players that are on the Yankees, I think he's a good manager. He brings a lot of fire. He gets into a lot of arguments, which is what the Yankees need.
Okay, and what do you think about the Yankees keeping most of their guys the same and not getting any really new faces in there?
Well, I think they could have used some new pitchers, especially in the rotation, because they do have some holes in the back end of the rotation, and I think they definitely should have made some more moves.
Okay, John, thanks a lot. I'm here with Robert Fite, a sophomore. Rob, how do you think the Yankees are going to do this season?
Well, Kyle, me being a Mets fan, I believe that the giant Mets will prevail over the Yankees one more year because, taking over a new coach, losing Joe Torre, all the stuff with Roger Clemens going on, the atmosphere isn't that well right now. I think that the Yankees maybe will go second behind Boston, maybe taking the wild card, but they're not taking the conference this year.
Okay, Rob, thanks. As you can see, many Wayne Hill students have different opinions on how the Yankees are going to do it this season. I personally think that they'll win the AL East, and if worse comes to worse, win the AL wild card. Thank you to everyone who I interviewed, and more 30-minute show after this.
Black and white polka dot tunic. Great job. Alex loves basketball, cheerleading, and spending time with her friends. Alex is escorted tonight by
Cindy Esser and Andrew Axelband.
Danielle looks great in this. It is a perfect outfit for any summer outing. Kim enjoys drawing, playing sports, especially lacrosse, and hanging out with her friends. Her escort tonight is Kevin Barakat. Kevin enjoys.
Hello and welcome back to the 30-minute drill. I'm your host, Eric Orenstein, and I'm here with Brandon Rosenblum, who's dressed very nicely today, and Josh Revitch. And on this segment, our job is going to be to analyze, interpret the NBA. Now, the first topic is LeBron playing better than Kobe?
As of right now, yes, LeBron is playing better. He's putting up monster games. He's putting up 30, 40, 50-point games. He's hit 3 buzzer beaters to end the first half in a row, which is a ridiculous stat like I've never seen before. He's leading an undermanned Cavs team who doesn't have the players that Kobe has in Pau Gasol and experienced winners in Derek Fisher. But I do think the Lakers are a better team, but I think LeBron is playing the best ball right now.
I say Kobe's the better man. I mean, he's playing with an injury and still racking up the points, playing well, doing amazing things. I mean, LeBron is a very good player, but Kobe is still better, I think.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you look at solely the points per game, LeBron is on top, but that's what we're not here to look at solely stats. I think Kobe, like you said, he's playing with the injury. He knows. I look at that team, the Lakers, and they're a great team, but I think without him to glue it together, I don't think they would be anywhere near where they're at. And I think he just knows that even though he has the injury, he's got to fight through it for his team and keep them at the top of playoff contention. All right, now, speaking of which, are the Lakers or the Suns, which has the better chance of winning the West?
I don't agree with either of those teams for the choices of that question. I do think the best team in the West is the Mavericks.
That wasn't the question.
That doesn't matter. I'm going to tell you my opinion of the best team. I'm going to go with the Mavericks. I think with Jason Kidd's going to start meshing well with all those players, and Mark Cuban finally has that one piece to solve the puzzle that he's won so long, which would be the NBA championship. And I do think the Mavericks will win the championship this year.
Well, I'll have to pick someone that is on the list.
It's fine.
Which is the Suns.
Oh, good.
Because I say Shaquille O'Neal's on the team now.
He's terrible.
He's doing good. And then they have Steve Nash to help out too. And Amari Stoudemire. They're a very good team.
Yeah.
They're winning a lot.
All right,
They've been 4-6 with Shaq. Shaq has barely played well. He's had maybe one good game with them.
Maybe next week, Brandon, you can host your own show, and the audience can listen to, your own opinions and your own topics. But for now, between the Lakers and the Suns, I have to say the Lakers. Both the teams had big trades, but the Lakers, Gasol, I think he's been playing for the team a lot more than Shaq has right now.
Well, if you want me to answer that question, I will have to say the Lakers, though. The Suns,
right.
I do not think are a good team.
Good. All right, now who would you say is the best big man in the league?
I think Tim Duncan's the most consistent. He leads the team year in, year out. They've won 4 championships with him. He's had MVPs, finals MVPs, and he's the most consistent player at the big man position.
I'll have to say Dirk Nowitzki. He's not the biggest man there, but he's playing like a big man.
Yeah.
He's getting all the points out there. He can shoot from anywhere, basically. Pass, do everything correctly, rebound, block. He's the biggest man in the league.
Yeah. The thing about Dirk is, he's either 6'11" or 7 foot, but he shoots above his head. He shoots like this. I don't know how almost no one is tall enough to block that.
I do think George Marasan can block that.
All right. I've got to say Kevin Garnett, and he's not the big man in the biggest sense of a 7'6" center, but he's big as it is, and he's really led that team, I think.
I'm going to have to go also with another player, Allen Iverson. He is the biggest man in the little man's body, plays with the most heart, and that's to you, Ronnie Juice.
That is true. He is a very physical player. Now, again, sticking with the Celtics, which team do you think has a better chance of winning the East, Celtics or Pistons?
I think the Pistons, they have the more experienced players. I think Rip and Rashid and Chauncey, Mr. Big Shot, I think they will beat the Celtics in Game 7 of the Eastern Conference Finals.
I'll have to say the Celtics. They're playing phenomenal this year. They've had so many good games, racking up the wins, doing amazing with KG now on the team. He's doing amazing, and then the Celtics are too.
Yeah, I also have to say the Celtics. Like you said, KG on the team, and also Ray Allen on the team has been playing great. All right, now real quick, just give me the team. What team did the best job of trading?
I feel like we've been doing this the past 4 weeks of the show with the biggest trade, so I'm going to have to go with Kyle Korver to the Utah Jazz.
I'm going to say the Nets with bringing Kidd to Dallas.
I gotta say, I'm going all the way back to the beginning of the season. And I'm saying the Celtics bringing, Allen and KG. All right, now that's all for this segment of the 30-minute drill. But when you come back, we'll close up with some baseball. Stay tuned.
Black and white polka dot tunic. Great job. Alex loves basketball, cheerleading, and spending time with her friends. Alex is escorted tonight by
Cindy Esser and Andrew Axelband.
Danielle looks great in this. It is a perfect outfit for any summer outing. Kim enjoys drawing, playing sports, especially lacrosse, and hanging out with her friends. Her escort tonight is Kevin Barracat. Kevin enjoys.
Polar bears are an endangered species, but they also have nothing to do with today's topic, the NL East. Now we're going to start our series of NL analyses with the NL East, like I said. Now the first team we're going to talk about the NL East is Bobby's favorite team, the New York Mets. Now, Bobby, what's your opinion of how the New York Mets will perform this year, playoffs or otherwise?
I think they can make the playoffs. They have some tough teams to play in their division, which are the Phillies and the Braves. But, they got Johan. They have a solid hitting core. They just have to avoid injuries, and I think they can make it to the playoffs. I'm not sure about the World Series, but definitely the playoffs.
Well, thank you, Bob, but
No
next
problem.
time in English. Alex, what's your opinion of the New York Mets?
We should definitely hope they make the playoffs after acquiring Johan Santana, but I think they're going to crumble just like they did last year.
Why would they crumble?
Because they're choke artists.
Oh,
One thing you guys don't realize
definitely.
is that Johan Santana is just the next in the long line of the great Johans in the world history. He's won a Cy Young. He didn't invent the printing press or write the piece Canon in D, but other Johans did, and I think that's going to contribute to the Mets' possible success this year. However, I don't think they're going to win the division. In fact, I think another team's going to win the division. Who? It's a surprise till the end of the segment. But the next team we're going to discuss is the Philadelphia Phillies. Actually, how about the Atlanta Braves, who I think are going to win the division? Why do you think the Atlanta Braves are not going to be a competitive team this year, Alex?
Well, I never said that they wouldn't be. I think they're going to be coming back strong. They have a very solid infield, good lineup from top to bottom, decent pitching staff. I think they could be all right.
Okay, Alex. Bobby, let's see what you think.
I think they're the Mets' biggest rival. I think they'll come in second place in the division. They have overall good pitching, good hitting. They have solid young players, and then their pitching staff's a little old with Glavine and Smoltz, but they still have some good pitchers there.
Well, all right, thanks for that opinion. Now let's move on to last year's division champions, the Philadelphia Phillies. Led by sluggers Ryan Howard and Chase Utley, and pitchers Brett Myers and Ryan Madsen, and werewolf John Lieber, this team had a strong season last year, but faded away in the playoffs. Alex, do you think they're going to have another shot at winning the division this year?
I think they're always going to be in the running for it. They just always are. The team that they're going to be competing with as far as that, I think that they could beat them. No team really has proven yet that they're going to be winners of the division every year. The Mets
Okay, guys, I don't want to hear your squabbles again, but Bob, why don't you think the Phillies are going to be able to defeat the Mets?
I don't think they'll make it because of their pitching. They don't have that solid of a pitching staff. They have the best infield probably in the majors, I'd say. But, they have no pitching besides, they have a solid bullpen, but no pitching.
Yes, Bobby. But, as Walter Gene Cronkite once said, we deal with men, not boys.
Definitely.
Now let's move on to the next team in the division, the Florida Marlins. This team seems to just throw away their future. They play the game of baseball as it seems like Rosie O'Donnell would, not in that movie that she was in, but like if she was a real baseball player. They have a great team and then they just sell it. All they have left is an animal, Hanram, or Hanley Ramirez, and just a few other okay players. Guys, why isn't this team going to do damage this year?
Well, first of all, they lost two of their biggest players in Miguel Cabrera and Dontrell Willis. It's really just sad to see an organization like this crumble. Really no fan support at all, and they just really don't have any marquee players to carry them. There's just no way they're going to be good.
Bob, what do you think?
Well, money has become such a big part of the game that they don't have any because they have these big-time prospects who want more and more money, but they don't have any money to get it from because, like Alex said, they have no fan base. So, they need to get cheap players, but who are still talented and somehow build a winning franchise.
Well, I think what applies to that statement the best is the quote by Jerome James that he once said when people talked about him being too selfish. And he said, "Hey, man, I don't worry about what no one else says. I just worry about Jerome." I think that has a lot to do with what the Florida Marlins are in right now. And the last team, let's just go through this quickly, the Washington Nationals. I like this team because they're national, and I like nations. So Nationals is just something that, follows suit in that deck of cards. Guys, quick hits. How many wins are the Nationals going to have this year?
25.
Maybe 46 to 83.
Well, thanks for the borderlines and the parameters there, Bob. But now we're going to have to delve into a new topic. This topic, the final quote. And in the final quote, I'd like to bring you a little quote that I know. People have often said that history repeats himself. What also repeats themselves? Tapes when you play them over and over again.